kings, it's an honor showtime.
You can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still with the rain. Say. I've triggered my soul down. For my pace. We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party, some waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a way for turning back from it's coming.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor Kings.
I've drinking my soda.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for tiny bit. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
In this world, all I want.
Become a pro player? I am dreaming. Now, how hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversities, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
우리는 우리 앞을 가로막는 누구든지 물리칠 준비가 되어 있습니다.
We are ready to defeat anyone that stands in our way.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
並んで運命を形作る道を歩む。
It's time to walk the path of honor.
Welcome back, everybody, to Honor Kings Major East, and we're now in the playoffs day one. This is going to be an interesting day because we have two series for you, and one team is going to be let out in this tournament. And again, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Holler. Holler, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be here. Of course, this is going to be the playoffs, and of course, we're going to see a team go home. And while that is bittersweet, it's going to make the games a little bit more spicy today.
Yeah, this day is going to be interesting. We have the upper brackets, then we have the lower brackets for today. I think we're going to be starting with the lower brackets so we see who moves forward. But again, it's the teams that you know are at the top. We had a very interesting survival week last week, but now we're on the playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, it's going to be the first thing. First, let's set the stage. It's going to be the prize pool. 50,000 USD in total prize money. 10,000 for that champion. 8,500 for second place. And of course, if you've got to third or fourth place, you're going to be at least guaranteed 6,500 at this stage. But of course, you want to get into the top 2. That's where the big dogs are going to be in the sense of KWC, getting yourself in there. If you happen to be the champion, you're going to auto-qualify to that. Second place, though, you're going to go into the last call, and you're going to take on the teams from the KME. Or
yeah, that's oh, yes. Tomorrow, it's going to be the day in where we see who's the team. For sure, at least one for today. We're going to be seeing who's going to be going to the grand finals. It's going to be between Nongshim and Gen.G. Grand finals is going to be next, whoever goes in. But who goes down is the question. But here on the lower brackets, we have SCARZ versus R8. They're going to be fighting for that spot on the lower bracket finals.
And the biggest thing about the lower brackets is that if you lose, you're out. You got no other chances. So for SCARZ or R8, unfortunately, one of you guys is going to be going home. That's going to be the first series of the day. The second one, you've already alluded to it earlier. And this is, of course, the winner bracket finals. Nongshim RedForce going up against Gen.G. The loser will actually play the winner of this first series. So a lot at stake at this point.
Yeah, there is a lot at stake, and it is very important for them to get that, especially the teams that are in the upper bracket. It's important for them to get to the grand finals as fast as they could, at least so they could rest a bit, which is a nice touch.
I mean, that's actually the biggest thing, right? I mean, if you win in the winner bracket finals, you go into the grand finals, you actually play one series tomorrow, and you can actually watch the lower bracket finals of who's going to play that one out, and you get a lot of intel and strategy, and you have that advantage of not being so tired because you're only playing that one series.
That is true. It's going to be very hard for whoever is going to be playing that lower brackets moving forward. But that's always the case, especially for double eliminations. For the people at the top, they always get that advantage. But again, this first series is between SCARZ versus R8. But let's take a look at the first team who's going to be going inside.
First team up is going to be SCARZ, the real one, and they're going to be made up of the Arashi, Glow, ASD, Ochik2, and of course, the guy with the second most kills in the KME, it will be MFeng, an absolute beast in the jungle. And you got to be super careful with how this team plays. They actually knocked off Nongshim RedForce in that last game in Survival Week. They have a lot to play for in this one.
Yeah, they've given them their first loss against Nongshim RedForce. It was a really nice day to see that SCARZ has been doing pretty well in this competition so far. I mean, during the last time that we've seen them, especially during ranking week, they gave Nongshim RedForce the hardest time during that time. So now it's going to be a flip of the script on what's going to happen for them. But let's take a look at who they are going to be fighting with. It's going to be R8 Esports.
R8 Esports, the team out of Egypt, they're going to be led by Abdo, Zinan, Roichi, Mijoj, and of course BX, the guy with the most number of kills in the KME with 157. This guy's an absolute beast. But of course, let's talk a little bit about Zinan and Mijoj here. These guys are actually twins, and it's really nice to see a whole bunch of family at this stage.
That is true. It's really fun to see this too, and especially for their star players on the team for R8 Esports. Both of them, MFeng and BX, they're both playing assassin junglers a lot, which is what I love to see. During the survival week, we haven't seen them do so, fighting against each other. What I mean is because one is in Group A, one is in Group S. Now we're gonna get to see it on the last stage that they're gonna be in, and this is gonna be it on the lower brackets.
And that was kind of the biggest thing about this team, was the fact that they had to survive in that survival group. There were 4 teams. They actually played the most number of games in all of KME with 36. But let's talk about a little bit about this head-to-head. It's going to be MFeng going up against BX, jungle for jungle, although MFeng likes to flex it around. But those kills are at the top 2 in the league at this point. The damage is just all, basically all that we want from that jungle, because a lot of the kills are going to happen out of these 2.
I think this head-to-head is definitely for those 2 guys, just because of how good they are at carrying their team, MFeng and BX. We all know that they have some swapping happening for the side of SCARZ if ever Mpeng would not be allowed to play that assassin jungler. But from what I've seen so far, I think BX is a bit more flexible when it comes to his picks. So that's why I think he has a bit of an advantage here compared to Mpeng.
I do agree with that. And I think that at the end of the day, BX might have a little heavier load to carry throughout. Not to say that, the rest of the team hasn't been able to support, but we've just seen him time and time again, just BX really just start to pop off. He actually has the most number of MVPs in the KME with 17. Second only to, of course, Mpeng with his 14. So both of them are doing some heavy lifting, but in the end, it looks like BX has kind of carried that load, so to speak.
Yeah, and also this is what's hard about the journey of R8 Esports, because they played a lot more games compared to SCARZ. But it could be something good, could be something bad, because they had a lot of reps in during Group A, because they played a total of 6 series. That's a lot of series that they played. So maybe they are more equipped this time, this week, against SCARZ, just because of those games they played.
Yeah, it's definitely tired for them. I mean, you were talking about the fact that they had the most number of games, and I mean, they had to play 6 series, which is actually pretty crazy. And then to get themselves here, they really wanted that break and going into the playoffs. That was very helpful for them. And it's a good time to kind of just settle down a little bit, check out some of the replays, and you saw some of these other, the other 3 teams that have been remaining to see exactly how they're going to play out. So that could be a slight advantage, knowing that you have this, room to basically do that research.
That is true. They have a lot of time to research here, at least for the week when they got their breaks. Probably a lot of scrims too. Love that we're seeing the bans here for Luna and Jing, just because both of them play them pretty well. And on the other hand, they even banned the Liang so that they both could play the assassin junglers even without these 2 picks. So it all comes down to what R8 is going to be picking first, because they do have Abdo. As I'm about to say, they have Abdo. That's why they prioritize Dharma.
Yeah, Abdo, an absolute beast. They're 5-2 on him with R8s. They've just been an absolute monster, understanding. And this really sets the tone. Going into game 1, talking about the Liang ban, it's something that R8 likes to do because they like to play more of the assassin style. Let BX do his thing in that jungle as a high-flying assassin.
Yeah, and Arlie being available here could be something else here. Could go to ASD, could go to Mpeng. It still is going to be on the table for both of our teams. This is the strength of SCARZ though, because every time you ban against them, you're not going to be sure, just because of the switch up that ASD and Mpeng does a lot on the marksman role and even the jungler role.
Yeah, and to be honest, I would prefer it if ASD would play the Arlie and let Mpeng, again, play a little bit more high-flying assassin style, because it's just way more fun to watch. But again, SCARZ, very well versed in the Arlie. They're 4-2. They understand how to play this one. The Zhangfei, they're actually quite good as well, especially on Ochik, who has the 4th most assists in the KME at this point.
That's true. And here, we're seeing it also on the side of R8. They also picked up the classic Gen.G and Sakir combo that people have been loving recently in the KME. But on the other end, SCARZ just went out with that Elaine on Arashi, even without the Dahlia on their side. I think this is something that they do prefer. They used it against Nongshim RedForce with the Dahlia, but it didn't work. But against Gen.G, it did. So maybe they're banking on Arashi's power here.
Yeah, actually, Sakir is probably, it's the 9th most picked in the KME, but it's one of those heroes that it's really, I don't want to say under the radar, because it's been picked over 20 times, 28 times to be exact, but it's won 21 games. It has a 75% win rate. Teams are very understanding that this Sakir hero is an absolute monster in that realm.
Very, very strong, especially that sustain that you get from the sprites that he puts up with. But looking at the bans here, SCARZ and R8 really looking at that mid lane bans for Glow. But on the other hand, SCARZ is still looking for what BX is going to be picking here. So they're trying to thin out his options.
Yeah, I love it how the 2 teams are drafting right now, right? R8 starting out strong with that Dharma, just says, hey, this is our typical tried and true, let Abdo work, right? And then you have the counter picks from the Arlie and the Zhangfei, and then the security Gen.G in return. So all the 3 lanes that we know are locked in, but now it comes back to the jungle. It's going to be super key for that mid and the jungle roam in the last 2 picks here.
It's going to be pretty hard here to look at, because Han Shin also getting banned is also something that Mpeng would love to pick up. They do have, what else do they have? They do have Agudo for R8. They could use that. This definitely is going to go to ASD. SCARZ is going to be giving this to ASD just because they don't like Mpeng picking up the, what do you call this? Slower junglers, if you may. Because they're not slow, but they're not as high flying as something like an Arlie. That's why they let Mfeng play that Arlie.
And I think it's more the fact that like Mfeng tends to be more mechanically sound, dare I say. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're very top tier. But I think between the two, Arlie is definitely going to be more intense and having that hero there. But ASD, you kind of just stand up in front. You're going to have a great time on this Argrin, and they're 5-2 with SCARZ.
Yeah, and looking at it, they also banned out or picked up the Ganonmo to their side. They haven't really preferred this a lot, but they would be preferring it this time around just because they need that extra damage. After all the knockups from the crowd controls that they have for R8, Ganonmo from Xenon would be there to finish things off.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think it's going to be a great counter pick in the Nua here into that Ganonmo, who tends to have a very long arms reach. It's going to be difficult to get to, but then you have Nua, who also has the range game, in his arsenal, so he's going to have a good time. I think SCARZ right now are setting themselves up for a good early start, especially and getting that farm onto Augment. Let the man work. But R8, on the other hand, this Ganonmo, not my favorite as of now. It's kind of faltered off because it just seems like teams have really been able to find that answer and to get on top of him.
Yeah, and considering the composition of SCARZ too, it's going to be easy to jump on this Ganonmo. You have a lane, you have Augment, so it's going to be easy to just jump on them as fast as they could. But for now, it's going to be a challenge for the side of R8 Esports with what they picked. But I do believe that this Gen.G and Sakir that they have could actually work things out. It's possible.
Yeah, for sure. And there's been a lot of, I mean, Gen.G has also been picked quite a lot. It's 28 times, it's 18-10. It has a 64% win rate. And this is a power farm lane, right? But are they able to get that space? It really comes back to just how the Dune, how BX is going to be able to move around the map to secure that space and time for the bottom laners to really farm.
Yeah, this is not going to be as fast as the games that we do expect on both of these teams because they aren't allowed to play the Assassins. If you take a look at the bans later on, if you rewind it, R8 Esports have advantage here. But again, thank you very much to Esports World Cup. This thrilling season of the major leagues is made possible with support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Yeah, of course, all of the teams. I mean, you want to be that one team that makes it. You want to get to the champions. You want to make yourself to that EWC or the KWC, as it's now termed, and get yourself into a chance. But of course, they're all playing on the Realme 14 series. Our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up. Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, this is what's going to happen in the early game for our teams, right? Because of what they have for both of our squads, it's looking like Xenon would be going for that aggression early on, just clear the waves. Because remember, compared to Anua, Ganonmo would have a lot more wave there, especially in the early game.
Yeah, and you want to set this tone, right? I think Xenon needs to be, like, aggressive and provide a presence in the other lanes, kind of force things out, because you're going to do such a good job of clearing the wave so quickly that you're able to make moves across the map.
Yeah, and that's what we expect here for this composition. But now, in the early game, I do think that they have advantage here on the side of R8. They do have a lot more battle stats on their side. So in the early game, after they get to level 4, there's a lot more chances for them to engage, especially for the first 4 minutes, the neutral objectives that are going to come out during that time.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for them. And I think BX needs to ensure that he's, putting a little bit of pressure on. Don't let ASD just, invade your jungle, take over the map, and just kind of be largely quiet. I think that you need to kind of put more of a presence out there. I think BX has been able to do that, but on the Dune, not as much. So this is going to be an interesting, game to see if he's able to kind of keep his assassin-style playstyle into a somewhat slower type of, tanky type of hero.
I think this is going to be a lot slower, right? Just because of how BX usually plays, you're going to be seeing him do God's work here. He's going to be slowing things down, just going to be letting himself get to level 4. But the problem is whenever you give Augment a chance to get to level 8, that is not going to be a good spot to be in, because once he gets to level 8, he gets his first item, the Tyrant is going to be there's going to be a lot of layers that you have to do before you can fight him at level 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy. And I think that that's kind of one of those things where, I mean, he will eventually get level 8. Yeah. ASD will definitely get there. It's just a matter of being more ahead and ensuring that you've maybe got a couple pickoffs before that moment happens.
Yeah, and we're waiting for that to happen, though. But I like that until now, SCARZ has been sticking to that same play style that they're doing. They're doing this every time. They're giving ASD or even Mfeng all the things that they need. And Glow is usually just at the back playing playing I Ching. That's what he does every time. He's not going to be needing those levels or even gold because he just wants to let ASD get the farm as fast as he could.
I mean, Mfeng and ASD, it's just pretty much everything is riding on them. Glow will be there to kind of just shake things up, maybe get a couple pickoffs with that ruin, that blast from downtown, so to speak. I think that that's going to help them. But let's talk a little bit more about this bottom lane. We're talking about how Roichi and Majoj are set up for success. These are two very strong heroes. Emergence even forward, Glow, not going to get anything out of this one. But, I mean, through it all, are these two heroes enough to take down an Mfeng and the Ochik Zhang Fei here?
Honestly, for now, wait, there's going to be a fight.
A little bit of a fight. BX, he's going to get back to safety.
Okay, with what you're saying a while ago, I do think Gen.G and SCARZ do have the firepower to fight against them, especially if that Imperial Order hits. And gonna be emphasizing the if. If the Imperial Order doesn't hit, they won't be able to get a kill on them, just because it's gonna be hard to take down Ochik at this level of play.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, he's in a bad spot. Majoj stuck out. He was trying to be aggressive, wanted to be cheeky with that ride the wind, but he wasn't able to use it. He was stun locked. And now Majoj is down for the count for giving up first blood. And now this is looking to be a SCARZ Tyrant as well.
Yeah, it's going to be there for free, but Xenon is going to try to maybe steal this. He has vision.
Yeah, he has vision. Tyrant easily picked up there. They're going to give it to Mfeng. So SCARZ right now, definitely in the driver's seat, up 500 gold at this stage.
Getting advantage. I think beating Nongshim RedForce is also something that gave them this confidence compared to what they had before. I think SCARZ is going to be doing a lot better here. I think that momentum just pushed them forward into something better as a team here.
Yeah, and I think that even for R8, where you've kind of been playing some of the other squads from Group 8, it hasn't been as easy. Oh, Majoj, he's getting gone on. He's going to ride the wind back. He's being chased here, and I don't think they die for this, but Majoj playing with fire, yes, you're secure. You have the mulberry power, but you got to be super careful. Positioning is everything at this stage.
Yeah, Mfeng with the sidestep, though. That was very smart. Just baiting out Majoj and that mulberry power like 2 times now. Teleport coming in.
Oh, teleport. Arashi looking to go in with the Umbrella Uppers, pushing them away. And that might have been a wasted ult, but through it all, they're doing a lot of structural damage on this bottom T1. They're not going to do enough to take it down, though.
Yeah, it's going to stay alive, but it's still another wave. Arashi is staying in this lane. I think Abdo is very well aware that he's here. But looking at it, ASD is already on guard duty on the top side.
Yeah, already. I mean, I don't know if it's guard duty or if it's like, you know, he's just having a buffet in the top lane, just all by himself. Let the man eat, so to speak. But the Unruly Blade, not going to get him away, but through it all, they're going to stick around R8 right now. Again, just posturing for that mid lane and pushing SCARZ back a bit.
They're just going to be backing off here. I think Ochik, oh, wait. What a great bait on that Truth Manther, though. He wasn't able to hit it because the Leaping Savior was there in time.
Yeah, just barely out of this one. And that's I mean, it seems like a missed opportunity. It's early. It's not the end of the world. But it is a long cooldown in that sense. Needs to be careful here. And they're looking to just take this, a spike tail, and they want it. But I think the couple blades picked it off in the end. And now through it all, it looks like they're going to kind of try to attempt to go forward here on this one. Majoj's getting back. He's got those sprites to heal. And through it all, SCARZ not really able to get anything out of this.
I really like how R8 is playing this. They're playing the distance. They're playing their range, especially they have Xenon on their side. They're just not letting anybody touch Roichi and Xenon, and all is going to be good. And they got them to half HP, which is also a nice touch. So it's looking like R8 really learned a lot of stuff when they're playing other teams, because last time in ranking week, they were not like this. They really improved pretty well.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, they've worked on their positioning, and I think that that's like the biggest thing is that, yeah, some of those games, I mean, there were some that were stomps, right? And they were definitely in the driver's seat, but they tested things out and kind of fine-tuning it, so to speak, ensuring that you're in a good spot, going to be key for this playoffs here, day one.
Yeah, it's going to be good. As long as they keep at it, they need to really be careful on their backliners, because remember, Yoichi and Xenon are really easy targets. Topside, though.
Oh, Conductor of Souls, they find BX. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's got the Wind Slash. He goes right on top of him, the Umbrella Uppers, and it looks like Abdo is going to be the first to fall. Here's the emergence by Glow. They're going to find BX, get some shots off. ASD got the chain, but not going to dive under the tower. Ochik, on the other hand, does not care. They take down the tower. They're going to continue to chase after this, but with those couple blades, through it all, I think SCARZ are going to be happy with that one kill.
What a great bait from Mfeng. I think they're still not done yet here. They were playing around the Parasol, and they were just baiting out the Truth matchup, but they're still not done, though.
The Death and Sunset finds Majoj. He stuck around a little too long, but Mfeng is going to be killed as well. So I got a little greedy on this one, and trading with Mfeng, not great for SCARZ.
Yeah, still a 1-for-1. Could have been just a 1-for-0, but SCARZ really dipped their toes in this one, even though they didn't need to. And it's looking like SCARZ are really looking for something else, but BX chasing down ASD.
So this is my issue, right? Is that you cannot make mistakes like that. I mean, yes, it seems like a nice gift that you're given by Mijoj, but through it all, trading away Mfeng, worst case scenario at this point. You need him to farm, but here's the glow. They find BX. He takes a lot of damage. They're going to be skirted off of this one, but that mid T1 still standing, but it's, you know, scotch tape at this point.
Yep, they're going to be pushed back a bit here. I think this is good. With what we're seeing here, R8 still not lost their power here in Mijoj, even though he gave the enemies like 2 kills already. It's looking like he's building things very differently here on his side. He's having a bit more of a defensive side here on his items, but on the other hand, BX is already on his Blazing Cape, and this is good. At least he needs to just stick down on ASD, and maybe they could lessen down that healing.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to lessen. I mean, they need to do as much as possible at this point, but they're going to try to take the Tyrant here, and they're going to quickly burn that one down. It looks like it's going to be very quick. SCARZ not able to respond.
Pretty fast, though. Xenon, he's on the Venomous Staff. Interestingly, most of the time you don't really build Venomous Staff on a Ganano and even a Nua, but because of the amount of healing that these two have, and both of their roamers can't carry a Venomous Staff, they have to force themselves to pick that up, even if that loses them a bit of damage.
Yeah, and it looks like SCARZ here are going to just like to look to hold, slow things down a bit. Arashi's going to deal with the bottom lane. That lane was pushing, so they need to ensure that they kind of just slow this game down a bit. Even though they have a lead, I feel like SCARZ right now kind of on the defensive.
Yeah, they're very, very defensive. But looking at what they have, though, they already have 3 towers, but they are having a hard time just pushing out this mid lane tower because of what I'm seeing from R8. Denon is making it so hard. This is the reason why Ganonmo has been such a good pick recently. It's because it can defend this mid lane tower for so long. Just the mid lane, though, because the bot lane's going to fall.
I mean, the wave clear is just insane, right? I mean, it's so quick, and like he just a couple blades, and he moves on with his life. And now it looks like R8 are going to turn their attention on this Overlord. ASD is going to spot this one out. Arashi is going to join as well, looking for that right target. They're going to go for the wind slash onto ASD. He's going to be knocked up a couple times, but Roichi instantly deleted at this point. ASD still on there. The Umbrella Outburst. They find Abdo. He's not able to get away. He tried to go for the back line, but 2 members down, and now SCARZ on the chase, and they skirt them away.
This is what's hard, though. Among the chaos, they have been seen by Abdo, but nobody was there to finish things off once the Truth Matcher comes in. But Mijoj,
he got picked off as well. They're going to take the mid T1 in addition to Mijoj. So it's almost like a 2-for-0 at this stage. But SCARZ finding their footing in this game, now being aggressive and taking over all of the neutrals.
taking down 3 kills is just a good spot to be in, and now this is the Tyrant being taken by SCARZ, and there's no answer here, because even if they get vision, they don't have the manpower to fight this.
Yeah, ASD taking that Tyrant here. The couple blades onto Mfeng is legit. The back of Garter Grave is going to be knocking them away. But through it all, SCARZ, a little on the lower end, but they're sticking around. They're just going to look to just kind of push out this wave here and put a little bit of pressure onto R8 as they make their way in a retreat here.
Yeah, they're looking for a chance here for R8. But for now, they haven't found the right chance yet. I think Abdo really needs to get that good Truth Manther, because if he doesn't, this game is just going to go over to SCARZ. Because right now, yes, they are scaling, but if they won't find that wombo combo, they're not going to get any kills.
I mean, but look at SCARZ lineup. Like, I mean, the Elaine, they're going to go for the Umbrella Outburst on this one. The Death at Sunset looking to drop down. I don't know how many they got, but the Meteor kill on this one. BX is looking to just fight this one. Arashi getting so low, he's going to go down, and it looks like an Mfeng as well, but he's trading with Abdo. That's going to be a worthwhile trade, and now R8 are on the aggressive. They're forcing them, SCARZ, back.
Great shutdown coming from Xenon. That couple blades was able to hit Mfeng on the head. That was a headshot, and because of this, they were able to at least give themselves some breathing room. This is going to be a chance for them to at least slowly climb back in the game, and with this take on that Overlord, they may be able to equalize the number of towers down.
The biggest win is that Roichi didn't die. I think that he stays alive. They're going to have such a hard time getting on this one. BX, that was actually very close. Picks up the Overlord there, but Glow trying to get that cheeky shot.
Yeah, nice try from Glow. It was almost a takedown for them, but for now, it's looking good. At least BX is really well fed at this point in the game. He's not really that far off, but from what I'm seeing, just 10k gold on Mfeng. That is not a good spot to be in because he's very fed. 2k advantage against Roichi.
Yeah, I mean, Mfeng is Mfeng for a reason, right? Like, he's going to find farm through across the map. He's been, I mean, he had that early death, but I mean, he's 6-2-1. He's gotten it all back. And I mean, he's leading the entire game in terms of net worth. He's been very aggressive and forcing forcing things out. His positioning's been great thus far.
Ooh.
Oh, they found Abdo. Oh, they've got him with the truth. Mfang caught him out. He got stun locked. Arashi, though, with that Death at Sunset onto BX. Not the greatest of targets, but Mfang down for about 32 seconds. That's huge.
This is the problem with Mfang, because if he gets advantage, if he gets a lot of gold, he gets a bit cheeky. And those are what R8 is looking for. They were able to find it, and because of that, second tier tower in the mid lane has been taken down. Remember, they have an Overlord at the top side.
And is looking to just push. I mean, they're making full use of this. The Mulberry Power onto Arashi. He's in a bad spot. He's under that tower, which is gonna go down, and now he's gonna be chased. A couple blades just barely whiffing, and the flash away. Arashi will stay alive, but he's gonna look to just cut the creeps, but it's gonna be a Vanguard. The Shadow Vanguard is in the top lane, already looking to push. And how does ASD and Ochik somehow hold? No chance.
Just one mistake, and they were not able to hold, and now they're going to look for a fight again.
Oh, they found Ochik. They got him with that Mulberry Power and the Whip Sash combination. Just too much stun. This T3 is looking to go down as well, and R8 find that pickoff, and they find the opening, and they're looking to just close out this game. But through it all, it looks like, Abdo goes in, finds Glow on the back line, but it looks like he's going to fall. Roichi is down as well. And here's the life. Okay, Arashi is down for the count as well. 3 members down. BX looking to try to find Mfang. He's not able to get away. Xenon needs to be careful. He is so low at this stage. Mfang is under the tower. The wind slash barely being dodged out. ASD looking to go in. Xenon is going to be killed. Mijoj now is going to get life drained, and he goes down as well. And now ASD turn it around. BX is like, I'm out, guys.
Gave themselves some time here, R8. That could have been an ender, but because Yoichi and Xenon fell down during that fight, they weren't able to end it. And with Mfeng being back up, it's going to be like 10 times harder for them to do so. But now, they're going to be taking their Tyrant and maybe find a way to get advantage across the map, because so far, they aren't going to find anything here.
They're not going to find much, especially with the lanes where they are. The minion lanes, are just way too far. They need a back off. Getting the Tyrant was great, but they're going to have to probably win a couple more team fights to really give themselves a chance in this one.
Yeah, taking down all of their towers is not really a good spot to be in, and with just one mistake though. I mean, that's just one Overlord that R8 was able to take, and they took down 6 towers after that, and that's why it really feels bad for SCARZ to make that mistake.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely efficient. I would give them full marks on that one. They got exactly what they wanted. Ochik now, Umbrella Outburst, is looking to go. The Stampede, they have him, and Xenon is going to get picked off. Oh, no. And it looks like Roichi is going to be picked as well. BX, though, trying to fight this 1 versus 4. Nice wind slash onto 3, but through it all, the Unruly Blade on back, and Mfeng looking to just go, but he gets killed. Mijoj actually gets the stun lock, and they turn this around. Mfeng is the only one down from SCARZ, though, but with 3 members, now Mijoj trying to ride the wind. He's going to get on out of this one, and the flash forward, the Death at Sunset, they really want Mijoj, and they do get the pick, and now BX has got to fight this 1 versus 3. Abdo is there in the mid lane, but is he helping? Not really, and with the shields, not enough. BX is going to go down. Arashi gets the double. They're going to continue on. The flash forward by Abdo. The Ruin, actually, he's going to hit him, but he's going to be the last man standing.
The 3 tanks don't even care about that tower. They were pushing it. They were looking for the ace. And as you said, they need 2 more fights, and this might be the start. They got 1. They take the Overlord, gave themselves some breathing room, and maybe they can use this to take down the same amount of towers that got taken down by the side of R8.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good fight in that sense. But this is where ASD is getting a little scary. I mean, he's kind of tough to deal with. Those couple blades don't do as much. They don't tenderize him, in that sense. So he's got that situation. But Abdo finding it. Okay, super elite minions on the way. Arashi wants to make him pay. He hits the Ruin on that sense. No. But Abdo looking to deal with this Vanguard. He probably will die. He goes for the truth on this one, and he will be picked off finally by Mfeng.
That was a nice takedown there. Because of that, they're going to be having better minions on their side, which is a good thing every time. And taking the risk for it, I think Abdo just won the ticket here for the team. But SCARZ, they're still not going to stop. They're going to be pushing this bot lane tower. But remember, it's going to be way harder here. They need to win a fight like 5 people down.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only that, but it's also about the timing, right? I mean, you have Vanguards. This is going to be that one opening, that one potential push. What? They're going to go in. Mfeng going super ham, but what is he doing? He actually was diving, and he looks like he's going to be picked off. That was really poor in that sense. He was very aggressive, trying to get greedy, and he gets, he pays with his life.
Oh, he wanted to take down Xenon, but he had Flash, and he didn't expect it. After that Flash, he was like dumbfounded on what he should do after, but because of that, I think R8 will have more chances here. They have 5 people. It was a 4v5 before for SCARZ, but because they lost Mfeng, it's now advantage for R8.
Mfeng just played like he was on my team in my rank games with every single Arlie that likes to do that same type of move, where they're like diving towers and diving bases, just putting himself in a bad spot. Now, SCARZ have to hold with 4 members. Yes, Mfeng is up in 3 seconds, so they should be fine. But through it all, they need to win team fights and not throw them away.
Yeah, they're looking for it. They're looking for the chance here. Tempest is going to be up in a bit here. 1 more minute and 30 seconds, but the Tyrant is going to be here. But SCARZ wants to try and go for it.
ASD all in front. He hasn't checked that brush. It's right next to him. He was looking to go. The Death Precipice onto Roichi. Abdo, though, looking to duel with Orochi. The Tyrant at half-life. The Death at Sunset looking to connect on to 3. He finds BX, though. And it looks like the Tyrant is going to be reset here, but they find Abdo. They got that pick. And this is a great window of opportunity for SCARZ.
Gonna try and go for it, but now SCARZ has advantage. They can make sure that they would be able to win this, but R8 is not going to let that happen.
Yeah, definitely not, especially since they have to deal with the minions. Mfeng is all the way back in space, ensuring that they just don't lose the game, all because of a Tyrant at this point. So it's going to be a 4-on-4, Abdo down for about 22 seconds, and it looks like this is a huge window, again, of opportunity. On the backside, the Death at Sunset, he's looking to go for this one. He gets the pick off. That's going to be life number 1. ASD's on this one, with the wind slash, the return run. Roichi is down for the count. They find BX, and they're trying to bash him down, but he's just too tanky at this point. He's going to out-heal this one. ASD is a little on the lower end. They have to go back. Mfeng is protecting the base, but he's the only one that really is doing the damage.
Yeah, doing really good work here. Roichi is going to be down, but because of that, they were not able to take the Tyrant because they took so much time. 15 seconds on the clock, and they do have the Tempest Dragon in this game. This is just the first game here, Holler, and we already have a 20-minute game.
Yeah, actually crazy. We kind of expected these two teams to go the distance in that sense, but the first game, Tempest Dragon, let's have more of that, please.
This is good. This is going to be a fun match with SCARZ and R8 not giving any inch, because just an inch could be a mile here for the side of R8. Now, they're looking for it. They're going to try and take the chance here.
Yeah, I mean, they fixed the lanes. All of them are towards the river at this point. The Tempest Dragon is about half-life. BX is maybe going for that 50-50. He's going to look to be stunned. He's looking to go in for this one, and ASD takes the Tempest Dragon, and through it all, Arashi finds BX and Roichi, picking them both off. Mfeng with that kill, but they got to go back to the base. They got to protect their base at this point.
Minions are going to be pushing. These are going to be Vanguards, Tempest Vanguards on their side, and I think Xenon is dead.
Yeah, Xenon got stuck around and found out. Mfeng was able to pick him off. The mobility was there, and now they're looking to end this game. They're going to look to just kind of tank this mid T3. And look at Abdo looking to cut the creep waves. Mid-Joge, that is. And both of them are just looking to just kind of split push throughout. Glow is all the way in the back trying to deal with this. And they don't have the minions because, again, Mid-Joge is already there.
Oh, what is this? Mid-Joge just saved their
they're going for the backdoor play!
What was that? They were able to get the win. This is like the 3rd time now after Vicious and Crazy Raccoons. They are the 3rd time that they were able to get the backdoor on the other team, and look at the smiles on their faces.
I mean, you saw it before, right? I mean, Abdo was split pushing, and he kind of opened up that door. He took the bottom T3, and when you have your back door open, you got to be super careful where those lanes are going to be, and he just was like continuing to do that, and SCARZ were not answering.
And remember, Mid-Joge was also the hero of the story here because they were trying to push mid. And because he cut the only wave that they have here for the side of SCARZ, he was able to buy time. And they didn't know what to do just because of the pressure here. They're looking to end already. They thought that the Tempest Vanguard would be able to get close, but no. And I also thought that's why, because of what happened, I thought that Nuwa would be able to defend it. I thought Glow has it.
No, not enough in this case, unfortunately for him. I mean, it's kind of, you know, you're dealing with the Dharma, Abdo. Like, it's going to be a tough fight one-on-one for you. And not only that, he's like pushing it off. I mean, his split pushing is just very good. And that macro game sense of understanding how to just kind of close out the potential game. It's all about the win conditions here.
Yeah, R8 Esports took the first game. SCARZ, they were on the advantage there, but because of one mistake, R8 Esports was just able to capitalize. And this is also the advantage of having more reps compared to the other team, because they had 6 series last time, so they have a lot more exercise. They had a lot more sets on their side, which is why they had a bit better macro overall, because one mistake is what they needed in order for them to take down 6 towers.
Yeah, and it's like everybody's got tunnel vision at this stage, right? Everybody's like looking forward, and you could feel it from SCARZ. Like, we got this game, we're gonna end it. But you got to check your minion waves. Like, you got to understand where things are. And the fact that you didn't have a single T3, all the doors are open on the back door, and just in a tough situation for that. But what a great game by R8, understanding the win condition. And even with these 163 KDA, Abdo still finds the way to win.
And remember, even though that's the case here for the teams R8, they were not the team who took the Tempest Dragon. They lost the Tempest Dragon against SCARZ just because of macro. That's like everybody watching, even if you lose the Tempest Dragon, there's still a chance to win. And with that, R8 is like a living proof of what happened here.
And I think that there needs to be like a video of this where it's just like, lose all team fights, check. Lose Tempest Dragon, check. Lose all, like all of these things, and then but win game, check. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. They lost a lot though, but they still were able to win here, which is a good thing. It's great to see that R8 Esports still has it, because remember, even though that they had a lot of sets, they had a lot of reps, the quality of games that SCARZ was playing was very different because they're fighting against Gen.G and Nongshim. They're fighting basically the best teams, the teams that are in the upper bracket, which is why it's a hard road for them in the upper bracket. But again, the MVP would be taken by BX.
I mean, his presence was definitely felt. He was 6-2-3, always in the front line. His win slashes were on point, and he kind of baited out a lot of the fights, where a lot of the times, and we'll see in the highlights here, where BX got gone on so many times, but he was just barely able to survive. I mean, yes, he did die twice, but if it wasn't tuned, he would have died probably 5 or 6 times, and they would have probably lost the game much sooner by SCARZ.
That's true. Especially, he was really tanking up a lot here for the team. Especially, Mfeng really was just a headache for R8, and it's so hard for them to find anything out of the backline. That's why, look at Mfeng. He was the one looking for the backline every time, and it was scary because BX, he was always alive, but there's nobody to help him out. Look at him here.
I mean, he's fighting 1 versus 5, and Majoish is like, should I help you, buddy? Are you on your own? But they find Mfeng, they somehow 2 versus 5 them, and then now Abdo's like, okay, now I'll join, because I think it's a little bit better, even closer to even numbers at this stage. But again, it's just understanding the maximum limits of that hero. BX just clear MVP here.
Yeah, really love it. We love that BX is just farming this ever since the survival week. He was farming all of this on their game, and it's looking like they still have a lot more chances here. But look at these highlights, especially the last one after this, because that is where you'll see Abdo doing.
And this is the fight where you're kind of like, okay, Mfeng should have been back, right? And he was there. But then later on, they made that switch. They're like, okay, Glow, you deal with the base. You protect the base. And that kind of opened things up. If Mfeng was there, and this is Glow against Abdo, Abdo is just like, he's going to take this one out all by himself. I mean, Glow really had no chance at that stage.
Yeah, it was a good chance. Abdo was able to finish the game. It was a game that they were not about to win, but they were able to just because Mijoj and Abdo being the heroes of the story here was what they needed all along.
True. And it's funny because you're like, oh, BX, KDA, and just overall gameplay, he was the MVP. But Abdo in the end, I mean, let's give props where props are due. If he's not making that play, they don't win this game.
That's true. Really nice play here for the team. But again, before we go into Game 2, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break. After this break, we're going to go to Game 2.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night,
see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive 'cause now.
And welcome back, everybody. We're gonna go to game 2. That was just a short break, everyone. But again, it's a very interesting day because we've seen our backdoor on game 1, and it's a 20+ minute game already. So now game 2, I have a lot of things that I'm expecting. But again, we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Holler.
Yeah, and that was a great game. I mean, starting this series off strongly here. And of course, both of these teams must win to move on. The loser goes home. And this is, of course, the global ban and pick. You can only pick this hero once by that team. We just saw that roster. I think that they were both evenly matched in this one, going in very guns blazing, really trying to get that W. But in the end, R8 with that backdoor play, Abdo on the Dharma, just too much. The game sense was unreal.
It was crazy that they were able to do that against SCARZ. And looking at it, look at what SCARZ is doing. They're all looking down. They're kind of down because of what happened. Because that could have been their game. That was their game. They got the Tempest Dragon. They could have ended it in the mid lane. But they were not able to finish it off. And with R8 and how they think, they had a clear mind. They have a clear objective. They were able to finish the victors in this story.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, hey, if you're watching this game from home and you're like, what can I have learned? And it's just like, when you're looking to do a team fight or to look to take sort of any end game, you always need to check the outside lanes, understanding where those lanes are pushing, because if you get caught out, this is something that can happen at a moment's notice. Even at the highest level that we're seeing, just being able to find that one potential window where you can close out the game.
Yeah, look at the Abdo. Look at how smug his face is just because of what he did. He knew what he did.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's why they're going to be banning the Dharma. That's not going to happen to their side now because they don't want Arashi to do the same.
Yeah, I mean, look, Abdo is one of the best on that Dharma, showing it out. I mean, the KDA was not great, 162 or so, but understanding when he needs to go in. Some of those truths really were good setups, and they put themselves in a position to win. He was constantly split pushing, and this is something that he could do just on any hero on the Clash laner, as a Clash laner, but this is a moment where you got to understand, again, game sense. Where are the minion waves? What's going on? How do I end this game? How can I lose? You always need to keep that in the, the front of your mind, so to speak.
Yeah, the lanes are pushing and they had to be careful about it every time. And Luna and Jing are we're not gonna see them this game, or rather this series, because they're always gonna be banned. But at least there's a chance for us to see the Hanshin. There's a chance for us to see the Fade for both of our sides. But Byron for Abdo, at least for that safety on winning that early game, the Clash lane.
Yeah, and they're going to start off strong. I think that this is their MO in the sense that they want to kind of prioritize a hero for Abdo. Previously was the Dharma first pick, but the Byron here, again, I'm really not sold on this hero. It's just done abysmally. It's like, what, 11 and 21, and it has a, what, 34% win rate? Byron is just not that great at the KME.
Yeah, he's having a hard time, and also because there's a lot of teams that really do prefer him, and you can see it because he still has a lot of picks on this hero. But again, for the side of R8, BX bringing out the big guns with the pay on his side, so they're really looking to get that early game, and that's why they picked up the Byron. That makes sense now.
Yeah, and Pei, Byron, this is a 1-2 combination, very difficult. I mean, they're going to just own the enemy jungle from the beginning, right? They're going to be able to clear it out. The Pei has such an amazing early game, but SCARZ going with the Lam to kind of counterpick that. Your thoughts on this one?
Gonna go for the Lam? I'm not really sure about this. I've seen this last week. This is one of the formulas that they did for the side of SCARZ when they were fighting against Nongshim RedForce. This was their last game when they picked Lam. But the problem that I have with the current setup that they have, they had an Yixing that time. But if they're not gonna have an Yixing here, they're gonna have a problem on the side of SCARZ.
Yeah. They're going to need somebody to kind of help protect Lam, especially in the early game, because if he's not going to have that room and time and space to farm, he's going to really struggle, because he gets online much later, right? Probably towards that mid game, if anything. He's definitely slower than Pei, so they need somebody to help with that. I like the fact that you pointed out the Yixing, but my concern then is that SCARZ, the rest of the lineup, very squishy at this point. And then do you want a Yixing who's also, dare I say, even squishier than the others?
Yeah, that is true. But what I like about the idea of the Yixing is that you don't really need a lot of items for him. He's gonna work even if you don't give a lot of resources. But this too, Lamb, Lady Sun, they do really need a lot of items. So that's why having an Yixing is a good touch.
Yeah, I love it how you called it, right? It's perfectly for this one. But look, the control is potentially going to be key, right? And I think that, you know, for Glow at this point in that mid lane to kind of control things is he doesn't really need a farm. He just needs to protect and to kind of push away the Bay and Byron at the key moments so that the Lam and Lady Soon can stay alive and just get those kills.
But for the side of R8, what are they thinking? Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about the sheet just because it's the same idea as what the Yixing wants to do. It doesn't really have a lot of damage, but when you get the Silky imprint on one person, that's basically a death sentence at that point. So you do need that, but because you don't have a choice, they went for the Marco Polo. I'm not sold on this Marco Polo. What do you think?
Let's go.
Look, I think at the end of the day, because he's definitely not in, like, the way the team fight's going to happen from R8 is Pei and Byron looking to go in and initiate. Leon Po is the secondary wave. And then if they start to group up, then you've got the Marco Polo Fever Barrage galore. I mean, ideally, and this is the theory of this draft here, and of course, Sheeta just kind of control people in and out. So I can potentially see how that world plays out. SCARZ, on the other hand, gonna go with the last pick, Charlotte. Look, I am not the biggest Charlotte fan, and I think I've said that on stream before, but this lineup in general, very squishy for me. I'm more scared from the SCARZ lineup because it's a glass cannon.
It's really scary, especially if they're fighting against a Pei, right? They're very squishy, and Pei really thrives on those types of composition where everybody is very squishy. It's gonna be hard for them to win, but I really do like the idea of the Charlotte because she fills the same role as what Elaine was during the last game, just a bit squishier. A lot more damage, but a bit squishier. So I hope it works out for SCARZ because this is a risky comp.
Yeah, it's very risky. I mean, there's going to be so much pressure, right, on Mfeng and ASD to perform on this one. If they get the farm and they're able to hit that critical mass where they're able to do damage, just like blow up a lot of these potential beefy dudes like the Leon Po and the Byron in your face, and to kind of mitigate what Pei does in the early game, they have a chance. But it's a much tougher lineup to go up against in this game too here.
Yeah, especially this lineup specifically. It's going to be hard to take down the Leon Po in this game.
Yeah, it is not going to be easy. I mean, to be honest, Mijoj, there's a reason why he has 314 assists, right, in the KME going into the playoffs. This is a guy that's able to kind of just ensure that he's always there, setting it up for his team, and there's a reason why BX has just got the most kills.
Yeah. And from what we've seen here from their performance a while ago, I hope SCARZ wasn't phased about the last game because you could see it in their face. They were all looking down, and it's not a good look for SCARZ. So I hope they still have the confidence here in this one.
That's a moment where you're kind of like, oh my gosh, like you want to be professional. You be like, hey, doesn't matter if we lose. It's a long series, best of 5. We're gonna be fine. But my God, that game was hard. You know what I mean? Especially the way things are turning. Everything was looking roses, and then all you'd get are the thorns in the end.
Yeah, you get backdoored. You get the Tempest Dragon, but you still didn't win. That feels so bad, especially in this game. But again, I hope SCARZ will be able to come back from this. They had a lot of these moments, but they were still able to pull through. So I hope this formula that they have today would be able to help them out.
Yeah. And going into this one, not the easiest comps to deal with. Like, again, everybody needs to be picture perfect with that positioning. Ensure that, hey, Roichi's not able to get that perfect Fever Barrage or just get stun locked with those Tremor Smashes that are coming your way.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge here for them, especially in how fast they would be playing this. I'm putting my eyes on BX in this game and how he'll play the early game because usually what you do with the Pei is just find a way to bully the other jungler, and this would work out well for them if that happens.
Yeah, and look, already in the top lane, you're kind of seeing exactly how BX, Mfeng, already into duels. They find Arashi, they're going to give up, and they're going to take him out. BX with just way too much damage. Arashi gets picked off early.
And they had zero ideas that's going to happen, and he was waiting at that brush. And this is a good start here for their side. Getting the first blood, again, BX working his way towards that highest skill again for this playoffs.
like, how do you... Okay, you know Abdo, Byron, BX, Pei are going to be aggressive. You should not be waiting in the brushes for anything. You have to be assuming that you're going to be under attack at a moment's notice. You got to be super careful. Xenon is going to be careful. He's going to back off.
Yeah, he has to be careful that the World is My Board was able to hit him, and he really had to flash away there. So a second timer on maybe 40 seconds per glow. This could be a chance for them to get the kill on Xenon.
Yeah, and look, they need any sort of pick off, anything to slow down R8. Because again, look, I think mid to late game, SCARZ are going to be fine. But the problem is getting there. It's not going to be easy, especially since there's going to be an assault on your jungle. There's going to be a lot of tanky guys that are going to just kind of force things back, where you have to play, you know, you want to be playing the safe farming game, and you're not going to be given that space.
Yeah, that's true. What do you like about this, though? The idea about the Ryoichi picking up the Marco Polo. Now, I kind of get it. What they do want is just to dodge away from the World is My Board. That is the idea that they're looking for here, except for Xenon. Xenon is going to be dead every time he gets hit by the World is My Board, but the others, they can just dash away.
Yeah, I almost kind of feel like Xenon just needs to be, like, dare I say, just barely outside of his fountain. Just, you know what I mean? He's the last wave, right? When you need reinforcements and that fight is happening, you're like, then you can kind of come in, you get that, you know, potential silky beauty, and then that you could be clutch with that. But you definitely don't want to be up front because a lot of guys from SCARZ are going to be looking to go for you. As I say that, Xenon does get caught out. He's going to go down here.
Oh, man, he's so far away from his fountain. That's why he died. 1-0. Ours will just be taking.
I tried to warn him. I tried to warn him.
That's true.
Oh, but the next Fever Barrage finds ASD. Nice Tremor Smash. That's a huge win. And again, with the help of BX here.
On this kill that they had for today. Oh, never mind. They didn't get the kill.
Okay, that was actually much closer, and it looked like he was going to go down, but they find taking liberties. Mfang getting pushed back at this point, but SCARZ now, hey, just looking to take their own jungle. This Tyrant might be the next big one.
Oh, yeah. They were able to take it, though, for free. BX, oh, no, they weren't able to see it on the side of SCARZ, and they were just able to get away with theft at this point. But R8 still looking at the other side jungle.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, they're going to invade at every any opportunity right when it's up at this point. And look at Arashi trying to defend. The World is My Board, trying to lock him in. BX is getting a little on the low side. He does go down. Glow finds him out, but Ryoichi with the Fever Barrage ends up getting Glow as well. So it's a 1-for-1. The pullback from Mfang. They do get him with the Silky Beauty, and Mijoj will limp away, as well as Ryoichi and Xenon.
Still got the 2-for-1. We're able to make things work. Mijoj with a sliver of health was able to survive there, but it was a tough challenge here for SCARZ because they had to defend their jungle. But in the end, they were the ones who got taken down.
Yeah, and I think getting at this point, I mean, look, Mfang dies, but getting 2-for-1, you needed whatever you could at this point. Get yourself that farm, ensure that you have a chance in this mid game, because again, if R8 is running at you and Abdo is potentially going to be threatening ASD, no, he backs off.
Oh, yeah. And from what we're seeing here, BX really needs to be like a level ahead every time from Mfang. And this is like a standard. Every time you see a Pei, the Pei needs to get ahead so much because he really falls off in the late game. It's going to be harder here. But in this match alone, I think he's not going to fall off just because he would be able to take down everybody at this point.
Oh, but there's going to be a little bit of a jungle invade. Mfang getting a little bit low, but they find BX. They get the pick off, and that's a huge win. And the Lam is just getting a little bit more farm, a little bit more scary at this point at the 6-minute mark.
Oh man, he was able to dash in and out of that fight. And Mfang, I thought he's definitely dead at that point, but he was still able to survive. And here, they're just throwing some towers at the top side while this is happening. And this mid lane could be any more safer for Mijoj.
It might be at this point. I mean, he gets back under the tower. He's going to be fine. But SCARZ finding ways to make this, like, this squishier lineup work. Again, Mfang, he's going to be always, you know, has that potential to close out that game, but he needs farm. Right now, he's finding it across the map and actually being very aggressive and making BX's life difficult.
Needs to be really careful here, but with R8, they're looking to push down the bot side. I think they have advantage, but they got the taking liberties on Abdo.
Yeah, they're going to look to go for this one. And it looks like he takes the tower. BX looking to go and turns it and gets ASD. They find the pick off, try to stick around, and Glow gets picked off as well. The Fever Barrage is going to be on point, and a double kill going the way of Ryoichi. R8 are doing it.
Oh man, really sorry I doubted you there, Yoichi, with this Marco Polo pick, but that double kill was really clean, and they got it pretty easily, and now they're trying to defend.
Yeah, they're trying to defend. Mfeng shows up, gets the pick up on Zenon. He's very squishy, but he's going to be a little bit low, trying to run away, but he gets killed. Roichi with that damage, and again, I feel like it's because Dash, you doubted him, and Roichi's like, no, I got it. I'm on this Marco Polo. I'm going to get the kills.
Oh man, he was listening the whole time when I... That's why he was like, he got the power up. Every time you do it against a lot of main characters, everyone, they get the power out. So don't do it. Don't doubt them.
Yeah, but look, Mfeng going in 1 versus 3. Yes, they're trying to protect the bottom T2, but that's a very risky, dare I say, suicide mission. Yeah. Not something what you want. You need that farm. You need that time. Yes, in terms of net worth, you're doing all right with 6K, but you're the highest on your team, and dying like that is not really helping your team.
And look at this though, 3.68 gold and glow. You just see how the priority has really shifted to just Mfeng here on the side of SCARZ, because this is what they do, especially for Xenon, for glow. They're not going to be really needing a lot of items, so we're not going to be focusing on what items they get at this point. But BX and Mfeng, it's important to see what they got. The top side gonna get taken down.
Yeah, it's gonna be taken down for free right at this point. R8 right now just starting to snowball in that sense. They're up about 3K in terms of net worth. Their items are on points. BX and Roichi have most of, or the highest 2 net worths in this entire game. So they're gonna hit the hardest. Everybody else just needs to just kind of stay up in front. Just kind of lock them down so that the rest of the team, BX and Roichi can knock them down.
Yeah, Roichi already has the frigid charge, so this is going to be scary. Once he gets in, he'll probably get like a kill or 2 every time, so they have to be careful to not be in range whenever Yoichi is going to be going in. But for now, with what we're seeing, Tyrant is already being taken.
Yeah, easily taken by BX. Just so much space. They've been pushed back. SCARZ had no real chance to really defend at this point. But with the minion lanes all pushing at this point, they're going to put a little bit of pressure on. But through it all, it's just kind of like, up front, we'll just invade the enemy jungle at this point.
Yeah, this is a challenge, right? Every time you're playing a Lamb or even a Pei, one of them needs to get ahead. The one who gets ahead wins the game. And Mfeng not being ahead in this game is just going to be such a challenge, because Lamb, whenever he's not ahead, he's not going to be as flashy as you see him on most of your games. Pei is just going to hit harder here for this game.
He's definitely going to hit harder. I mean, he's got the level advantage already. And I mean, his net worth is just pretty insane. But it's backed up by the Byron and the Lian Po, right? So even if you get potentially on him, you have those Bash brothers that can kind of like keep you alive. You've got your bodyguard, so to speak. I think you're going to be in a fine spot as BX here.
Yeah, which is why it's really hard for Mfeng to find anything, because every time he tries to slash his way in, he's just going to go to those bodyguards that they do have for R8. Now, they're taking the Overlord. They don't really have a lot of wave clear except for Glow. That's where they're having a hard time just defending these waves.
I mean, they can't leave their base at this point. I mean, R8 right now, we're able to take that Overlord, with the Primal Bond, and they're going to look to take the Tyrant as well. So, again, R8 doing a great job of just securing whatever farm is on the map. It's only 10 minutes and 30 seconds at this stage, but R8 seem to be in the driver's seat from the get-go.
Oh man, they just not need to make any mistakes once they go for that push, because even with the Primal Bond, as he said, they didn't even really care about it. They just want to push. No contest from SCARZ. It's just an easy take here at this point. So with 6 towers down, they're looking to maybe get that last fight against SCARZ.
And SCARZ, obviously, they're very good at fortifying their defenses. They're been able to just kind of keep the games close, prolonging, right? I think that's the biggest thing. They need more time. They don't have enough time to just, to get that farm as of yet. But now with this top 3 T3 siege going to happen, it looks like they're going to kind of force things out, force them back. They've set up the board, trying to push it out. They've got the T3 already, but Roichi takes that one down. Majoj looking to go for this one. Xenon needs to be careful. He flashes away, but they find Mfeng, who is trying to just pick off Xenon. Nothing given, and everything must be earned at this point. And through it all, ASD back in his own fountain, and they're looking to just close.
A nice try here for SCARZ, but R8 was just better this time around. And with what we've said a while ago, SCARZ might have been phased from that loss from Game 1, because yes, it was a very hard loss. In Game 2, you can see it. They were struggling to do what they can here, and with Mfeng not being able to perform, it was just a hard game for them.
tough game. And I, to be honest, I'm looking at this more of like a draft issue more than anything else. Going into game 2, they didn't really have the right counters for what they wanted. I mean, if you're going to have Sia Pei on the opposing side, you need to prepare yourself with a team that's able to deal with an early game. Like have a bunch of wave clears so that they can't push, or find some ways to kind of lock him down. They didn't really have much of either of those things. They just had a really squishy lineup that was going to, you know, take the late game to really turn online.
And honestly, I do think Lamb is not the right reaction when they pick that Pei on the second phase. So I was surprised when they picked up the Lamb because you both are fighting for one objective. Get the advantage, get the snowball in the early game. And once the other one wins it, you're basically nothing. It was really hard to see because Ampeng was not able to do a lot. Yes, he was able to defend a bit when he was defending the bot lane second tier, but it is not going to be enough if you won't be able to snowball with a Lamb.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, you knew that R8 were going to have a great early game. So Enfeng, it's like, hey, more pressure on you. Find out how to get farm, you know? Like, you're kind of on your own. And when this is like, you're in a canoe without a paddle. You're just like trying to go upstream. It's a tough situation. You really, you know, it's a situation where, you know, again, going into game 3, they need to be better prepared for.
That's true. They have to be very careful in how they draft the next time around because with what I've seen, they're trying to use something that worked the last time against Nongshim RedForce, but it's been a while since they fought against R8 Esports. And this games, they're probably surprised on what R8 discovered during Survival League because they discovered a lot by themselves that time.
Look, I don't want to start any conspiracy theories or anything like that, but I'm wondering if SCARZ are kind of like overlooking R8 in a way, because it seems like some of the drafts, they've been caught off guard a little bit, and it didn't seem like they had the right answers for any of this. And now that you're down to 0-2, your tournament life is at stake going into game 3. This is got to be a terrible situation to be in, especially for the psyche.
Such a scary position to be in. 2-0, it's just an R since we started, and it was a fast game 2 this time, so this is going to be hard. Looking at the items, Ryuichi was able to get 5-0-3. Sorry for doubting you, but on the other side, SCARZ really had a hard time here because you can see that Ampeng 2k gold ahead, BX is 2k gold ahead just because of the advantage that he got in the early game. And you can even see they were trying to deal damage, they were trying to go for team fights, but it was not enough for SCARZ.
Yeah, definitely not. Again, look, the Marco Polo Roichi was amazing, right? That was on point. Clear MVP, just like showing up to everyone and be like, hey, we got this. We understand like what they're going to be. And plus, if they're on the squishier side, you're going to have a much easier time. But this is a game that R8, once they like got to the 6-minute mark, they had full control. They never let it go.
I mean, SCARZ still has a chance here, but you could look at it, as you said, they were able to get the advantage. It was done at that point. But SCARZ, they still have 3 more games in order for them to come back here. It might be hard. It might be a snowball. It might be... They need to find a momentum shifter, because if not, this is just going to go to R8. They're going to be eliminated, and we don't want their dreams to be shattered here.
Yeah, for sure. And the MVP of that one is going to be Roichi, who's looking to shatter all of the dreams with his 5-0-3, 24% of the damage given out. This guy was an absolute beast. This is a scary dude, kind of finding his moments to really go in. Those Fever Barrages were on points, but check it out, the highlights. I mean, start off strong. They were able to get first blood onto this one, and literally from the snowball of this moment, it just kind of got out of control.
Yeah, one of the things that you need to do, especially when you're fighting against Pei, is to know where he starts. Because you could definitely pinpoint where he's gonna go. And because they were not able to pinpoint where he started, that kill on the top side shouldn't have happened if they knew where he's gonna go.
Yeah, for sure. And look at this, Fever Barrage by Roichi, just right in the point, just going into the bottom T2, and then Enfeng sacrifices himself right shortly after this fight, trying to fight 1 versus 3. Enfeng getting caught out here, worst case scenario at this point. No chance, and like SCARZ had to just run, and look at how R8s see the opportunity, and they're like, we're gonna close out this game, we're able to do it so quickly.
And what you said a while ago, it was important to point out that Abdo and Mijoj were the reasons why it was so hard for Enfeng to play. Every time he tries to go in, those two are gonna knock him up, and he's not gonna get any slashes in. And it was such a uphill battle every time for Enfeng.
Yeah, and it's one of those moments where I'm kind of like, oh, I wish I had teammates like that, right? Where I get jumped, and I'm like, buddy, hey, guys, help me. And they're like, nobody's like, oh, dude, why is that guy talking? Like, he's on his own, he dies.
And nobody dies. I mean, Xenon, I thought he's gonna die that time, but he did it actually during those times, and I love it. Love to see that we can see it for the side of our Esports. They definitely upgraded their playstyle from the last time that we've seen them. But again, everybody, before we head into Game 3, we're just going to take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their... Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
We had a bit of a break, but again, everyone, we're back here on Game 3 between R8 Esports versus SCARZ. We're still going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Holler. And this is going to be Game 3. It might be the end, or might go for a long story here.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a moment which I think was perfect for SCARZ at the end of the day. I think that they got a little rattled in Game 1. They tried to go into Game 2 with a somewhat, dare I say, squishier glass cannon type of, team. Wasn't the greatest in the end. R8 were able to really close it out with this Byron Pay combination. They were just on early and just made life really difficult for SCARZ here.
Really tough. This is going to be really tough for SCARZ because they have to play like 3 games in order for them to get there. But for now, I think R8 Esports just has a big advantage here. So they have to make sure that they would be able to keep a cool head, especially for this Game 3.
Yeah, the most important thing right now is to just kind of, if I'm SCARZ, I'm just like, hey, every game is a best of 1. Let's not look further at Game 4 or 5. We don't need to worry about that right now. Let's just ensure that we have the best draft, best lineup, everything that we have ready going up against R8 Esports. Because again, you just get that one game and then it builds a little momentum into the second and then hopefully that third one in the end.
Yeah, this is gonna be crazy. BX again, just having that advantage from this game, but he was always just farming those MVPs the last few days that I've been watching him. But this time around, Ruichi was able to snag that MVP from him. So let's see if he's going to be keeping that up again. But R8 Esports are going to be on the blue side and SCARZ on the red.
Yeah, and it's only because Roichi was just like, he picked the Marco Polo, and then Dash was just like, no. I don't think that's good enough. And Roichi's like, no, I'm proving Dash wrong. I'm going to have a monster game, gets the MVP. I mean, all jokes aside, Roichi really stepped up. That was a huge win for them. And being able to just close it out after that momentum that was built by Abdo and BX, just what a great game by R8. And I don't even think we've seen peak R8 Esports as of yet.
That is true. They still aren't in their best form today because we haven't seen Abdo do crazy stuff in this game so far. So maybe we are still waiting for that chance to happen. But SCARZ, they do have a bit of at least a bit of time, some things that they can still work with. But remember, they picked up a lot of the good heroes from the last game. So I hope they still have some gas on them.
I mean, look, if you don't have gas in Game 3 and when a series is going to go best of 5, yeah, I think you're in a bad spot. You really don't have a chance at this point. I think that these teams are very well versed. They're going to have a really deep hero pool. I think they'll be fine in the end, but it's just more of like having the right, not exactly just heroes, but the right strategy. You need a nice balanced lineup or a counter draft to deal with R8. But let me talk about this. Sorry, I need to talk about this Liu Bang. This has been the hero of KME. It's been played 11 times. It's 10-1. R8 Esports is 6-0 on this one. They're looking to close out the series in this third game.
I think the other team that uses this also it's either SCARZ or Gen.G that uses this on the same combo that they're doing. But remember, Jing is open, so I'm kind of scared because SCARZ could, like what I'm saying, SCARZ is going to pick that up because Mfeng would want to get this win, would want to get that 1 point on this side of SCARZ. So R8, what will they answer this with? I do think it's a Nongshim, just so they can fight against that Jing.
Yeah, actually, that would be a nice one to kind of just counter the Mfeng. You've got the mobility, you've got the damage, but I want to answer. Oh, look at you, perfectly with those callouts. Nice, Hanshin's going to be perfect for BX. He plays it to the, the top tier. But you were talking about Liu Bang. The other team that really plays this one is Gen.G Esports.
Yep.
So something to take note of. But this combination between Liu Bang and the Hanshin, every time he goes in, you've got that battlefield command. It's just so good when it pops off.
Oh yeah, and also having that Yi Sheng also on their side is also just icing on top of the cake, just so if ever he goes in, gets the trap, gets the knockup, then they get trapped and that the world is my board. So this is still going to be a challenge, but what they like most of the time is to have a Leon Poe. But because they picked that up from second game, it's going to be going to the side of SCARZ. So I want to see what R8 is going to go for that roamer, because this is going to be a different combination this time.
Oh, definitely. But I like it how the fact that they're going to go with the Ochik Leon Po. I think it's going to add a lot of value, especially when the Jing goes in. Yes, it has a lot of potential with those mirror domains. It's just kind of being that nuisance, getting onto the back line. Because look, Yixing kind of squishy. Han Xin has his own mobility, so it might be hard to lock down. And you need a way to protect the Jing. The Leon Po is a perfect answer there.
Yeah, but from what we've seen, right, I think R8 really knows that they're going to be picking up the Jing because it was open. That's the reason why they pick up the Lu Bang, because they don't want the Jing combo to happen in this game, which is why this is good. At least R8 is very well aware. I think they're getting ready for this game. I'm just thinking what marksman they're going to be picking here, because on both sides, those marksmen are going to have a problem.
Yeah. You don't, and plus we're getting to the point where it's like, again, game 3, like what sort of farm laners are available at this point. The Marco Polo Gen.G already been picked, so those are out. Arlie and Loong, SCARZ definitely doing a good job of just trying to force the tier of available heroes to Roichi. It's going to be much less. It's going to be tougher here.
I think a Chano could come out in this game. Could be a pick for any of them, actually. But for SCARZ, they could definitely go for the Gen.G just so they have these the safety. But going for that Princess Frost, very much needed. But the problem here is R8 still hasn't picked their own side. But wait, really?
Yeah, I think that they were like showing it, and they were like, Dash said some complimentary things. We got to go against it. I think they're thinking maybe the boats. Okay, yeah, they're gonna lock this one in. They really want that lockdown on Han Xin. You need to control him in some fashion. But man, fishing for Cannon Blast, not the easiest of tasks ahead of him.
Oh man, this is not. I don't know, man. I don't know what's gonna happen here for SCARZ. But R8, it's looking like they have the better draft here, just because of this pick from Ryoichi going for that Concert U, just for that safety against the Jing. If you get hit by the mirror domain, just pop the protecting winds and 0 damage from that Jing. So just going for that safety route here for R8.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to be, the Concert UE, Zhang Fei, nice little combination. You need that counter initiation, right? When Han Xin goes in, he potentially gets stunned to a certain point by the Tremor Smash. You got somebody else, the Umbrella Outburst. But Show You for SCARZ, it looks like it's going to be probably an ASD Show You. As a last pick, is that going to be enough to deal with the Concert UE from Roichi?
Honestly, I'm not really sure if Yoichi is going to be having enough damage here for their game, but SCARZ is going for the long game with their composition. It's definitely going to go long for the late game. At least they have a lot of ways. They have 4 or rather 3 heroes on their side that could help them alleviate that pressure from ASD in the early game. So that is what I'm waiting for here, how they are going to traverse this to a late game.
I mean, look, the Show You in the late game is going to be great, but getting there might not be the easiest of things. And if we're looking at this lineup from R8, I already talked about the Liu Bang being 6-0 on that R8 squad, but then you also need to talk about the fact that, Yixing is 6-2. So they're picking their best heroes. They want to end this series now.
What's funny about this, though, the last time that I've seen the bots in the mid lane was from R8. So SCARZ is trying to take a page out of the book of R8 by playing their style in this game 3. So maybe it works out for them.
Yeah, maybe. But to be honest, look, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Glow, right? He hits those cannon blasts, everybody's stun locked, you're gravy, you win the game, right? You're not able to find the Han Xin, BX. You're not able to lock this guy down. He's going to be on your back line. He's going to blow it up the ASD, Show You. He's going to find, Moats, the Glow. He's going to find everybody, right? So you need to ensure that you're locking him down to give yourself a real chance in this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough challenge, but remember, Mfeng is still on his trusty Jing. So I'm looking forward to how he's going to be playing this. He has played this a lot and found a lot of success with this hero. So I hope it actually wins them the game.
Yeah. But let's see how he does. I mean, the fact that, they're what? Actually, he's only 1-2 on the Jing. So Mfeng hasn't had the greatest success, but it's been the threat of him. And he's always done a lot of damage. It just seems like the team just is not able to close out the games whenever Mfeng is on the Jing.
Yeah, it's also a problem of how they are going to be playing, because most of the resources are going to be given to Mfeng, and if he's not going to be able to win the game in like the mid game, late game, Jing struggles. A lot of struggle for that Jing. That's why they need to win this before the late game comes in.
Right. Okay. Who do you think has got more pressure, though? If we're talking about just like lane matchups, BX Hanshin, Mfeng Jing.
I think because of the presence of Abdo, I think it's going to be BX. It's going to be easier to set up. Yoichi's dead.
What? Roichi, he like didn't even dodge the wild wind. He like took it to the face. He's like, I can take another. And he took another and he died. He's like, okay, I couldn't take that second shot. But here's the mirror domain that's going to be spotted out. This is, of course, level 4. The taking liberties, pushing him away. The flash away by Abdo, keeping him alive. And just not a great start for R8, especially with Roichi in that bottom.
Roichi dying onto wild wind, and he has nobody protecting him also, which is really funny. But Arashi, looking for it.
Looks like he's going to do some damage onto Abdo here. Look, Mijoj was actually there, but he dodged. Like, Roichi, like, dodged Mijoj. You know what I mean? At the same time, he was trying to protect him and, like, get in front of the president kind of thing. And Roichi's like, no, I can take another one to the face, but you can't.
It's so funny he didn't even use the flash, though.
Yeah.
He thought he's going to survive it. But again, with what we've seen from SCARZ, I think this is a good start. At least in the early game, if ASD doesn't die, that's pretty much ideal. He needs to get into that late game and get it fast. And getting that first kill is a very big win for SCARZ.
For sure. And I mean, he doesn't really need Ochik to kind of babysit him. I mean, he will now just to ensure that they don't go for the steal here. But ASD can be largely farming on his own. They need to be a little bit more careful here. As Glow is going to make an appearance. The Wild Wind on. They want to do some more damage. The Leaping Savior with that first ram. Slow down. The flash away. Roichi will stay alive.
Yeah, look at the pressure coming from Glow here. I think I can see the idea of what they want to do here. They just want Glow to be like that second roamer for the team, getting that cannon blast, annoying the side lanes, and getting that damage in is a threat enough against R8.
Yeah, but all the top lane with the Battlefield Command, they find Arashi and they dive in, and BX perfectly timed with Abdo's Battlefield Command. Nice little combination that they got there.
Yeah, that's a classic combo that we're going to be seeing a lot this game. Every time Abdo has this ultimate up, you're probably going to see a kill because BX is going to be looking for those moments.
Yeah, it is great at this point. And look, more action in the top lane. BX will threaten, and he wants to kind of just put a little bit of pressure on. Mfeng has to mirror domain back to safety. But through it all, ASD, let's talk about these wild wins. His success rate, his hit shots are like, his accuracy is insane.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's like the bot.
Oh, they find Glow. They got him locked down. BX gets yet another kill. The Tremor Smash in return. The flash away. And now Mfeng is going to back off. They don't get anything else.
The problem here is how are they going to be killing BX? They don't really have a lot of lockdowns, easy lockdowns, except for that Mayin from Arashi. So this is going to be a problem. You need a good crowd control against that guy, because if not, he's just going to be diving your backline every time.
Yeah, and look, going into the draft, they picked the Hanshin early. They were showing their hand.
Yeah.
They knew that this was going to happen. Mijoj doing such a great job of being that Operation Human Shield. Great job there. But here we go. Roichi taking a little bit of damage. He's going to back off. He should be fine at this point.
At least for a change, he was able to shield the Wild Winds. But Yoichi didn't survive that the last time. But this time, at least it did. But R8, look at this. SCARZ, they're just putting up the pressure on Yoichi here, just making sure. This is just what they're going to be doing. They're going to be babysitting ASD so that he doesn't die on most encounters.
Especially with that numbers advantage, or with Mijoj potentially there. But ASD's done a good job of just kind of like solo farming in that bottom lane. He's been largely quiet. He did get that first blood, which is going to be great for him. But they don't really need to kind of do too much at this stage. I think it's going to be more of the fact that like Ochik needs to make a presence elsewhere. You got to find that pickoffs because again, I think you're on a timer on Mfeng's Jing. You got to be super careful here.
They need to be successful in getting those first kills because if SCARZ would not be able to take it, it's going to be a problem. Remember, they already got the first time on the side of R8, and that's a big advantage already. And look at the pressure they're putting on the top side. They're muting Arashi so that he won't be able to get those good backline pushes that he's expected to do.
Yeah, but like BX and Abdo have made life so difficult for Arashi. He's been by himself, and he's not able to farm. He's just kind of sustaining the lane, not even able to defend the top T1. But through it all, Ochik has to burst Ram away. He's taking a decent amount of damage. Mfeng will show up, and they're like, okay, there's my big brother. I'm out.
Yeah, and look at that movement, though. BX is now going to be going for that bot lane tower after getting that top side. He's going to slowly take these towers if nobody's going to answer him. So SCARZ needs to find a way to protect their towers because BX is just going to do this. He's going to be rinsing and repeating, forcing you to go for fights that he's not going to die on.
Yeah, and BX is on this Hanshin is just so good because he's able to just find farm across the map, and he's gonna just quickly like take everything of his own side, and then he'll make an appearance. Even at this point where SCARZ are kind of threatening a little bit, putting a little bit of pressure on, but we'll see BX when he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's waiting. Right now, he's just clearing up his camp so that after he would be able to take the fight. And because he was able to pull some attention on that teleport a while ago, look at where Arashi is. Arashi is in the mid bot lane. They don't know where BX is, and he could push and get some resources on top side.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to go in for this Burst Ram Magma Slam's combination onto Xenon, who's taking a decent amount, but Mijoj sticking around. Mfeng thought about going in. The Umbrella Outburst is going to find Mfeng. They get the Stampede. They have the control, but not enough damage. Mfeng lips away, somehow surviving. Ochik is about half-life. They need to be so careful at this point, but SCARZ somehow, through all of that, are able to withstand it and hold.
Yeah, they're going to be taking down the tower topside just because of that fight that they took on the mid lane, and it was all part of the plan here of R8. They were just trying to bait out Mfeng. Once he goes in, drop the Will to my board so that he's going to be trapped and have nowhere to go. That's a smart play. That's a smart way of playing, but Abdo died though, bot lane.
They actually found him out. Mfeng just kind of getting his revenge, so to speak. He wasn't able to get the one in the mid lane, but he gets that kill against Abdo. Pretty huge for them. Mfeng will continue to farm at this point, but BX taking that top T2, that is going to open up a lot of doors. R8 right now figuring, again, all this pressure that they've provided, just more space for BX to farm.
Yeah, just opening up the Overlord side of the map so that later on this is a good investment already so that later, and this is good. With what we've seen so far, it's like, oh, Mfeng again.
Oh, Abdo, he finds him yet again, the flash away, and Mfeng's like, okay, I will take that one to go. He gets this, that was actually the solo kill. I thought it happened again, but I was like the PTSD in me of that one for Abdo. But they find Ochik, they were able to knock him up. Abdo gets that one.
Yeah, that was a good kill that they were able to get. And with what we've seen there, bot side, that's what we've seen so far. And now mid lane is going to get pushed here, and Mfeng is going to try to defend it.
They're trying to, but they're going to look to go for that flank. They find Glow. The world is my board. They find him, and they lock him down. Just way too static at this point, and they find Abdo, so they got the return kill. Mfeng looking to use that mirror domain to its maximum, but he gets stun locked. He gets picked off. Xenon is going to get credit for this one, and now ASD and Arashi somehow looking to hold, but Xenon and Mijoj both kind of on the lower side of the HP's pool.
Great timing in that vaulting shot and that knockup from Mijoj so that Mfeng would not be able to go back from that mirror domain, and this was just really what they needed here. The reason why they picked up this concert here in Ruichi, not because they want kills, but because they want their marksmen to actually be able to play.
Yeah, and able to just kind of survive just enough, right? I mean, you know your win condition is going to be BX here, but you just need to kind of stay alive. You got to make sure that you don't get, you know, blown up, you know, by those wild winds like he did with giving up first blood. But I think that he's learned from his mistakes, is able to kind of just stay on the back line, ensure that his damage is consistent.
Yeah, from what we're seeing here, O2 and Glow, not really much of a challenge here, but from what we're seeing from their side, they've really the reason why they pick up this Matsu is just to find somebody who has stun and could survive a lot of the fights. But the problem here is they are not also getting a lot of kills for Mfeng. Yes, he got 2 kills, but he doesn't really have that much of a lead that we expect from him.
And look at that birth. I mean, Glow 3.6, Ochik 3.5. Like, there's literally 2 supports on this team, right? Yeah. You're not really seeing the impact of a true mid at this stage where he's able to kind of lock it down. Now, don't get me wrong. If he's able to initiate, able to get some sort of amazing cannon blast to really set it up for Mfeng, great. But you're not really helping the team unless you're hitting those cannon blasts.
That's true. Mfeng, look at this. He's looking for a fight.
Yeah, they're going to go with the Battlefield Command. They find Mfeng. They're looking to just turn this around, but BX is actually going to be the first to fall. But Mfeng does trade. Arashi's looking to go. The Umbrella Outburst just barely enough keep it alive. No, he gets picked off. Roichi finds him with that Oak Bolt. And through it all, the Stampede. They have the lockdown on the Glow. They're chasing after him, but they need to go in return. The Tremor Smash is going to knock off 3. And now Ochik taking a lot of damage. He flashes away. The Cannon Blast on the Leaping Saber, keeping them alive. They do have the shield. The Taking Liberty's not going to hit. The Wild Wind is not going to be used at this point. And now it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of R8.
That was a nice fight that they took here for the side of R8. They were able to get a 2-for-1, but they were also able to take the tower and the Tyrant just because of those openings that they were able to get. So far, R8, whenever they time their fights, they are looking at something else, and that's why it's a very smart touch here.
Yeah, very smart, right? Getting those kills, converting it into the big neutrals, that is the Tyrant here. Very smart with their movement. Understanding even the limits of when they can go. They didn't want to die. They didn't want to do anything super risky. Play the safe game. They're going into the top. They have him, and Arashi, in a blink of an eye, gets picked off by BX.
Another easy kill for them. 4K gold lead, and so far they have more towers taken down compared to the side of SCARZ, and it's looking like they want to get this Overlord. Remember, they still have the Primal Bond, so they're not going to try for it, but this mid lane could be their next option.
Yeah, I think for now, just fix the lane, put consistent pressure on, let BX continue to farm. He's doing a great job in terms of just keeping on pace, or he's probably a little bit higher in terms of that net worth against Mfeng. So he's putting his team in a position to win, and through it all, they've taken the mid T2, so much pressure, even in the top.
Yeah, maintaining initiative was used there, but World is My board is also dropped. But from what we've seen here, they already got 6 towers from the side of R8, and this is a good start for them, because right now, because of that pressure, even with the Primal Bond, they can take this objective.
Yeah, they're looking to take this one out. I mean, Mijoj all the way up in front, providing that vision. And like, look at the minion wave, even in the top lane, is pushing quite a bit. The bottom will as well. So they've got so much space. They know exactly where SCARZ are going to be. So any sort of assault, any sort of, it's basically not going to be a 50-50 on that Overlord. No risk there.
Yeah, Abdo, what they could do, or rather SCARZ, what they could do is try to find a way to kill Abdo whenever he's trying to split push on the bot lane. Because if he's dead, there's no way he could use the battlefield command anytime. So that's why it could be something good that they could try here. Because if Abdo maybe goes to that line from their Azure buff, they could make sure that they will kill him.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's also a good point where Abdo likes to split push, right? He'll generally be by himself. Any sort of potential assault on him, anytime he feels a little dangerous, he's going to get on out of there. He should be fine in that sense. They don't really have that lockdown unless the Miracle Cannon Blast hits him and they're able to just stun lock him.
Yeah, minion's really far away, so far, so they have to be careful in how they start this though, because right now topside could be the start of any fights.
Now BX just potentially going in. They're going to set up the board. They actually find him nice onto Ochik, but they take the top T3. The Tremor Smash in return. They do have a nice return one. Mijoj is going to be killed on this one, and Abdo goes down as well. Nice mirror domain. Mfeng with that damage. They find him out, but now Xenon on the run. They've gotten 3 members right now in SCARZ. I mean, yeah, they lost the top T3, but this is looking like a pretty good team fight for them.
Nice drop on that board. After they dropped the board here, SCARZ knew that they should take the fight there just for them to defend that tower in that mirror domain. Everybody was inside. That's why he was able to play around, and Mfeng, that was a good start here. At least now...
Oh, nice Cannon Blast. Oh, they found Xenon. That was the perfect one, and Xenon just not able to passive away. He's going to go down. They get the pick up, and Glow with that Cannon Blast all sets it all up.
Great timing of that Cannon Blast, and Mfeng was ready for that stun to come in, and after just 2 mistakes that happened, this is what happens, and SCARZ knew how to capitalize.
Yeah, absolutely huge. But in the top lane, BX finds Arashi with the battlefield command from Abdo. They're chasing him down, not letting him go, and BX will slice him down.
Still looking for it, still looking for a chance to maybe shake things up here. BX, he's not letting up, but SCARZ, they are slowly getting there. Remember, Sun Chains are already built by ASD, so they should be careful every time they go into his range.
Yeah, but with 1 member down, 25 seconds by Arashi, this is going to be looking like a free Tyrant. I don't think SCARZ can really defend for this. Mfeng spots it out, knows that, hey, this is going on, but it's just way too quick. BX smites it.
Yeah, gets a bit of vision, but Mfeng really looking for a kill. If ever I think he could kill Mijoj if ever he tries to drop in here. But they have they have an idea.
Outburst completely whiffs on this one. SCARZ, its spider senses were too great, and now they're going to chase on a BX getting back. The world is my force to be set up, but Xenon's going to be killed, and it looks like they're going to go. They want to go for this one, and BX trying to do his damage, but he gets picked up, but that's going to be life number 1. He comes back, instantly deleted. Arashi finds him out, and now they want revenge. Roichi gets picked. That's 3 for nothing, and yet another team fight goes the way of SCARZ.
3 kills going to the side of SCARZ, and they were able to take him down. Whenever Xenon tries to drop the board, Mfeng goes to the back line and drops the mirror domain so that even Yoichi won't be able to deal damage, and that's a smart way to play here for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, very smart. But look at, they've got people in the top and the bottom lane just pushing things out. They're not going to make the same mistake. They will continue to just march down this mid lane here. They're going to take the T3, but with Xenon in up in about 3 seconds, I don't think that they can end. There's no way at this point, right? Yeah, they're going to get on out.
Yeah, they have to back away. I think they should respect this because right now is the time to reset. They do have the Overlord on their sides, which is a good thing. They should take it, because with this, they might be able to equalize the amount of towers that got taken down on their side. And it's important also to point out that a T3 in the mid lane is just a big win.
Yeah, it's a huge win. But plus, it's the mid one, which is going to be a little bit faster. If they win another team fight, they could just GG march down the end, like right down the mid, right? So they're in a great spot right now. SCARZ right now has that net worth lead. This is a potential issue for R8 here.
Oh yeah, this is looking good. At least now they're coming back from the game and they're realizing that they could make sure that Xenon is not just going to drop that World is my board recklessly, because that happened twice now. When he dropped the board, everything just goes to him every time, so he has to time it right.
Yeah, it hasn't been great. It almost seems like every time he does it, it's just like suicide. It's like it's not a great time to be using. But again, SCARZ turning this around with these Vanguards. This is a great push for them. More space, more farm. They have a 4K net worth lead, and now R8 have to be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, right now look at the top side. I think they're looking to go for kills here. Mfeng knows that he might be here, and Arashi's already on point.
Oh, he's going to check the brush. No, he gets out. The recall was just perfectly timed by BX. Yeah, my butt was clenched there.
Shadow Vanguard was also there. That's why I thought he might be dead. But again, that was me too, because I didn't know if he's gonna die or gonna be able to recall.
Yeah. And they did the fog of war thing. They threw me off a little bit, scared me a bit.
Yeah.
We could only see SCARZ vision at this point, but now it looks like they're gonna siege on this top T3. Look at Mfeng, BX. Both of them are not in the fight. Mfeng is looking to secure the bottom lane, ensure that there's no actual push to the base. They need to be careful, of course, by Abdo and BX.
Look at what BX is doing. He's just doing the side lanes, and this is what the Hanshin does, because he's not easy to kill. The objective is going to be 20 seconds in, and if he gets the right timing, he might be able to get the kill on ASD later.
Yeah. Getting that potential pickoff is huge. ASD is starting to hit like a truck. They need to be careful with how. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Mfeng is definitely going to do a lot of damage, but they need to ensure if they get the kill onto ASD, that will open things up for that team fight win.
Yeah. Right now, especially that ASD is alone on the bot side of the map. I think BX knows that.
Oh, they go in. The Battlefield Command, they find him. Oh, Mfeng is so low. He's trying to mirror domain. He gets out of this one. He's like a Houdini. The Cannon Blast onto Majoj, though, slowing them down. The Tyrant, it doesn't really matter. BX is at half-life. This is the one to watch. Mfeng is looking to go back in. He is not scared at this point. They're taking liberties onto Ochik. They find this out. The Tyrant is at half. Mfeng skirting around the edges. He's going to stay alive at this point. They're going to go in. BX. Oh, he gets the dock up, but it finds Ochik, not the right target. Mfeng is at about half-life at this point.
Yeah, they want to reset it. That's why they're trying to pull out the Tyrant. That is good. At least now, they have more time to play.
Yeah, they have a little bit more time. BX just kind of scouting that brush a little bit more than anything else. Majoj still up in front, but now the Tyrant is looking to go the way of SCARZ. Are they going to go in for this one? The World's My Board is going to be set up. The Umbrella Outburst pushing it away, but Ochik takes the Tyrant. He gets the steal. Abdo is going to be picked off. They have the Stampede onto 2. Glow so low, but now Majoj limping away. BX is low as well. I don't know if they can fight the Wild Wind, who's going to be shot, but not going to connect. And through it all, 4 members of SCARZ limp away, or all 5, excuse me.
Yeah, Sage's Sanctuary got them some time, and that's why Mfeng was able to survive there. But with Ochik taking down the Tyrant, that was something that they really needed in order to get that extra stats from that Tyrant. And this time around, they're looking to go for this Tempest Dragon, and we have 13 seconds before Abdo comes in.
Yeah, but, I mean, 15 seconds on the Tempest Dragon, so he will be there for the fight. I mean, I don't think SCARZ is going to want to rush this down. They need to be a little bit careful, but that was a potential fight. Getting that pickoff onto Abdo, as well as taking the Tyrant, again, just a huge win for SCARZ in that team fight.
Yeah, they have to be careful. ASD has been really hitting hard, so they have to find a way to get him on the back line. Maybe he should be the target, not Mfeng.
Yeah, but this is why the show ASD is so tough. His range is just insane. It's so difficult to get onto. In the bottom lane, he Battlefield Commands on out of this one, but this bottom lane is going to push. This is an opening for them. They find Ochik. He's stuck in the board. The Tremor Smash, the Burst Ram back to safety. They're not able to get the kill. Too much tankiness to keep him alive. Arashi hunting for his target, his prey. Mfeng looking to wrap around as well. I don't know if they get anything. The top lane is pushing. Look at BX is potentially looking to end the game.
Look at that. 4 people recalling here. That's why they need to really defend this. They have to be careful in how they approach this, because ASD could be open here if ever they find a way, but BX might be trapped.
Oh, he might be trapped. They're going for the mouse trap. Ochik, no, he's actually going to back off, not to look to fight BX at this point. And through it all, he's going to look to just wrap back around, regroup with the team.
Yeah, backs off. Mpeng, I think at this point, he has to be very scared. They have Sage's Sanctuary and Roichi now, and this game has been crazy, and both of our teams are just going back and forth in the game. At this point, item advantage is not going to be a problem anymore on both sides.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much like the Sage's Sanctuary, like who's able to just kind of out-sustain the other one more than anything else. But the Tempest Dragon looking to get potentially started. Roichi at half-life already.
Doesn't have lifesteal, though. He has to back off after this. I think he needs a recall.
Yeah, he needs to be careful at this point. Look at Abdo split pushing in the bottom lane, putting pressure there. He can battlefield command into the fight. If it goes on, I don't think it's going to actually be truly pushed at this point or started. Mpeng is in the bottom lane fixing.
This is really the power of a Lubang, because he could just do this every time, and it's gonna be annoying for SCARZ because they won't know when to take the fight because somebody's in the bot lane, somebody's pushing, and R8 knows that. That's why they recognize this, and that's why they're letting him just play around there and taking time to delay this Tempest Dragon.
There's no rush at this point. I think for both squads. I mean, the fact that R8s have that push in that top, they're going to be fine. And as Abdo is pushing in that bottom lane, like SCARZ is going to feel really uncomfortable. They're not going to. They've seen it before with Abdo being able to just split push. The battlefield command being committed on this one, BX potentially going in, but through it all, they're not going to get anything.
Yeah, it's going to take 25 seconds again for Abdo to get it back. And now the bot lane is pushing, so this is advantage for them. Once they see BX go for that red buff on the bot side, this is going to be a problem because they will try to take that Tempest now.
Yeah, they're looking to start this one, but look at BX bottom lane. They're potentially game ender. Half it at this point for that Tempest Dragon. The Umbrella Outburst as well as the boards are going to be stepped up. The Stampede on the Tremor Smash, but they find low. They get the pick off. They do the damage. He's going to go golden for now. Mpeng just able to outlast this. Arashi's going to be there, but Mpeng gets the Tempest Dragon. Look at BX in the bottom lane. He's looking to just end this game. ASD is making a mad dash back. He can't recall. Mpeng is down. They get the pick off, and now BX with this opening. ASD is there. He's got the battlefield command. Abdo going for the suicide mission. Wants to get it. That's going to be life number 1. And BX get game 3.
Esports, I didn't expect that they would be able to do it. But SCARZ, again, for the second time in this series, they were the ones able to take the Tempest Dragon. But R8 was still the team who was able to take the victory. Congratulations to R8 Esports because they are the ones moving forward in this tournament.
I mean, at this point, SCARZ has got to be just constantly like looking around at this point, right? Like, what just happened? Our lanes. Like, we got to fix that. And when BX was just like, oh, they're actually going, they're committing for this Tempest Dragon. BX was just so smart. He's like, we got this. We're going to put this pressure on. What are they going to do? Are they going to completely go for the Tempest Dragon and start that fight? And that's what SCARZ did. But then BX like, okay, I've got the back door. We're going to get this. We're going to be able to close this game out. Just having that hindsight and that game awareness, next level.
Yeah, I like the idea from what we've seen here from SCARZ because when they saw BX in the bot lane, they rushed. They rushed to get the Tempest Dragon, but what R8 did is that Xenon dropped the board, so they were divided on 2 sides, 3 on the right side, 2 on the left side. So they had to fight for position there. And because ASD wasn't really allowed to play around that positioning, it was smart how R8 played that because with what they did, they forced everybody to walk back to base and nobody was able to recall.
Yeah, super smart, right? Understanding like the game win conditions on that one and just like slowing it down, and they were running it back. They were hoofing it back. It was so tough. If any of those guys were able to recall, they might have been able to save the game.
That's true.
And again, off of that Tempest Dragon, just another crazy game like game 1. Insane games by R8 today.
Yeah, R8 3-0. It's the first time that I've seen them this confident. And as we said, the reps that they got from this whole week actually really helped them out, and SCARZ really looked phased. It was still a nice try. Honestly, the 2 games that we've had from them was a really nice game. It was so close. 2 Tempest games. It was just sad that they weren't able to win it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, look, you and I were both talking about this. We thought it was going to go to the 5th game, and seeing R8 just kind of almost, I mean, not steamroll, because game 1 and 3 were definitely very competitive. But going in this fashion, I don't think anyone really had this on their, their bingo card.
That's true. And seeing both of the technically best assassin junglers that we have in one game, Mpeng and BX, those guys were farming a lot of MVPs in this game. Look at BX, he has like 19k. And on the other hand, Mpeng also has 19k.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's got to be so heartbreaking. ASD 208. You didn't die a single time, right? Mpeng 6-3-6. You were making pickoffs. You were doing some kills. Look at all that damage that you guys are kind of doing. Oh, mainly for ASD. But what a tough situation for SCARZ here.
Both of our junglers actually were rotating around, buying Destiny, buying Sage's Sanctuary. They bought Sage's Sanctuary twice already in this game. And in the end there, in that last fight, I think Mpeng bought a Destiny before he died to the Tempest Dragon, which was really sad to see. It was a nice try there for SCARZ, but again, the better team would just move forward, and R8 just were the better team today.
For sure. They're definitely hitting their stride, and this is like the perfect opportunity going up into this. I mean, when you're going into the lower bracket finals tomorrow and having this sort of momentum, because you know that the team you're up against just lost against whoever, right?
Yeah.
And then going up against this one, you have momentum on your side. You're feeling very confident. You get to watch this next series, so you have that sort of quote-unquote edge going into this one. So a lot of good things for this one, but again, you have to win 2 series to take the champion. Not the easiest of things to do.
Yeah, it is a challenge, but also has its pros and cons here for our teams. I mean, it's the most challenging part is winning the first lower bracket game, and R8 Esports got that today. And with that, look at that. That is a big swing in goal that we've had from that game. SCARZ really did have the advantage in this game. It was just so hard for them to finish things off just because of how R8 was able to hold them down that long.
I've never been in a situation where you're like, hey, you know what? I just want to lose in the net worth department, but I'm going to be able to just like win out all of these games through my game sense. But the MVP, of course, is going to be BX with that backdoor play, 4-2-4, just showing up right when he needs to.
Yeah, R8 knowing their objectives, not really looking for those skills. Look at him. He only has 16% damage, but it doesn't matter. They won. That's what mattered here for R8. And it looked great. Honestly, for SCARZ, especially this first game, look at this. He's getting wild wins left and right, and he's hitting them.
Like 3 in a row. At what point your reach is like, protecting wins, maybe? Like, I need to say a lot. But hey, you're no victor. I mean, you're giving up first blood. You're kind of baiting them out, right? You're just like losing on purpose so you could just take away that net worth later.
That's true. And here, we can see the brilliance of what R8 is doing. This is like a classic combo that we've seen from R8. And not even R8. We've seen this also from Gen.G. They also do this on the Nongshim together with the Lubang. They do this every time, and they really love playing these types of plays. And I really love how smart they picked up on both of these marksmen that they have. They have the Concert Q so that they don't die easily. They have ASD on Shoyu so that they don't die easily. Really good pick on those marksmen.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And this is a moment where you're kind of seeing the bread and butter of R8, how they want to play. It's always the time, and we saw this even with Nongshim, where they're kind of like split pushing. Kyung9 does this as well, where they kind of just like put a little bit of pressure elsewhere, where the main fight isn't the actual fight. It's just more of like a farce, a bait more than anything else, and just being able to take those side lanes. And R8 are really picking up on this game sense, and they're leveling up as we speak.
Look at what they did here in this fight. They divided, like what I said a while ago, they divided the fight with the world is my world. That's the reason why Yixing is so strong, because he can divide the fight every time he wants. And it's so good to see whenever we see them again. And that was such a nice series, everyone. Holler, that was a very nice series. Even though it's a 3-0, it was a very close one.
For sure. It didn't feel like a stomp, so to speak, because they were really competitive. SCARZ actually probably should have won those 2 games. We probably should have been going into a game 4, but just too smart in that sense. Abdo and BX just looking to close out the game. I love that next level play by them and being able to just find those openings to really close out those games.
Yeah, I really love how they play this, and I hope they would be able to still upgrade as we move forward. They are the teams who, I think Kin has said it a lot, R8 has improved so much ever since the ranking week, and you can see them evolve throughout the survival week too, and this time in the playoffs, they were able to win against SCARZ, and the last time we've seen them, it was a long series, and SCARZ won that.
Yeah, and I'm actually thinking that like losing in the ranking week and dropping into Group A probably did them more favors than had they gone into the ranking week in Group S. I think it was actually very beneficial for them because they were able to experiment and they were able to kind of pull out these strats. They did a great job here.
Yeah, they were able to think about a lot of things there for their team. But again, everybody, before we head into our next series, it was such a nice series though. So I hope to see more action for Nongshim RedForce versus Gen.G. But again, we're just going to take a short break before we head into the next game.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Excuse me.
And we're back in the KME. Of course, this is going to be playoffs day number 1. We're going to have Nongshim RedForce going up against Gen.G Esports in the winner bracket finals. My name is Holler, and with me is Dash. Your thoughts on this series?
Yeah, so far Nongshim RedForce has been flawless, but last week they're not flawless anymore because they lost one series. But again, it's still looking like Nongshim already knows what Gen.G is gonna do. So this time around, I do think Nongshim still has the edge, but it's not gonna be an easy series like what they do every time against Gen.G. But what about you?
I mean, it's a situation where we just saw the only team that beat Nongshim, or drew some blood, so to speak, was SCARZ. And they just got eliminated at this point. Are the, dare I say, Nongshim RedForce, are they running away with this scot-free? Because it seems like all the other teams have not been able to draw a single game against Nongshim RedForce.
That is true. Honestly, I was expecting that SCARZ might be able to get to the grand finals, but because of today, they're not anymore. And R8 Esports were the ones who moved forward. Right now, at least one thing that's good about this series is that they both have one more chance. So whoever goes down will still be able to fight against R8 Esports. So they still have one more life that they could, one more series that they can lose.
Yeah, but I think going into this one, you definitely want to be winning it out because you get yourself a guaranteed spot in that grand finals, the top 2. And of course, the winner will move on to the KWC. And then the second place will go into the last call going up against the KMW. We've seen those teams. They got no chance. So basically, if you're second place of the KME, you're guaranteed into the KWC, right?
That's true. That's true. I mean, east side, best side. That's why I always said this, though. I mean, I've said this to Kin a lot of times. So you're surely gonna get to the... You're gonna be winning the last call. So basically, second place in the KME is a sure slot for KWC.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, we think that that's how it's going to happen. What we've seen, even like R8 Esports really rise to the occasion in this situation. But another key moment is that if you win out, you get yourself into the grand finals. You're only playing one series tomorrow, right? As opposed to the other one where if you happen to lose, you actually need to play out R8 Esports, and then you have to beat them. Then you need to go back to the winner into that grand finals. Not an easy task ahead of you. You definitely want the easy route where the least games are played.
One thing also that is going to happen, though, if you get second place tomorrow, you're also going to be fighting on last call on the next day. So you have more reps, you have more games. But the other team that you're fighting in last call also had so much games probably. That's why this time it's going to be a challenge. It's still going to be about how much these teams are going to be enduring. I mean, both of these teams are playing on the same spot, so they're probably already scouting each other. So I'm kind of excited in how this is all going to go.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of pressure. I mean, we've seen these teams, they've gone at it many a times, not only from ranking week to survival week. They have a lot of familiarity. The problem is that Gen.G Esports, well, generally speaking, they might throw out a non-conventional draft. They just haven't been able to solve the puzzle that is Nongshim RedForce. They saw SCARZ do it. Maybe they can kind of cheat off their homework a little bit.
Yeah, they have been throwing a wrench in the engine a lot of times for inside of Gen.G. Maybe this would work, maybe this would work. And so far, nothing really worked for them. Most of the time, the engine exploded, and they haven't really worked a lot. Didn't really work on Nongshim RedForce because they were ready. Every time that they bring out something like, what do you guys call it? Caveman draft? Yeah. Whenever they do something like that, Nongshim is always ready. I'm surprised that they always are.
Yeah, they're ready to go. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, they might have both stolen their homework off of some of what they've seen in KPL, which have kind of brought some of those drafts in mind. But again, it's a situation where even going into this one, player-wise, we understand what each of the teams are bringing, like the strengths and weaknesses. You know that Haku and of course Siri, they're gonna find their kills. They're gonna do a lot of damage. You got to kind of limit what they're bringing. On the other side, you're talking about like Rock, Clue, Wawa. Like you have a lot of guys that are supporting this Rock guy who, again, can find his kills and is able to just kind of carry the team in the end.
Yeah, while we're also talking about it, though, I mean, the last time that we've seen them, Nongshim RedForce, they were struggling against SCARZ. I'm not sure if that was them not at their 100%, but for sure now they would want to be 100% because they need to get that seat on that grand finals. This is it. This game is important, though, everyone. Whoever wins here are going to go to the grand finals for sure. Not for sure. They're going to go to the grand finals.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And I think that has to be the mindset. You want to ensure that your team is ready to go. You're mentally strong, and in the sense that like that series against SCARZ, it was kind of like. Was kind of meaningless in the placement position, and it seemed like they were kind of not exactly like cold in strats or anything, but they weren't really full on. And that said, I think that it was like a meaningless game in terms of the standings. So it's not no skin off their back, so to speak. But again, Nongshim RedForce are going to be ready and good to go against this Gen.G squad.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why they let that happen. That's the reason why Nongshim RedForce let it happen. They were not giving Haku every best tool in the shed that he could be able to take. But this time, it's going to be all hands on deck for sure for Nongshim.
Yeah. I'm excited about this one. I want to see what Gen.G brings. Like, I know that usually they tend to like pull out the non-conventional draft in like a game 2 or 3, and they'll really catch people off guard. Generally, they've been kind of like very standard in that first game, kind of matching up toe-to-toe, just looking to counter-pick more than anything else. But it's usually when they have that slight edge where, again, it just throws people off. But and I want to see the bag of tricks. I want to know what Gen.G are bringing to this table.
Yeah, that's true. I want to see what Gen.G has in store for us. I mean, they had a week. They had a lot of breaks though, because the last time that we've seen them was probably Saturday last week. But that's a lot of time. At least they have more time compared to Nongshim RedForce when they had to prepare.
Yeah. I mean, that break is going to be great, but it's like two sides, right? In that sense, like it favors them, and it also kind of hurts them because now the other team can kind of watch those games, see how they move around, what they're looking to draft. Obviously, these two teams are very entwined with one another. There's going to be a lot of like researching and studying of the two to see exactly how they can get an edge because it's all about that moment right now. We're in the top 3. Right? If you got to get yourself into that KWC, because that's, again, where all the prestige, the money, everything that you want in honor of Kings Esports, that's the Tier 1, the S Superstar tournament.
Yeah, and everybody wants to get there. Everybody wants a piece of the prize. But here, there's also going to be meeting a lot of challenge there because remember, we're all just in the Major East right now, but there's still a lot of leagues that do have a lot in store for them, especially KPL though, because KPL is going to be the biggest challenge so far for everyone because they're pretty much ahead. But this time, the Major East League, at least Nongshim RedForce were really playing it well on the game so far that we've had.
I mean, they've been undefeated throughout. I mean, aside from the SCARZ series, no other team has really been able to kind of go toe-to-toe with them. When Nongshim are on, they are next level. And dare I say, I was, don't tell Blam again, but I was watching KMW, and I saw OG kind of do almost the same thing. I mean, they are actually undefeated. They didn't lose a single game throughout, and it looks like they're the clear, the favorite moving into the finals coming up in the next 2 days for the KM West playoffs.
Yeah, it's looking like they're a bit smoother compared to how we've seen them from before, from their past team. I think they are playing a lot better compared from before. So I think Nongshim could take them easily.
I think so too. Not just in honor of Kings, but also as a street fight. I think that, when you're getting into a fisticuffs with the two, I would pay good money to see those two teams go at it.
They're probably seeing each other every day anyway, on wherever they are right now. So that's possible. That could happen. Holler could stage it.
Yeah, I'll referee for that one. I'll cast it for free. Let's go. I mean, I think that it'd be so interesting seeing these two teams. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I know that if it happens to be OG and Nongshim, these are two, technically, quote-unquote, the top dogs of each of their leagues. I wanted to see them go at it. Unfortunately, we might even have to wait a little bit longer into KWC at this point. But again, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, considering that we have only in the first three, the top 3 teams to deal with. But let's talk a little bit about this first team coming up right now. Nongshim, RedForce, the greatest red, led by Kyung9, Illusion, Siri, and Faye, and of course Haku, who hasn't had as many kills as he did in Season 3, but he's still got 95, the fourth most in the KME. It just happens to be that Nongshim, RedForce have played the least amount of games, so not too many opportunities with only 25 games played.
Not really, honestly, it is not really that bad, but if we're gonna be, how do you do that? Like, for the number of games, the number of kills to the number of games. If we can average that, I think we could see that it actually works out for Haku. But again, let's take a look at the other team first. I think it's going to be Gen.G Esports. Gen.G Esports, as they call themselves, the game changers. These guys have been so fun to watch, and Rock and Ray, I want to see how they experiment this time around and how they play around this game. Definitely a hard hitter in this game, especially Rock for the side of Gen.G Esports.
Definitely. Rock is the all-star. He's the main de facto of why this team is where they are in the second place. But again, the other team, the rest of the squad mates have been a great supporting cast. Everybody's been able to help out Rock, but really it comes back to Ray and Inua. If Inua has a good game and he's able to kind of control the battlefield with his utility mages, they're going to have a great time. A lot of pressure on these two to perform, especially going up against the Titan that is Nongshim RedForce.
Oh yeah, look at the head-to-head here. Ray and Haku. This is very different. These are very different junglers, everyone, because most of the time, they play very differently just because Ray sometimes plays the Leon Po, plays the second roamer sometimes. That's why you're not seeing a lot of kills and damage dealt for this guy.
Yeah, but if you're looking at the kills, I mean, he's definitely got the most. Not to say that Ray hasn't had those opportunities. It just seems that Rock has been able to take out most of those kills. He has 109, third most in the KME. So definitely has a huge, there are less kills to be had, so to speak, by Ray. But I want to give credit where credit is due in the sense of Clue. He's been a great roamer. He's been a great supporter for Rock to be able to get that. He has the second most assists with 255, which is actually an insane number in the KME here.
Yeah, actually insane here because they do find a lot of kills, and also sometimes there's some best of fives that work out pretty well for the side of Gen.G. But on the other hand, Nongshim RedForce, these guys, before we even reach here, we think about them like robots, we think about them like AI, because every time they always find the most efficient path, the most efficient path and the greatest path that they could go for so that they win in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, look, jokes aside, I do think that they are robots. I think that they're definitely not human at this point because some of their decision making is next level, right? And the way that they're able to kind of get into the fight and initiate just shows how they're in tune with one another. I don't know if they're like not human, but there's definitely like a hive mind type of play style that they have.
Yeah, I hope they would be able to not have the same games like what R8 Esports has, because oh wait, I like this band though. Nongshim, this is the most Gen.G picks God in mode the most, and they are trying to mute Inua so that he won't be able to play. I like this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, those are like two of his top three heroes right there, right? The Ganon Mo, the Yixing. Definitely trying to target as much as possible. I love the fact that they're going to be blue and trying to target it. You're putting more pressure on Inua to kind of really step up. They banned out the Mai, another Inua hero that he likes to play, but they were kind of respect banning it because Illusion is very good on that hero.
Oh, the reason why they're banning it against Illusion is because the first time that we got a win on Mai Shiranui was because of Illusion.
Yeah. I mean, Mai hasn't done great, but Illusion, of course, will just show them how it's done. There's a lot of respect. I think it's easily one of his top three heroes from Illusion, that is.
Oh, I think this is I think this is an Agudo game for Nongshim RedForce. They were kind of expecting, they went in for the Gen.G together with Agudo. I thought they're going to go for that Sakir, but this also works because they do have a lot of healing. They do have a lot of siege potential with this comp. And this is a nice way to maybe move around it a bit, so it works well.
Yeah, and look, this Agudo is they're 3-0. This is 11th most, or sorry, 30th most picked hero. It's 11-7. It has a 63% win rate, but 7 wins. Look, most of those have been going the way of Nongshim. They have really perfected this playstyle here.
Yeah, and I love that they always prefer it. And every time that they do it, they usually use a lot of Princess Frost in the mid lane. So Gen.G should understand that they always go with that, so that after the wild growth, what they do, drop the Winters here in the same spot, then try to take down everybody that's there.
Yeah, they could really set it up. I mean, just the amount of control. But one thing to take note of is that Gen.G are kind of like, hey, yeah, I mean, the Agudo doesn't really have that bursty type of damage. It's definitely more like a slow, sustaining damage. They're going to go with the Hano, which can kind of like limit a lot of that damage, especially if you want to go slow rolling. We can Fate Rewind most of that tower damage or whatever, any sort of damage that you might want to do. So very smart, and they thought about this strat going into this one by Gen.G.
Yeah, I like the idea of Hano because of the wave clear. It really works pretty well. Honestly, works the same as like a Godinmo, but not really as bursty as him. But in the wave clear department, he works well. And also, he's good against a lot of aggressive mid laners because he can survive almost everything.
Yeah. So long as they're not able to just kind of burst him down. But the Liu Bang, this has been the hero of the KME. He's only lost once in 12 games now with that last one that was just played. Gen.G going with a heavy hand forward. This is definitely going to be a clue special, especially since you have the Dharma, you have Wawa there.
Yeah, the question is, what are they going to be picking on the jungler side? Are they going to go for the pay in this comp? Because I'm kind of afraid of what they can do here. They can also go for the Hanshin for Ray, or even for Rock, honestly. Just let Ray play that and let Rock play the Hanshin. Could also work in their favor, though. But Gen.G, we don't know what they have in their minds because they can do anything.
While true, to be honest, they kind of...
There you go.
Wow. Okay, they're going to go with the Hanshin here. I'm pretty sure they're going to flex Rock onto the Hanshin, and they're going to let Ray play the Arlie. To be honest, okay, what they've previously done is when Rock Hanshin comes out, generally they will play just like a Lian Po type of jungler, just someone who doesn't really lose out by Ray in the jungle, right? But they were kind of lacking that damage, and Gen.G have kind of seen the replays and they're like, actually, we do need a farm laner, even though it might not be as top tier as the Rock, but it looks like they're gonna let Ray pilot the Arlie here.
Yeah, and honestly, this is also good, just because R8 did this. R8 did this with the formula that they were doing, except they don't have the Lianpo. They have the marksman to get it with him. So at least they have an investment in the late game, like the Arlie. At least they have the DPS if ever that Hanshin falls off. But on the other hand, Nongshim RedForce just went with what they know best, especially Illusion, just wanting to burst down that Hano as fast as he could. That's the only reason why he picked the Angela, just so he could burst that Hano.
Yeah, especially with that Angela. I mean, look, the potential for burst is there. If you've got that Chaos Cinder, then you've got the Imperial Order stacking stuns on top, and then the Diadea just kind of going in and out whenever you need to. So you have that potential lockdown, especially against the Hano and the Arlie, which really need that close, that CC to kind of just deal with them. But now that we know this one, second series of the day, game 1, we know the draft Nongshim going up against Gen.G Esports. Dash, your thoughts on this one? Who has the edge going in?
Ooh, just thinking about the draft, though, I think I kind of like what Gen.G has here, just because of how safe it is, and we've seen how it worked for the side of R8. But before my thoughts, though, this streaming season of the major leagues is made possible with support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competitions to the fans worldwide.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for me is Rock on this Hanshin. How is he able to out-farm Haku? Because he's going to be very quick, he's very mobile, but of course, they're always mobile because they're playing on the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
That's a smooth transition, though. Love it. Love it.
Thank you.
Nongshim RedForce. Oh, looking at it, the Ray could die here. That is the first blood for the side of Nongshim.
I mean, he was kind of sticking around. It just seemed like he was not really... I mean, he did flash already, so he was in a bad spot already, and Siri and Illusion just made him pay. There was just fire under the tower without taking tower shots, too.
Yeah, he used both of his skills, too. That's why he wasn't able to get back on that Parasol. And in the end, oh my, that's not a good start, though, because giving Angela a kill in the early game, that is not a good start.
A worst case scenario right there. And this is kind of where we were kind of questioning, like, is Ray really well versed on this early? I mean, I think that he definitely needs that protection by Clue. They need to ensure that he's got space because, again, he doesn't want to be just like a range creep towards the mid game.
Yeah, that's true. They have to be very careful in how they approach this because that one kill is going to be very important for Nongshim RedForce because what they want is to take the first objective. And with that, that is just equipping them with armor, basically. Equipping them with armor for the first objective.
Yeah, I don't know if it's armor or if it's a bazooka, right? I think that if you've got that lead and you're able to get that kill, I think that you're going to have a good time. But I think in this one, again, Clue, you just stick on his hip. Stay with Ray, ensure that he tries to get as many last hits as possible, and just make sure that your bottom T1 isn't getting caved in so early.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that I love about the Gen.G is how he's going to be playing the early game. Oh, very well. They got the stun. They got the Blazing Brilliance. So Clue needs to flash away. They have some damage, but he is going to be surviving that.
Yeah, very tanky, but that was too much risk. Oh!
That is good. I think that... Oh, the Chaos Cinders. I thought that will be killing Inoue after, but good thing he was able to pop the ult.
Yeah, I mean, understanding the limits. I mean, Nongshim right now don't really have the damage to burst anyone at this point, but potential top lane.
Top side, 1v1, Kyung9, 2v1, Radar, Truth matchup to just end it all, and that is the first kill onto the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, what an amazing place to be like, hey, show up with that truth, perfect timing, just exactly what you want. But going in,
drops a combo, Dubunk Battlefield Command, perfect timing, and this is just a classic at this point.
Yeah, Rock just so quick on the Hanshin, just so much speed, just like going in right when you need it, and Clue with that Battlefield Command right on top, just stacking it up. The numbers advantage just way too much for Faye, and there's no way for him to go.
Yeah, it's so hard. Imperial Order gonna get used against Clue so that they won't be able to move forward here, but Gen.G still on a bright spot, especially Ray here, because he knows that he could take that fight.
He's good. I mean, he needs to just stay in there, just threaten, make Siri a little bit uncomfortable. I mean, he's got a slight net worth lead here by about 600 gold, so he's definitely winning. Siri, that is. So he needs to feel a little bit of that pressure. Ray and Clue need to do a better job of just kind of putting that down.
Yeah, Sparkbird Dagger already built here by Siri, so yeah, he has to be very scared about that fight on the bot side. But again, with both of the objectives already up here in our game, it's looking like both of them are looking for this tiring.
Yeah, this is going to be huge at this point. 4 minutes in, but look at how Nongshim taking the southern part. Clue, Rock will look to start this one, but Haku's there as well if they want to go for this.
Yep. Could be half HP already. They have the Blazing Brilliance at the ready. They might be able to steal. Not going to be able to move forward. They got the kill, but they got the knockups on two. And that's perfect for their side. Not really far away from that ult. And this works out, at least on the side of Nongshim. They still got the 3-4-1.
Yeah, what a great fight for them. I mean, look, Inoue actually Fate rewinds back, and you're thinking, he's safe. But he's like, no. He just got bursted again. Like, he's not far enough away. Nongshim were actually able to make him pay. But taking that bottom T1, just gravy on a great team fight already.
Yeah, that's a good start here for the side of Nongshim. And again, it's looking like most of these games, Nongshim really knows what they are doing. They know that, yeah, we might lose this first objective because they do have Rock on that Hanshin. So it's okay. At least we're going to be taking 3 kills and a tower on top of it.
Yeah, Rock, again, just a win condition. Let the man farm. He'll just be there. Again, just being aggressive, taking things away from the enemy jungle. And Haku's jungle net worth will decrease because of the fact that the speed that Rock farms.
Yeah, and I think they just need to give Rock as much as they can. The only problem that I have, though, is that the composition of Gen.G really is starving on that gold. Now, onto the mid lane, they're looking to go for kills here or maybe fights, but they don't really have the range to get that stun in against Gen.G.
And this is why it's so annoying going up against Haku and his Agudo, right? The wild growth, just pushing people away. It's like nobody really wants to fight in these zones, so Haku is just taking that space that's given.
Siri, already on the bot side. I think this is going to be pushed. They have the bit of Frailware at the ready. Another stun comes in, and he dies. And now they're moving forward. Haku trying to push away, but Rock, I think, wants to get this Azure buff as much as he can, but he's just trying to go for it. Blazing Brilliance is going to get used in order to give it to Illusion.
Yeah, and Nongshim coming out with 2 blue.
Truth comes in, though. Kyung9 backs off, has to flash away and survives that. And now they're going to go in. Here comes the fray. The cavalry is here, and they're fighting back. I think Wawa is going to be dead in the water.
Oh, what an amazing escape there by Kyung9. Just being able to flash, just get away to cartwheel to safety, somehow survives. But the rest of Nongshim, where they're like, oh, you jump on one of our buddies, we got 3 or 4 coming at you. You really got no chance. Nongshim with the buddy system and making them pay for any sort of move that Gen.G make.
Yeah, and I love that they're playing like a death ball and it works, because most of the time, whenever teams play like a death ball, it doesn't work. For Nongshim, it does, and it's surprisingly... I don't know what is with Nongshim, and everything that I think is not going to work is working.
It's the coordination, just being able to go in at the right time. Like, understanding that, hey, if we have a numbers advantage, or we have this stun initiation with the damage, like, look at how Faye, Illusion, Siri have created this 3-man Death Strike team where they find a Chaos Cinder, they get a stun, you're dead.
Yeah, especially if they get the better farewell from Faye, that's basically a death sentence at this point, because they have tons of stuns on their side. They just want to go for that single target, maybe use that Blazing Brilliance in order to push people back, and that's what they're doing. Faye, rewind, not really that far away. You know what? Was able to get in, but Faye now not on a great spot. They have to flash away here. They have to respect the numbers advantage that Gen.G has, and they are not going to push that tower.
Yeah, actually very close. I mean, the fact that the T2 was still standing, if that tier tower is down, I think Gen.G have to fall back as quickly as possible. They were not able to defend at that point because it would have been just pushed back. But seeing as that top T2 was still standing, they had a chance. They were forced back, Nongshim, that is.
Yeah, they had a T2, and now onto the bot side, this is what you want to do as Rock. Take as much resources as you can. In the bot side is trying to farm it out and maybe push it forward to get a tower on their side, but 20 seconds on the clock, and this wave in the bot lane is going to be slowly pushing, so they have advantage here on Gen.G.
Yeah. The biggest thing for Gen.G right now, Rock, he needs to be thinking of this game as 1v9. Not to say that the rest of the guys aren't going to help him out, but he needs to think like that because it's going to continue to just be like, I need to outfarm everybody. I need to take every single jungle camp on this map, push things out and give my team a chance. The rest of the guys are just going to hold the fort, so to speak, and not try to lose any towers, but we can't take anything till I'm online.
Tyrant is already being taken, and I think Nongshim RedForce recognizes that they won't be able to get it. They don't have vision on the bot side of the map, so they have to really just give it up to the side of the Gen.G.
Yeah, but with those Vanguards pushing, this is going to be a little bit space. But Rock able to do some damage on that bottom T2 with that minion wave. But it looks like they're going to trade for the top at this point.
Yeah, they need somebody to recall. Kyung9, I think, needs to recall here and let the 4 people on the top side to just go and push. Wawa looking for a setup here. Goes in. Goes for the truth. Gets it. But they have the Blazing Brilliance. He gets the slow on him with a bit of farewell. But they have the Battlefield Command to save his life. And look at Furball. He's trying to do the damage, but he was not able to get the kill.
Yeah, not able to get the kill. I mean, he stays alive only because Clue was there, but that was a huge risk. There was no point in Wawa going in for that one. You were trying to fight this 1 versus 4, and you're forcing Clue to jump onto you just to save you. Now with that huge ult on cooldown, now Rock can't make a play. Now he has to just continue to farm, and he has to play a little bit safer because you don't have that Clue Battlefield Command.
Yeah. 20 seconds before the objectives that we have, and they won't be able to really play around. Look at Kyung9. He's just going to be doing this. You know what they want to do here. They want to take the Tyrant, which is why they're positioning the waves already on the bot side to their advantage.
Yeah, very smart. Also, they know that the rest of Gen.G are more in the top lane, so they can play the southern one. Now that the bottom lane is pushing, they know that Gen.G are nowhere to be found. That bottom T3 is actually going to take some damage.
They want to challenge it, though. This is surprising. They got some damage right out of the spears coming in from this guy, but he was able to get killed. And look at the backline, though. Kyung9 is still looking for the fight, but he will be able to run away here. And as you expect, he was able to do so. Yes, they got the Overlord, but the Tyrant is still for free for Nongshim.
Oh, Inua actually burned the Fate Rewind. He was going 87 miles an hour, not fast enough to time travel back. He gets bursted, but Rock.
Oh, Battlefield Command gets the steal, and the Tyrant goes to their side, and Rock, superhero that they needed for the team here. And with that Tyrant, they got double neutral objectives.
Okay, look, if you're a superhero, though, you actually might make the save, but you don't die in the end, right? I've never seen a superhero movie where they go in and be like, sacrifice. They save the girl, but then they die?
Yeah. Not happening. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. It's not going to happen that way, though. I mean, He's just a hero. He died.
Yeah. Not even a hero. Not even a hero.
Oh, okay. That's
All right, but these Vanguards are, pushing throughout the other lanes. One thing that Gen.G have done is just kind of trying to slow down the game as much as possible. The pace is definitely in favor of Nongshim. If we're looking at net worth, they're pretty much neck and neck at this point, but they need to find ways to push Nongshim back because, again, if Nongshim are able to slow siege, especially with Haku's wild growths, you're going to have a problem.
Wawa could be very sneaky here. He might be able to take down Illusion with what we're seeing because they still don't know where Illusion is. And Kyung9 is going to be traveling towards this brush. So they have to be careful. They don't really have any vision. And I think Wawa might be able to find the kill.
Wow, just waiting patiently. I feel like it's a National Geographic part, right? Where he's just like waiting for his prey, waiting for somebody to make the move. But no, through it all, they sense it. They know something is up. Kyung9 is like, no, I know somebody's in there. There's a lion in that brush. I am not jumping in there.
Yeah, he's just going to be going for his prey. But here, Gen.G, right now, we're just going to be taking this push. And Wawa's still not moving, just waiting for the right timing. But Nongshim, it's looking like they are forcing something out of Gen.G's side. They are trying to force him to go for one way or another, but they lost something without taking anything so far, which is not a good thing. Wawa just have to dash away from it.
Yeah, and what a huge moment at this point, right? The fact that the mid T1 taken down by Gen.G, they've got the net worth lead, right? They are fighting toe-to-toe with Nongshim, who had a slight edge going in. But going in?
Oh, onto the top side, Battlefield Command is going to be there. They got the knockup on Rock, but he was still able to dash away. Clue going to be the next target, but they won't be able to get the kill on him. Rock, here comes to the teammates. Ray's just going to fall down. What a big takedown from their side. They got some 2 kills, and they are moving forward. Wawa gets the truth, but there's not a lot of damage coming in. This is not good for Wawa. He's going to be next in the chopping block, and that's 3-4-1 for the side of Nongshim.
All right, look, everybody went all in trying to protect Rock because they were going to hunt him down. They had the wolves out. They were going to go in to take him out. But they went in one by one, and they actually sacrificed their lives for Rock to eventually make his way out. He's still alive at 11,000, the highest net worth. He is the man that needs to die if Nongshim want to end this game.
That is still very scary here for the game, though, because from what we've seen, look at the damage coming from Illusion. Any Fate Rewind that Inoue did wasn't able to survive. Goes in with the Battlefield Command, gonna get holded by the Bitter Farewell, but Rock still survives. It's gonna be dashing out, but Imperial Order shuts him down, and this might be their chance, so Blue is gonna be next. They might have some damage onto the backline. They got the kills, and 2-4-1 is still where it stands. Wawa tries to go in, has the truth, has the flash, but they're not gonna move forward.
I think that Rock just needed to just be a little bit more patient. I mean, yes, Clue was up, but it was a moment where you need the rest of your squad to do that damage. You cannot be trying to go into a fight 1v5 or 2v5 in this case. Just putting your team in a bad spot, especially since you're down. You are the win condition. You must stay alive, but you do need your teammates' help, not to just like do all that damage, but to kind of just absorb some of the damage that's going on to, thrown out by Nongshim here.
Yeah, that's true. I think Nongshim RedForce really had the right idea. Because remember, the time that Wawa did that truth mantra to Enlightenment mantra against Siri, he wasn't dealing a lot of damage. Because remember, Siri built Ominous Premonition. He's not going to get easily killed.
Yeah, no real chance at this point. But, I mean, look, it's very close at this point. Net worth, I mean, definitely this week. Oh, but they're going...
Oh, very close. Faye's going to fall down. That's big. Oh, no, he didn't respect that damage from Rock.
Yeah, just a little bit out of position. Thought he could kind of just heartlink onto a teammate. And it looks like, Nongshim now fighting 4 versus 5. Look it, the lanes are going to be pushing. I like the fact that Clue has decided to split push. This is going to be an opportunity.
That damage Blazing Barons is going to be there, but not enough to get the kill. Flashes away, Inoue survives. They got the backline though with a Battlefield Command. Clue will be able to rock their world, and this is it. Haku in front, dealing some damage, but Rock tries to go in and maybe get some knockups, but Illusion dying is not a good thing.
Not a good thing at all. I mean, this is why the Angela, generally speaking, has kind of not been underwhelming thus far. I mean, just throughout the KME, he's very static, has a tough time of just like, you have to have perfect positioning. And Illusion, don't get me wrong, is a great, with positioning, but he's been caught out. Gen.G have done such a good job of just isolating Illusion and getting those pickoffs. It's been tough for him.
Yeah, I think Illusion should not show himself until the fight. It's like the midpoint of that fight. Because if he gets killed, I think they have so less damage for the side of Nongshim, because Siri could also be the next target. I think they should let Haku and Kyung9 get the brink of that damage at the early parts of the fight.
But yeah, easier said than done. I mean, Illusion's trying to fish for those Chaos Cinders. Like, I understand what he's trying to do. He does have that damage, but they need him to survive, to your point, Dash. I think that is definitely something that he needs to do, especially going into some of these team fights. And it looks like Kyung9 and Haku haven't really been able to initiate, and they've been almost counter-initiating based off of rocks.
That's true. I think Rock has been starting up this fights pretty well, and I think that's the only reason why Nongshim RedForce has been having such a hard time. The combo of the Han Shin together with the Lubang has been really detrimental for Nongshim.
Just too much speed. It's all on the back line. They jump on top of you in a heartbeat. It is so much damage. Plus, they can potentially get away. Not as much so for Clue on the Lubang, who's a little bit on the slower end. But still, it's one of those things where you got to be careful. You got to group up. Because when that action happens, you got to stay alive.
Yeah, you can't even bitter farewell him easily. And from Nongshim RedForce's perspective, what they want to do is find a way to just take down Clue. Let's just take down Clue so that they can't use the battlefield command, which is why they went into the top side there and tried to go for it.
But he's been isolated. He's been trying to split push. You go on him, and assuming that you're not able to just kind of get that catch onto him, he can battlefield command to safety. So Clue's done a great job of just understanding his role and what he needs to do as a hero. Of course, he's been there with the saves with Rock, but also he's been in a situation where, again, you got to create space, and Gen.G have kind of capitalized on that.
Yeah, they have to find a way here. I think right now, the wave clear department here of Gen.G has been really hard to deal with for the side of Nongshim because they want to push, but Inuwa is just pulling out the attention of all these minions. Look at Faye trying to go for the fight, but top side though is already pushing. They have Wawa, could go for the Truth, and Faye is going to be his target, but not really a lot of damage though, so no Truth on this next fight.
Yeah, but look at Rock just continuing to farm. The top lane was pushing, so they're going to force a little bit of a rotation by Nongshim, who do need to deal with this. This is a potential opportunity for them, especially since you see Rock in the bottom lane continuing to push. They've been spread throughout. Nongshim want a death ball, but at the same time, Gen.G are countering with all the split pushing.
Yeah, I like that Gen.G recognizes it. Illusion gonna be the target though. Goes into the backline, gets some stun. That's a lot of damage. So they got the Truth, and they're losing a lot of their members. They lost a lot of their damage potential, and this is gonna be it. Gen.G takes down 4 members, and that's a good time to end this game.
Yeah, Kyung9 right now has to somehow hold against 5 members. Not a single one of them went down by Gen.G here. Kyung9 probably looking to split push more than anything else, but Gen.G marching down. They're going to look to take this mid T3.
20 seconds, and I think Nongshim RedForce has their work cut out for them. This is going to be the last time Kyung9 goes in for the flash, buys some time, backs off, would be able to dash away, but at what cost? I think this game is going to be ended. Look at the chase coming on him, and this first game will be won by Gen.G.
Yeah, well-deserved there. Just really well played. That draft was on point. Countered almost everything that what Nongshim have done. And mind you, this is a draft that we've seen time and time again from Nongshim. Nobody has been able to solve this Agugo pick by Haku. But that is one way. Split push, spread out the team, make it very difficult for them to take any sort of fight, and as they have to constantly deal with all the outside lanes. Tough situation for Nongshim.
I love the idea that they're doing there on the side of Gen.G. As you said, that's the best way to counter it. They're playing this death squad that everybody's sticking together, so might as well just not stick together and try to find a way to pick apart that death ball that they do have. And whenever they find the kill and illusion, that was just a formula for success every time for the team.
And no real chance. I mean, this is a situation where you saw that they weren't able to slow siege. I mean, you had Haku up front with a wild growth, but they weren't able to take that mid T1 for the longest time. And being able to just prolong the game played to the strengths of Gen.G, which is just more time for Rock to continue to farm, because he's a beast on this Hanshin, just being able to just fly across the map and take all the network.
Yeah, it was so hard to deal with, especially a Hanshin with a Lubang combo. I think it works pretty well, especially on KME. This combo has been working pretty well, and you usually see them just paired up together every time. And Gen.G pulling that out in game number 1 is such a, what do you call that? Base setter for the team. At least now in game 1, they already have a win. They just have to think about the next 2 games.
Yeah, and as Nongshim, you got to be reeling at this point. You're like, wow, like this is our tried and true bread and butter. They lost one game previously with this Agudo, so losing a second time with one draft that they've kind of well versed. They're very strong on that one, but they just were able to be completely countered at this point. Gen.G putting up a strong foot forward. Going into game 2, though, this is a prime time for Gen.G to throw something even crazier out in terms of a draft. It'll be very exciting going into that one.
And I like that they thought about what they're going to do with this draft, though. With what they drafted, especially Heino from Inoue, I think taking out the Ganemo is such a smart take here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But having that Heino in their pocket, I wasn't really expecting it, to be honest, because in the early game, yes, he's dying a lot to Illusion. But what he brings to the table is just wave clear. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah, and just staying alive. At the end of the day, because look, if Agudo is going to constantly slow siege you, you can just kind of fate rewind out of this one. You can just kind of erase all that damage. You just need to slow the game down. Again, more time for Rock to get this farm on that Hanshin. And let's look at some of this damage here. Haku and Illusion tops, as well as Siri with 90,000, able to do that damage, but we didn't really see too much of an impact because Illusion kept getting picked off and they weren't able to take fights 4 versus 5.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised here in what they drafted, because I mean, I love the idea of the Angela just to counter out that, just to counter the Heino pick, which is nice, but Heino didn't even care, and that's usually what Heino does. He does want to just push forward, but look at this. Look at how they got the advantage after losing a lot here in Gen.G, just taking advantage after the game, just after the mid game.
Yeah. I mean, look, just being able to bounce back speaks volumes of Gen.G. Understanding that, hey, late game, we're fine. We just got to get there, right? Yeah. And putting the team into a position where it's just like, hey, we're not in a bad spot. Yes, we might be losing a little bit, but again, it's off the back of Rock here. 5-3 and 8, 26% of the damage. He had so much of the gold, 26% of the team gold, constantly just harassing on the back lines, just making it very difficult. And the fact that he was able to get away multiple times just speaks volumes about the play and how they're prioritizing Gen.G's play around him.
It was such a big draft, and from what we've seen here from the game, look at how such a superstar Rock is in this game. He goes in, he goes to the back line, he has Flu together with him. Yes, he dies, but Illusion in that early game, he was such a threat. He was just killing everybody left and right, and once a Gen.G recognizes that, that is when they start to win.
Yeah. I mean, but looking at this game, I mean, they actually had a lead. Nongshim that was. You saw that they were kind of pushing things along. They were forcing it out. They got this pick, but all of this sacrifice for Rock to continue to get away. That was the biggest win. If Gen.G, Wawa doesn't throw out the truth, and it seems silly, why is he fighting 1 versus 4? But it's all to ensure that Rock gets away.
Yeah, I love that after that, it's finally a win for Gen.G or against Nongshim, because this is the first time that they're able to win against them. So this is honestly a historic marker for Gen.G.
Yeah, for sure. And it's got to be a huge confidence boost, right? Going into this one. It's like you can beat them, right? You just need to stick to your game plan. You have that option of being able to do it. And this draft was just played off in spades. They were able to play it the way that they wanted to, ensure that they were kind of able to kind of just force this game out. And to get to that late game, again, just everyone playing really well. In the end, Inoue on the Heino was top marks.
And from what we're seeing, I think Nongshim RedForce are just really having such a hard time from the past few games that we've had. So I hope, I mean, the SCARZ game, ever since the SCARZ game, they have been having a lot of problems. I hope they don't really lose heart on this next one, because Gen.G, I love what I'm seeing. At least now they're winning.
Yeah, and that's all you wanted to be at this point, especially going against Nongshim RedForce in game 1. Set the tone, really put yourself in a great position here. But we're going to find out what happens in game 2, but shortly, let's take a quick little break.
Sound of the rain. how I feel the flame. You know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire.
Gen.G strike first, take the first game against Nongshim, something that they haven't done throughout the entire KME. My name is Holland, with me is Dash. Your thoughts on that game one, Dash?
Yeah, I'm really surprised that happened though, but I'm also happy that Gen.G was able to win against the members of Nongshim RedForce. It's been a while since we've seen, or rather, it's been the first time ever since we've seen them win against Nongshim RedForce, and that's a good start in the series. Setting the pace, getting game one, just winning the first game, that's good. At least now, they just have to think about what they could do next.
Yeah, and going into this one, I think that they're going in with a kind of a counter draft in mind. I mean, just see what the puzzle that Nongshim are looking to kind of set at you, and then have those answers. Because Gen.G did a great job of not panicking, realizing that, hey, late game, we're going to be fine. Again, it's just a matter of time before we get there. And again, off the play of Rock, and everybody just setting up for success for him.
Yeah, I love that the idea from what they're doing here for their side is just letting a Rock play the jungle if ever it's possible, if they don't need a tank jungler in the composition. I think it works out pretty well. And we also see Rock playing Pei most of the time if ever it's available. So I hope to see that here next time. But Nongshim RedForce, they're probably ready for the next one here.
And I think going into this one, I mean, the mistake that Nongshim did in the last draft was the fact that they kind of showed the Agudo way too early. It was in the first phase. It was the second pick. They had first pick already. This is not the time to be showing that kind of thing, because you just saw how Gen.G were like, okay, they're playing this one. We know that the style that they're going to have, we have that counter. But showing that much later when some heroes are already picked, you might have a better chance for success for those type of drafts.
Yeah, I was also expecting something different because they went for that idea, except rather than the Sekir, because I do think Sekir has a lot more leeway on playing that type of composition because he has better healing. Honestly, he has better healing compared to the idea, which is why they had a bit of problem with sustaining on that last game.
Yeah, and the idea is kind of the type where, I mean, look, I think it's still first pickable. I think it's definitely flexible enough into a lot of compositions where you're going to have an okay time. It's not too much of an issue, but it's kind of like that thing where if like you have that idea of we're going to be playing the Agudo strat, we need to kind of prepare a little bit better for that. And I think that they were caught off guard, something that we don't see too often, especially in the drafting stage by Nongshim here.
I think this is not the time to get cold feet for Nongshim RedForce, because remember, they want to gun for that grand final spot, and Gen.G is looking a lot more confident. I really like to see Gen.G doing this. I mean, we always enjoy every series that we've seen from Gen.G just because of how they play. They play very interestingly, weirdly, if you may, but in a good way,
Yeah, and look, I think aside from that SCARZ series where they lost, 1-3, every single series they either 3-0 or they go the distance, right?
Yeah.
So I think that in this one, no matter what happens, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a fifth game. There's no way Gen.G closes them out.
Oh, wait. I think this is is this the first time that they pulled out the Luna? Yeah, this is the first time they played the Luna for Gen.G. Oh, man.
have not seen them play on the Luna.
Yeah, that's right. So this is crazy. They're pulling out a Luna in the playoffs. Okay, and here's a Liang.
So look, this is either a bit of a bait or some way to kind of like, this is not, I don't see this as a traditional like Ray or Rock jungle. Like this is not something that you show first pick. Yeah. I think that there's definitely a much better, like we need to see the forest, not the trees at this point, because I think that this is a pick that's just trying to throw off Nongshim. Yes, the Liang pick is definitely not something that Nongshim have been picking often, but they're going to pick it to kind of potentially lock this Luna down. But then you're going to go with a more stock standard Ogren here. They're not really buying into this as of yet.
Yeah, they went in for the Ogren just to play it safe for the side of Nongshim RedForce. I'm really surprised they brought this out, because they haven't brought this out ever in the times that we've seen Gen.G. And who's going to play this? Is it going to be Rock or Ray? So my question, because we haven't seen it yet, and we all know whenever assassins are going to get drafted for Gen.G, it's usually Rock who plays it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will be Rock in the end. But again, like I don't know why you would pick it first. Right?
True.
Like you
Good
can
question.
Look, I think that if you open things up and you're kind of like maybe the second phase of that first pick, because then maybe that Liang pick isn't picked first, right? Then you have like a Sakir or something like that, which is a little bit harder to kind of have that CC onto the Luna. But I think it's like either a super confident Rock, where it's like, just give me Luna, I will win. Or it's going to be some situation where they have some sort of, other thing up in their, their sleeve, so to speak.
Yeah, I do think they have a plan in mind here. I think they are gunning for that Liang pick, probably, because they didn't ban it. They banned the Long, they banned the Arlie. That just means that they really are looking forward to this picks that they have. I do like that they're banning basically all the marksmen in this game. They don't really have anything anymore. They do have a Chano though, so Siri could pick that.
Yeah, that is definitely potential, and Nongshim does. Siri likes the Chano. That's not something that he's scared to pick, so to speak. But setting it up, okay, like you said, it looks like they're gonna go with the Chano. I think it is a good pick here. But one thing to note, Gen.G, we're like banning out the Arlie, banning out the Loong, just getting rid of some of these mobile farm laners, right? And now you have the Chano, which is a little bit more mobile, but not to the extreme, so to speak, of those other heroes.
Are they gonna go with another no marksman composition? I mean, that doesn't work a lot of times for them, but I do like this, honestly. Just going for that Shoyu against the Chano, there's a lot of stories in where Gen.G just picks up the Shoyu or Rock just so they would be able to play it safely and get to the late game, and that's okay. But what I'm afraid of is Nongshim RedForce's bread and butter combo and that Princess Frost and Liang.
Yeah. And I mean, looking into this one, it looks like to me it's going to be a Rock Shoyu. He's an absolute maestro on this hero, which means Ray will be playing the Luna. Has he played the Luna before? This is a huge surprise. It's a rabbit out of the hat, so to speak, just springing it up on Nongshim. This is the perfect time. If he's like, if he tends to be like a top 3% hero player pool of this Luna capacity, he's going to have a great time, because if he catches them off guard and they're able to take this series 2-0, that would be huge for Gen.G.
Ooh, I like the idea of the Guan Yu here. I think the Guan Yu is the perfect pick against what Gen.G has, because they want to get to the backline as fast as they could, and displacing Inuwa and Rock could potentially hinder them from just being on a safe spot. So there's even just the presence of this Guan Yu would be very, very threatening.
Yeah. I mean, the potential is there. Getting to that backline, not going to be the easiest of things to do. I think it really comes back to the Wawa lane for me, because there's so many squishy heroes on Nongshim. If he gets onto any of them, which is generally speaking, there tend to be a little bit more on the static side, aside from maybe the Chano, you're going to have a field day, right? Just be able to knock them up. Those guys are going to group up. So Nongshim's positioning, when they take those team fights, needs to be impeccable at this point.
One thing that I want to point out here is that Ray conditioned us all that he only plays tank junglers. And now, in the playoffs, he's surprisingly just gonna pull out a Luna out of nowhere, because I never expected it. Whenever I see Gen.G, I never expected a Luna to come out, because I usually expect a pay for Rock or that Hanshin that we've seen a while ago. But a Luna never crossed my mind.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. This is the perfect time in a game 2. You're like, oh, we had no data on this guy. All of a sudden, Ray is playing the Luna, like completely catching us off guard. Is he able to play to the top tier like, we've seen throughout the KME? We're going to have to find out. But springing it up here in a game 2 when the playoffs are at stake, everything is on the line, so to speak, of getting yourself into that grand finals. You want to be top 2. This is a huge opportunity for Gen.G Esports.
We need to put a title on Ray once he finishes this. If they win this, we need to put some title on Ray because he was the greatest pretender at this point. Yeah, he was the greatest pretender. And Gen.G, Nongshim, this is something that I've been looking forward to ever since we've seen them during a survival week for Group S. And I wanted to see how Gen.G have improved from the past break that we had.
Yeah, I feel like Ray throughout the ranking week, survival week, he was like, yeah, he was playing the game, but now the playoff week starts and he's like, he takes off the body weights that he had been carrying this entire time. And now we see the true form of Ray here because this is a huge opportunity. Man, if he pulls this one off, he has confused us all. He has tricked us all.
Oh man, this is crazy. I want to see how this will develop. But Nongshim RedForce had really the right tools for the problem that they're going to be dealing with today, which is honestly just with the Liang and the Princess Frost, they would be able to do a lot of damage for Ray. So that is another challenge that he has to really find a way to.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the team fight from Nongshim, a lot of it comes back to Faye. Right? Is he able to kind of flash control the potential Ray or Wawa who wants to get to that backline? You got to control these guys. Give your team a chance. Kyung9 is able to find that angle, especially since this very mobile Gen.G lineup. It's not going to be easy for him.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging, and also they have a win potential on this Shoyu from Rock. I think this is going to be very smart if ever they're just going to be letting him do his thing, just let him farm as fast as he could. Inoue, forced. Is he going to be forced to use Flash? Nope. Inoue still safe.
He's going to be fine. The Garter Grave was on point. Kyung9, though, making a little bit of an appearance into that mid lane, putting a little bit of pressure there, but he's falling behind in terms of levels, at least with Wawa, which is my biggest worry because, again, Wawa lane, very scary in that top lane.
And even without the duel, yeah, I think people have been, teams have been preparing, just picking up the lane just so they have pressure on the backline. It's easy to get to the backline here, especially on Nongshim's composition. You have 3 targets that you could go for.
Yeah, the world is your oyster, so to speak, right? But getting onto Faye, I think that if you can lock down and you kill Faye and Illusion as quickly as possible, you lose all that control, that utility, right? And you're going to have a much easier time getting onto like the Siri, Kyung9, and all that.
Yeah, Haku, this is basically what he does every time, especially if he picks up the Augment. You know that he's going to be getting all the farm. He's going to get all the resources around the map so that he could get that level advantage.
Yeah, all I can say is he's a little selfish.
Person was able to get the slow there on Ray, and that was perfect.
Yeah, perfect setup, and that's exactly how you want to set it up. Again, any sort of time you can kind of get Ray and get that pick off, turn that into a little bit more, and it looks like they're going to invade the enemy jungle or put a little bit of pressure on. It's going to be more pressure on Gen.G to figure out how to get back in this game, because again, a lot of pressure is going to be on Ray.
That's honestly how you want to start that, though. Taking down Ray once he went in, that is such a big L for their side. Now Gen.G has to deal with it. Flash goes in for the Leon Frigid Prison, and here comes the Winter is here. He has the Death by Sunset, might be able to save himself, and they don't have enough damage. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, this Princess Frost Liang combination is super strong, but the Death at Sunset is your get out of jail free card. You have that opportunity if you've got that fast fingers. Because again, with that Winter is here,
Rock leader stance goes in, flashes forward just to get the damage in, but he survives. Rock gets the one at least.
Yeah, Inoue, perfect play there, ensuring that he secures that one, buying time for Rock to get under that tower. That could have been gone so differently at this point. And Siri going down, huge win for Gen.G in that bottom lane.
Looking for the takedown here for the side, and I love that they are doing this for the side of Gen.G. At least now when Ray needs a lot of help, they are just giving him the space that he needs. But what I'm very afraid of is Haku's positioning today, because remember, also, Haku has level 8 at this point, so he has level advantage.
Yeah, and I think Ray, look, he definitely needs, I mean, there's going to be pressure on him to try to keep pace with Haku. I think that that's going to be a little unreasonable because of the fact that Nongshim do such a good job of funneling the farm into Haku, where he's not going to be able to keep up, so to speak. Ray just needs to ensure that the jungle camps on his side are being taken out in a timely fashion.
Yeah, he needs to make sure that he's not going to be the target also of that power word control that we're going to be seeing Haku already moving forward like a wall for the other team. And it's like Gen.G having such a hard time trying to contest this. They're not even going to try. It's just going to be Haku just taking this for free.
Yeah, I mean, Clue was there. There was a potential smite action, but I don't think he was really going to risk it at this point. But again, Haku being able to pick that up. And notice how everybody kind of skirted away, made sure that they gave everything to Haku so that he's going to be even stronger. I mean, once he gets online, they're going to have a tough time. I mean, they are 6-0 on the Ogren.
Yeah, really smart though. I mean, I love whenever we see Haku in that Ogren. He's just really good at it. And the team really knows how to play around that Ogren pick, which is the reason why it's always strong. Now, on the side of Nongshim, they're just looking for the next victim on that flash because Faye already has his.
Oh. And it looks like, I mean, every single time that flash control is off cooldown, you need to be able to you want to make a play. You got to give Siri some chance. A rock has not been an easy target to go into, especially since he's got those, those sentries, so to speak. So it's difficult to kind of get into that one. Rock is not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, that's going to be good vision also for him. I love that both of our farm laners have some traps for themselves just so they don't get died by anybody. And right now goes in, gets the stun, and now they get the knock-up. And this is the revenge from a while ago, and Gen.G takes him.
Yeah, Illusion actually walked into the Unbridled Outburst, got stunned at the last moment, and he's like, oh crap, now I can't flash. Because he was looking to flash over that wall.
Oh, you know what? Level 10 on Haku. Who's going to kill him?
Well, it's not, I mean, it's going to take an army or a village to deal with him.
Here comes the village. It's 5 people. He might be able to get it, Haku. Really low in HP, but not enough.
Yeah, so I mean, Gen.G's game plan right now is to kill everyone else. Get the numbers advantage. Let Haku chase after you. There's only so much you can do, at least at this stage. Kill the guys that can control people, and they have the control.
They have the power word control. They don't really have a lot of damage here, but the tower would have. And the Death Sunset is going to be there. Might be able to go for another knockup, though, but Wawa is still surviving. He's dodging all the shots, though. He's taking so much time to get the kill on him, and they are just... Okay, never mind. I thought they're going to gift it to Haku.
Yeah, they were. I mean, Kyungnam was just like, I'm taking this one. He got a little frustrated. He missed a couple of heroic charges, but in the end, they were able to get that kill. That's got to be super frustrating for Wawa with no real chance of getting out. But look, the fact that he was wasting a lot of time and Haku was rotating up, that's wasted time. He's not farming in that time. So it's a slight advantage for Gen.G in that sense.
I think I like that he's really pulling out a lot of attention on that top side, and he has been constantly the target of that power word control. And I think the reason, that's the biggest reason why they pick up the lane. Look at this. They go for another. They have the Frigid Prison. Here comes the cavalry, and they have the timing on their side. You have the Zhengfei just using the Unbridled Outburst just to get some shield. No kills.
And you're kind of seeing the weakness of this Nongshim draft. The fact that, like, yeah, Faye, you got the flash control, you had the lockdown, but Clue's very tanky. You need that damage. You don't have that as of yet. Siri wasn't in that action. It was tough. It was going to be very, very lucky if they were able to get that pick off. They were not able to do so. And now you've kind of expended ults, you've wasted rotations, and now you've wasted time where, again, Gen.G is like surviving, but they're consistently farming.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of kills in this game. It's still on a 2-2. We're at the 7-minute mark of the game, and I think this is a good thing for the side of Gen.G because they're buying time. They're letting Rock farm. I mean, Siri is also gonna get there, but letting Rock farm is not really a good state to be in. Look at Ray. He's trying to go in. We still have the power word control at the ready if ever they need to. They still get the steal in that buff.
That's a huge win. I mean, if they don't get that buff, I think it's going to be wasted opportunity, wasted time. And now Haku continuing to farm. Again, just being very aggressive. He has a 2-level advantage over Ray. He's been able to out-farm. Again, Nongshim have done such a great job of ensuring that he does have that space. But he's going to be super scary once he goes online at level 15.
That's going to be the really scary part here. Right now, it's like everybody's just farming. Gen.G just really waiting for that late game. And now they're looking for that Tyrant. They are going to get the kill easily on Inoue just because they got the power word control combo. But looking at Ray, he's already at Tyrant duty. And they're going to be taking it.
They're just going to take that one out. So I think that was a little fortuitous for them, but the fact that they had, Inu down for the count. But Nongshim not actually looking to take the Tyrant themselves and to push this numbers advantage that they had. My one concern now by Nongshim is the fact that Rock has been kind of largely quiet. He's going to start to hit like a truck soon.
That's true. I think he has the Daybreaker in a bit, though. They use the ultimate. Rock needs to flash away. Doesn't have any way to go. And that is it. That is exactly what they needed to look for. They're looking for the kill space. Still has his ultimate onto the backline. Ray's going to be coming in, but what he doesn't know is that Faye has a surprise for him. But right now, it's still a 1-0.
Yeah, he was going to go in, look at Ray on the run. He was like, I found a weakness. Then he looks like he doesn't have the control. Oh, just barely gets away.
Not in range. I thought he's going to get it. But in the end, not really enough, but still a nice try for this side. For now, Nongshim RedForce is looking to get the advantage here, and I think it's okay. I think Gen.G is okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, at some point you got to be like, not okay with that, especially since Haku is taking all of the buffs. He takes yet another one. I mean, he's smiting away, like perfectly timing, understanding when to invade and to ensure that they get those buffs and steal it away from Ray, because Ray is in dire need of those blue buffs.
Yeah, remember, 3 items already on Haku, who's going to be really hard to kill. And that's the challenge that they have to deal with here for the team. Because remember, they picked up a Luna. They weren't able to get the mid-game advantage. And once we're hitting onto the late game, I think Ray will not be hitting that hard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Haku has 9k, Ray has 5k in terms of items, right? There's a huge item discrepancy at this point. But again, Nongshim doing such a good job understanding how to play this Augurin. And it is almost oppressive in that way, especially if you're Ray, where you're like, hey, I just want to farm. I just want my buff at the end of the day.
Ooh, power word control. He's not going to be moving anytime soon with the stun. He's not going to be able to get away here. He's trying to get some space. Ray is backing up, but here comes Haku to maybe take him down. And it's going to be next. Kyung9 is just taking down the backline as fast as he could. And that's 2 kills already for the side of Nongshim.
Look at how aggressive Kyung9 was, diving onto the tower, taking on 2 members, understanding that he catches you out, Inu that is. He's gonna run you down. He's got a motorcycle. He's gonna hit and run you, and maybe spit on your corpse on his way out.
Yeah, he even forced a flash there, but now look at the damage here from Rock. This is what I'm scared of. Look at him going in for the Unbridled Outburst. Gets some space right out of Rock, but the movement with the path of passing gives him a bit of movement speed, but right now he's looking like he's good, he's cool, and he gets it, but Haku still takes him down.
Yeah, Haku pump fakes it, but he's like, actually, I got Blood Rage. I'm all right. And turns this around, and Rock, there's only so many dashes. The Unbridled Outburst looked good. But again, Haku, when this guy's like a freight train, when he's running at you, there's no slowing him down. There's only gas, no brakes.
Yeah, but he's looking to maybe just help out the team as fast as he could, because he's level 15, probably complete items at this point. So he's not going to be really scared. Inuwa getting slowed, doesn't have the flash, needs help from his teammates, but Haku still gets the kill and goes on a godlike. Top side T3 is just going to be taken down here by the side of Gen.G, and it ends in a flash.
Tough situation right now. Look at Haku is just otherworldly at this point. He is so he has such a huge net worth lead that he's this raid boss all the way up in front. They have no answers. Gen.G want to get to the back line, but they can't get to him because Haku is doing such a good job of being that frontline bruiser.
Yeah, goes for the flash, power control. They have their Unbridled Outburst, but a bit too late because they have the damage already. This might be the end of it. Ray is going in. Leader stance has been popped by Siri. He's just trying to move forward to get the damage in, and now they are looking to finish the game. 30 seconds on Ray. They have 3 people to go and defend this. They might have it, but the Razor Cavalry is just going to push them back. Look at the backline. The Wawa looking to get on Siri, but he got frigid, prisoned, and Haku is there to maybe end it all. They don't have the minions, but they can just kill everyone on site, and Nongshim RedForce is just looking to end this game, and this is what they want. Get this to a 1-1, show them who's boss.
Yeah, what a great fight in the end. I mean, Nongshim just being able to close that one out. Again, they're amazing with this Augurin. They are now 7-0 in the KME. Perfectly played, understanding how to play the Augurin. I mean, you saw that last fight where you're like, oh, Rock got picked off. What was he doing? He needed that red buff, right? They needed some way to deal with this Haku Augurin, and they were kind of just risking it all for that. Unfortunately, he dies, and then pretty much the game was over at that point.
Yeah, that was the big challenge there, because with what they do here, especially on this draft alone, they had the Liang Princess Frost, they had Augurin. One thing that's good about Nongshim RedForce is they know how to play around Haku's strengths. especially when they pick up the Ogren. And they did just that. They just let him farm, get him to level 15 as fast as they could. And when he did, he was the win condition. And that's why they were able to win it fast.
Yeah, and that's the power of Nongshim, right? Being able to turn that one on whenever they needed it. And now that the series is even 1-1, I mean, they're back into this one. Obviously, losing the Ogren at the stage, they were going to do it game 1 or 2. They really like it, and they play this strategy perfectly, understanding how to play this Ogren. Just next level play by Nongshim here.
Yeah, that's the smartest thing that they could do there. Just play to your strengths, and that is one of their strengths here for the team. And I think Gen.G, I hope they didn't exhaust their options just because of that game 1. In that game 2, they picked up a lot of very core heroes on their draft, and this is not going to be good. I was honestly underwhelmed by that Luna pick. I thought Ray is going to go ham with that Luna pick.
I think that there's a reason why we didn't see the Luna previously. I don't think it didn't really have too much of an impact on this one, unfortunately. I thought look, if it was like a Haku or like Mfang style Luna just flashing in and out, it didn't seem like Ray was 100% well versed on the hero. And again, he didn't really have the farm to compete. It was really difficult. It was uphill sledding, so to speak, going up against an Ogren Haku.
Yeah, and what you want to do, especially when you're picking up the assassin junglers, is get the early mid game. And he wasn't able to get anything this game. He's 0-3-1. He had 12k on Haku. He has like half of what Haku has, and that's the struggle here for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact that he was like 2x'd in terms of the net worth in the lane matchup, I hate to say this jungle diff, but there kind of was in this one, right? It was really a bit of a struggle. I mean, look at that damage aside. I mean, it's 20,000 versus 77. Haku was always up front, just making it very difficult. And the thing is that Nongshim did a good job of understanding the strengths of Gen.G's lineup, right? They want to let Rock get going on the Shoyu. They want to go to late game, and then they're like, no. Nongshim, we're going to close out this game as quickly as possible, and you see the gold graph, and they do it in 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's very smart here for them to recognize that. I think what you said a while ago was right, especially picking up the Luna first in the draft was the biggest mistake. Just that's the only reason why they pick up the Liang and the Princess Frost in the first phase. Because if you didn't pick that, that wouldn't even be a problem. Haku getting the MVP here, 10-0-2 and 36% of the team's damage dealt. It's just a big flex here in this game.
Yeah, look, I want to point fingers and like poke holes in this game from Nongshim, but really, like there were moments. Okay, it definitely wasn't Haku. Like if we're looking at the highlights here, they were constantly putting the pressure on. Again, funneling farm into Haku, letting him get going. Siri goes aggressive, tries to get the pick off on the Rock. That was definitely a mistake by Siri there.
Yeah, I think that's not really what they wanted to do here. And Nongshim RedForce is getting the win, very much deserved. I just hope that, yeah, they still have a lot of things in store for us in their Magic Cat for the side of Gen.G, because these are good picks, especially the Ganenmo and Inuwa. Usually, he should be winning with that Ganenmo.
Yeah, I mean, but it's tough going up against, again, this lineup. The Guan Yu was constantly harassing the Inuwa, made life difficult. Wawa wasn't really able to get going because they constantly got initiated on, right? Haku up front, just being that nuisance, and then some moments, Faye would just flash control. Boom, another one right there.
Oh yeah, that's true. And they tried though. I mean, for Ray especially, he tried to go for the backline, tried to go for the kills, but it's also the idea of what Wawa wanted to do here. I thought he would be able to get the win with those skills onto the backline, but remember, just having a Liang, it makes diving a bit awkward.
Yeah, because he just locks you down, right? I was like, that was like the perfect answer. And you're thinking, I've got the Elaine, I have somebody who's kind of static, but it's like, okay, actually, you're going into the heart of the enemy team. Like, if you're going to try to go for illusion, I have the lockdown, I have that control. And this is why it's so frustrating going up against a Liang. And there's a reason why this Princess Frost Liang combination is just so strong.
Yeah, it's just so strong. It's like standard at this point. Everybody knows how to play it, and some teams even prefer playing it in their first game. But Nongshim RedForce got it in the second, got a win out of it. That's a big win in my book, just because they were able to win and able to get there with this composition alone. And that was honestly a nice try for Gen.G, but Nongshim, they're showing up.
Showing up, and this is the team that we expected, right? Going into this one, now we just pretty much have a best of 3. Let's see what the cards may lay, so to speak. But I think that this is a good one. We're going to see a heavyweight fight in the sense of both of these teams going back and forth. I think that we have plenty of good games ahead of us.
Yeah, and I do think we're just going to be taking a short break before we head into Game 3. Everyone, see you guys in just a bit.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to
All right, we just saw Nongshim RedForce bounce back in a typical Haku Ogren matchup right there. Really strong one. But Dash, your thoughts on this one? How does Gen.G bounce back from that game?
Oh yeah, Gen.G really needs to find something else. Find something that could surprise the members here of Nongshim RedForce. Because that game one was probably one of their only chances to maybe get there. But this time, I think Nongshim RedForce is now ready. They're back in pristine form, and we've seen it because they finished them at 12 minutes.
I think the biggest thing for game two is just how clean they were, right? Nongshim understanding the limits of the heroes, being able to play this one to a strong end, right? And having the proper heroes and the tools to ensure that they were put in a good position. And they were almost, dare I say, outdrafted Gen.G that was. Gen.G outdrafted in game one, but they were outdrafted in game two. So again, these teams are going back and forth.
Yeah, and from what we've seen here also for game number 2, Nongshim RedForce didn't really have a lot of good heroes on their side. I think they're very much okay with letting them go for game 2. The only big thing here is that Ogren thing. I think the other 4 are okay getting let go for game 2, and they were able to win it. But on the other end, Gen.G, these are a lot of their pocket picks, and they lost on that game.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about that game too and be like, actually, if you give Ogren or Haku the Ogren, you could just literally pick any other 4 heroes. I think they would have been fine.
That's true.
I mean, all jokes aside, obviously not to that level. They definitely had a very good draft, very well balanced in that sense. But it just seemed like that because just how oppressive they were and just pushing things along. And again, this is the Nongshim strategy that we've seen time and time again, where they just close out games with just this suffocation that they do on you.
Yeah, they do expect that is going to happen again here, which is why they banned the idea. And they might be changing things up because Gen.G still has an option here for the DRNJ to the Sakir in order for them to stop that from happening. Oh, they don't like the Marco Polo. Remember the Marco Polo Yarya that they've been doing a lot for Gen.G? They don't like that.
Yeah. I mean, they did that a long time ago in the series against Nongshim. They did try that one out.
Didn't work.
It didn't work at all, so it's an interesting ban here. But again, we're kind of getting into the point where, the hero pools are a little bit deeper. There are heroes that we need to open up for ourselves, like this Mai.
Oh no, Mai Shiranui being open for Illusion. Remember, most of the wins that this hero had was because of Illusion. It's just how many wins is that? It's 2-3 wins. Not really a lot, but it's because of evolution.
Okay, all right. It has in the ranking week. It has actually stepped up quite a bit. It was like it didn't win a single game in. Sorry, it didn't win a single game in a ranking week. Survival week is when it really turned up. Right now, it's 10-8. It has a 55% win rate. R8 has been playing it a lot as well as SCARZ. Nongshim is 2-0 on it.
They went in for their bread and butter combo. The other one, Boots together, Butsu with the Dachao. This is good. At least we're gonna be seeing it again. But what we want every time we see this composition to go, is they need to get the early game. If they don't get the early game to mid game, they're gonna have a lot of problems because they won't be able to pop that Eye of the Whirlpool.
Yeah, and actually the other big thing that they need to do is not let Rock play the foods. I think you let Ray play him, let him sit in the farm laner, and then let Rock cook on an assassin-style jungler so that you have that damage. I think that that's something that they've lacked before because they were like, the Rock on the foods, he's not really been able to kind of shine, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea though. But because they picked the Dion Wei, this is a Ray hero. That's why I
100%.
think they're gonna be giving this to the foods to Rock. The only thing that I am worried about every time they go for this is the lack of damage. So I hope they put Inuwa in something that has a lot of damage. But who else? Angela?
I mean, it sucks because you're going up against Mai, right? And
true.
You're very mobile, difficult to deal with. At the end of the day, I would want somebody who's like a Yixing, somebody who can kind of like a Shi to kind of control the battlefield a bit because everybody's going to be running at you guys. But if you're looking at what Gen.G are bringing, the Dian Wei, Foots, both very tanky, right? If any of those guys get really jumped on, potentially burst down, you have the Sea of Fate. So you have your get out of jail free card, and you're dealing with the mobility that Nongshim are bringing with that Sage's Might from the Foots.
That's true. I think this is going to be all up to how they play it until the mid game. They need to finish a game as fast as possible, at least get the advantage in the early game. I love the Dachao because every time the Dachao gets fixed, everybody, the way the map works differs every time a Dachao gets picked. I think a Charlotte is a good pick here.
Okay. All right. Look, I've said this before. I'm not a huge fan of Charlotte in the Clash laner. But again, look, it's global ban pick. You can't always have the same, amazing heroes in that Clash laner. So we'll let it go in that sense. But again, I think Wawa will be fine on the Charlotte in that top lane. But going up against the Dharma, not the easiest.
Oh, they went in for the Lady Soon. This could have been an opportunity to go for that early. But Nongshim went for that Lady Soon. Very interesting. I think the Charlotte only has one target here. It's going to be the Lady Soon, which is a good thing for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They made somebody a target with what they picked here.
Yeah. And I think that with this Dune, look, I think Haku pilots the Dune to a very top tier, especially in Season 3. It's just that in this season hasn't been great. It's kind of, we've seen more of like an assassin style junglers, but the Jiao Chao, excuse me, is going to be picked up finally for Gen.G. They're hovering over it. They're looking to lock that in. Wow.
Interesting. They went with the sisters. This is crazy. I haven't seen this pick except for Inuwa. I think Inuwa really loves picking this if ever a God in Mo is not available.
But look, I think we've seen it before. Let me just check. I want to make sure before I say it. Yeah, it's 1-1, and it was 1-1 by Gen.G. So Inuwa is the only one bringing it to the table. Hasn't shined. It's kind of been like mid-tier. Seems more like Gen.G are kind of like, we need to find a hero for Inuwa at the end of the day.
Yeah. And that's true because they needed somebody to deal damage because that's the only problem with this comp. They lack damage whenever Boots on Rock and they have the Dian Wei or at least another tanky jungler. They don't really have a lot of damage, so they need somebody who could deal that. And I think
we haven't really seen too much in the KME is the Dian Wei players really taking over the game, right?
Yeah.
Like we've seen, like, it's won, but it's been more because other heroes have done well and they've kind of he's been like a decent jungler, right? But I expect more from Ray. If he's able to get that farm and do pretty much what Haku did in the last game, with just, out damaging people, out tanking people, they're gonna have a really good time here.
Yeah, that is a good time to bridge in this game.
Yeah, this is a huge moment, right? It's all about the momentum into game 3. Setting yourself up for the game point would be massive at this stage. So both of these teams are going to want it, play their hearts out.
Yeah, and now Haku's starting off pretty explosively, just trying to take this Crimson buff on their side, but they already know. Blue already has an idea that this is happening, just dropping the Sea of Fate there because he has nothing. What will he do here? He's just going to drop the Sea of Fate.
Yeah, he's like, I mean, at the end of the day, we'll just kind of play it out so you have something pretty to look at. Like,
I'll try. I'll try. He tried because he doesn't have any of the koi types. That's why it didn't work out. But again, nice try. At least they recognize Ray knows that already has happened here for their side. But for the side of Nongshim RedForce, they know how to play this. They're going to stop them from going for invades here.
Yeah, and they need to. I mean, Haku can be aggressive. I think that's the biggest thing. You know that Ray is going to be. He's not that great. I mean, Jian Wei is just generally speaking needs that farm. He needs that time to get going. And if any sort of jungle camp that Haku can kind of steal or peel away, they're going to have a much easier time.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for it. Right now, I think Siri is just happy to just be in this lane because this is what you want. This is basically like heaven for Elite Soon, is to have somebody who doesn't really fight back, because I'm really sure Rock is not going to fight back here.
Yeah, I don't think he can at this point. I think that he, again, let the guy just kind of hold the fort a bit. Look, I understand why they draft for, the Foods Da Chao. Like, this is the Gen.G special that they're the only two that really bring these heroes out.
Yeah.
But I think that you're not really playing to Rock's strength. Oop.
Oh, topside though. Kyung9 just got taken down. That Honey Sweet Breeze was able to just hit them, and that was just a death sentence, and he was dead here topside.
Yeah, completely caught off guard. No way to get to safety at this point. Gen.G doing such a good job. But
we're gonna go for the steal, and Ruli Blades out. Haku was not able to steal it.
Yeah, it was like a smite battle. Ray took it in the end, and that would have been kind of close. Ray needs to do a much better job of protecting his jungle, which he kind of suffered in the last game.
Yeah, and this time around, I think it's way harder to fight against Haku. He's just going to be bullying you most of the time, and he has Illusion at his back, so he could just find a way to just make sure that you're not confident in taking your jungle caps.
Yeah, and even now, Ray just did see Illusion there, so potentially could have just kind of jumped in. But again, Ray needs to get going. He needs that farm. I would think that they would be a better job, Gen.G that is, of just trying to funnel Ray as much farm as possible, especially early.
Yeah, but I love what they're doing here on Nongshim RedForce. Look at what they're doing. They're doing the same thing as what they did last game, in where Haku is just getting all the resources. Even as a Dun. He's not the Nogbrin, he's a Dun, and he's getting all the resources.
Yeah, I mean, it would be huge for him, right? Look, I think that Illusion is just going to provide pressure throughout the top and the other different lanes and just make it life difficult for them. But at the end of the day, your win condition is Haku.
Oh, went in for the truth matchup. They have the Meteor Storm. I think Kyung9 is going to be dead here. Wawa was able to get away with that flash.
Yeah, Wawa just being able to survive at this point. Ray.
Okay, he's not going to be able to get it. Nongshim, I think this is not a good day, though. Gen.G is just taking kills for kills, and it's also because of Inuwa with that Chow Chow.
Yeah, making plays throughout the map. Very key for him. And again, Haku, he's actually out farming Ray. He has that level advantage. So something to take note of. Again, they're funneling so much farm into him.
Yeah, he's just they're giving everything that they can onto Haku, and this is a good thing. Right now, Inuwa looking to get a knockup maybe, and it's looking like Rock is going to go in. They have these Sage's Smite onto one person, though, so they have to be careful. The knockup on 4 with a Truth Mantra on 2, and that is what they're looking for their side, though. Kyung9 onto the backs. They're still alive. They're not giving a lot of damage, though, but they're surviving. Haku is going to go in. Ray is just going to get the takedown, double kill on their side. Rock is going to be next, but it's still a 3-for-2. He got the pullback on Haku, but they're still very, very safe.
I mean, a 3-for-2, you'll take that any day of the week. But Rock not dying, a little bit of a sore spot, I would say, for Nongshim. They actually had a decent assault. They had the right numbers there. They were trying to get those kills. But again, Gen.G countering in kind. And they do have a slight net worth lead, even though with that, bad trade, so to speak.
Yeah, they were still able to get the advantage right up on the early game. I think most of the goal that we have in the game is just getting funneled onto Haku. So once the item comes up, we will see how much items he had. I think he just built the Blazing Cape while that fight in the bot lane was happening.
Yeah. One way to stay alive and to kind of just put a little bit of pressure on. But through it all, it looks like Nongshim right now trying to put pressure on this bottom lane. I think I would have expected Siri to put a little bit more pressure onto Rock, but I think he's just kind of feared those corporal punishments.
Yeah, remember, Illusion has Flash. They go for the Sage's Might. I have the Whirlpool onto the side, so he has to survive. Faye gonna be their target, though. I think Faye is gonna be dead here, and 5 people were at the bot side.
So it looks like Illusion is going for that gank attempt, right? They were gonna go in and Faye's like, okay, we have this. But then you have the Whirlpool instantly available, and then it's one of those things where you're like, you pretend to go in, let them Whirlpool, and then just get yourself out. Don't give up any kills. That's the biggest thing, but they got baited, so to speak.
Yeah, this is almost like the Liang Princess Frost combo. Gonna be easy for them to set up. Sea of Fate. It's just gonna be just let down there, and that is just an easy getaway card.
Yeah, it's tough to get the lockdown and that damage. I mean, Rock, the Foos, is actually very tanky in and of itself, so it's tough with that. Plus, you have the Sea of Fate, which can just be timed. Tough situation just trying to get that gank.
Very interesting about this is that Nongshim, even though they're kind of losing on that department, they just might miss though. That is good. They might get the knock-up here. They're going to be using the Sea of Fate just to push him back away. They're looking for Ray. They got the knock-up on him, but the Meteor Storm is dealing a lot of damage onto members right here. Kyung9 looking for that opportunity to go in, but he doesn't have the Truth Mantra anymore. They still have a 1-for-1. They're backing up on the side of Nongshim RedForce, and they don't really have a lot of HP anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Haku going down first was like the biggest issue, but trading, okay, not the worst thing in the world. Ray needed to have been slowed down as well. So jungle for jungle, not the worst thing. I think Gen.G will be happy with that, especially since they've grown this lead to about 1.5k. And Gen.G, again, any sort of advantage at this stage, huge.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that. They need to get the early to mid game in their favor as long as they can because they're on a ticking time bomb. Remember, Siri is going to be really scary in the late game. Honestly, the only marksman in the game, so the only late game hero that we have in the game.
Yeah, Siri, yeah. At the end of the day, I mean, look, this is why this game cannot go long if you're Gen.G, right? You want to close this game out as quickly as possible. You want to be split pushing and just...
Oh man, look at that damage on Illusion. Meteor Storm is just dealing so much. Inuwa is not going to survive, that's for sure. Siri just even went in.
Yeah, just blowing him up. Oh, but Ray's going to make an appearance here and just deal with the minions. I guess he'll just take free food on his way out. He was just kind of passing by, but Inuwa just getting caught out for this one. Siri doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I love that Gen.G is still pushing here. I think this is one of the advantages whenever you have a Foods in the that child because you can just take out the towers when you can, drop the Sea of Fate, gonna go for that target onto Clue. They have it on the timer, and he is just gonna be baiting out everybody here. They got the knock-up on him, though. That's not good. Rock might die here. They got the knock-up. Flash away from Rock, but he's not gonna survive this for sure. He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. Actually, he could have potentially Sea of Fated on out of there, but he did not take that exit out. And he just stuck around and he found out that, hey, actually, I can't deal with 5 people here.
Yeah, he took so much time. And when he went and tried to get that Sea of Fate again, he got knocked out. That's why he wasn't able to get away there.
No chance. And now look at Haku looking to invade. Again, back to his roots of just being this nuisance, stealing whatever sort of farm he could find across the map.
Yeah, and Ray is not happy with that. Haku getting away, uses Unruly Blade, nothing. They can't do anything against him. And now this tower in the bot lane getting taken down.
It's looking to be taken down again by the only farm laner, just to kind of update the viewers at home. This is going to be an interesting one. Because, again, it's different because Gen.G, seeing as you don't have a farm laner, like, who's going to be hitting towers, right? It's got to be Ray. Rock is going to be up front as well. But it's one of those things where you're, like, very melee oriented. You're right in front of there. Your positioning is going to be not the greatest at times.
Oh yeah, Kyung9 already used dash though. Wawa going to be going for that target. Dodge a lot of their skills and Illusion onto the backline. They went for that flash and they get the kill, but Wawa still answers back in return. They have the Sea of Fate to be able to get away from here, but here comes Faye, but they got out of the way.
Yeah, 1-for-1 in the mid lane. I think Gen.G would be happy with that. Getting the pick off onto Illusion, kind of start things off. Inua hasn't had the greatest of games. I think he's died 3 times already, which is not great at this point. But top lane.
Yeah, Kyungmin going in for that fight though. They have a lot of people here, but they got the knock-up. I have the Whirlpool just to save their lives. Missed on that Sage's Might. It's okay. They got the kill from Kyung9. They're dealing a lot of damage. They're moving forward. Ray is now low in HP, but look at the damage coming from Haku. There's 3 people down on the side right here of Nongshim RedForce, but Haku is not going to let that happen. He's going to look for kills on his own. He's going to get those healings, but Haku is not going to survive for so long. Actually, almost an ace there, but Illusion just got respawn.
Yeah, just barely at this point. I mean, just to kind of take away that ace. But through it all, Nongshim just trying to fight this one out. That was a very aggressive one. Haku, the tank, the tanky guy up front, but you really can't take fights 1 versus 3. Tough situation. There was no getting out of that one.
Yeah, B was just dead at that point. They have it at 10 minutes, and this is going to be a struggle. The Whirlpool is just starting to get taken over here by the side of Gen.G, because remember, Haku's not alive, so they can take what they want.
It looks like they're going to take this Tyrant essentially for free. Faye just spots on like a bystander more than anything else. Not really going to be able to go in for this. But now, look, the mid T1s are still standing on both sides. It's still very close in terms of net worth. No team is out of it at the 11-minute mark.
Yeah, they have a lot of struggles here, and it's looking like Nongshim RedForce just really having a struggle in where they want to go. And that's honestly what's going to happen really in this game, because Siri doesn't really have the items yet. I think he just had the day. Yeah, there you go. The Daybreaker has been built, so this is the time for Siri to go ham.
Yeah, now is the time. I mean, he's got to find Inua, get the pickup.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going.
They got the knockup. They'll make their storm. Look at the backline, though. They're going to go for the knockups. They have a lot of damage on Haku. Haku might be dead, but a shutdown on Tawawa is going to be good. Ray is going to be next. He's being chased down. He got the knockup on him, and then Siri still alive in this fight, and that's good. It's a 2-for-1 for Nongshim.
I mean, the biggest issue with Gen.G's lineup is that they have no, aside from the fact that they don't have a farm laner, but it's tough to get onto Siri, to lock him down, to figure out how to get on top, because it's very, they're melee oriented, they're running at you, it's very linear in terms of where these angles are coming from. So it's tough to really lock him down, because he's doing some serious damage.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be hard, though, especially if he has the flash, and if you miss the Sage's Might, he's going to be staying alive for that long. I think the biggest way for them to kill Siri is for Inuwa to get the knockup. Once Inuwa gets the knockup, Siri's dead.
But Siri's positioning is so good.
Yeah, he is. It'll be good with that, but again, Overlord is gonna try to get taken here. Still don't have Haku in the area, so they have to take some time. The Whirlpool is also there. Ray is already in the area. They might be able to go for the steal here, but is it gonna happen? Yes, it will! Inuwa takes it in the end, and Ray falls down for the sacrifice, but at least they were able to take the Overlord.
Totally worth it. The fact that Inuwa was able to pick that one off, I mean, Ray smites at the same time as well, so I'm sure that they timed it properly and ensure that they burst it down as quickly as possible. Huge win for them. That's going to provide a little bit more space. Nongshim, they need to slow down this train that is Nongshim that's running at them.
Yeah, it's a Shadow Vanguard onto the mid lane. They're already starting to maybe get a push on here, maybe just alleviate the pressure in this mid lane, because it's been so long ever since a tower in the mid lane has gotten taken down. And look at the top side, though. They're also putting pressure upon that place.
Nongshim need to kind of fix the lanes, ensure that they're doing some housekeeping in that sense. But look, Ray back up at this point. Level 15, Haku had just hit level 15 as well. So this is the moment where, the jungle for jungle, when they're fighting, how they're prioritizing, who's getting on who. Haku, if he's able to get onto Inuwa, potentially get that first, that's a huge win for them. Ray needs to do the same, getting onto that top of that series.
Yeah, they got some knockups though, but it's looking like they're losing a lot of HP. They got the Tremor Smash onto the backline, but Faye is going to be trading that with his life, and Illusion is going to be the next target. They were able to get some timing there onto the backline, but they got 2 kills already, and Siri is just going ham, going rampage, getting chased down by Rock, so that's why he will make some distance upon him, but the flash is not going to work out in the end here. Inaku is just taking a lot of damage. Rock is in front like a rock, and that is just a 2, or rather 4 for 3 for their side.
I mean, the fact that Rock's got the triple kill, surviving and tanking through all of that, it looked kind of shaky for Gen.G, but the fact that Rock was able to get those kills really savaged it. Got 4 kills on that one, won the trade. Now they're going to look to put even more pressure on. Gen.G are finding ways to win this game potentially just by getting on top of Siri, taking away all that damage, and then who else can deal with this Rock, this old man? That is Fook.
Yeah, there was so much tankiness that's happening there. Ray, Rock, and Wawa survived for so long during that fight, and Siri was the only one trying to take them all down. This is going to be a struggle for them, so I hope they will be able to find a way to maybe just save Siri up in the late game there, because Faye just got to low HP pretty fast, and now they're already starting the Tyrant. They do have some vision here because of Faye, and half HP already on that one. He's gonna goes in for the Tremor Smash, might be able to get some damage in, but it's not enough. The steal coming in from Haku, but will it be enough? They have Kyungnae going to the back line. They got the shutdown on Rock. They got 2 for 1 so far, and they're gonna go for the chase down.
Yeah, that was actually perfect for them. And the fact that, look, Siri is looking to push the bottom lane as well. So this is a huge opportunity. Nongshim are not only able to just take this potential bottom T3, but they might want to close the game.
Yeah, Meteor Storm is going to be there just for them to just clear up this wave. And they do have a lot of people in front. Wawa going to be going inside, might be able to deal some damage against them. And that is enough to just push them away.
Yeah, I mean, they had the wave clear, which is great. Inua providing that as well as Wawa, ensuring that they not being pushed here. They needed to affix that lane in that sense of dealing with those minions. So Nongshim, while they did get a good opportunity, they were able to slay the dragon that is Rock, but getting themselves in a situation where now the base is open from Gen.G.
Yeah, jumping in and out, Siri just has to be careful here. I think he's already full items at this point, level 15 at this level, and they have the Overlord on their status.
Yeah, they're going to try to take this one in point, but the Overlord is potentially there. They might be wrapping around. Gen.G sticking around in the brushes. They do have vision of this attack here.
Yeah, I like that Wawa is what Wawa is doing here. They're already starting with it 5 seconds before they finish it. And Glue already dealt some damage on their side, but now Nongshim RedForce 3 seconds in that Tyrant, and they are just going to be taking this. And with what is going to happen here, that wave on Wawa's side will just get swept away.
But I mean, they got the bottom T2 right before it got swept away, so to speak. So it's not the worst thing. I didn't think Gen.G were really going to want to try to contest on that one. It seemed like Nongshim's positioning was far superior in terms of just pushing them away. Gen.G now looking to kind of regroup towards the southern side.
Yeah, they're looking to go for it. I think the wave onto the bot side, look at that. They missed that. That is a big wave on the bot side. If they don't go back, this could be finishing the game. But right now, they recognize that. And other pressures in the map is happening. Top side getting pushed.
Gen.G have to just defend at this point, especially with those Vanguards. It's going to be very difficult for Wawa to make an appearance there. He needs to recall. They need a fight 5 versus 5. They do have the Whirlpool if they want to go, though.
Yeah, they have the Whirlpool. They have the timing right. So they just have to wait or at least get Clue out of the way every time and let him find a way to get the defense here. Kyungnae going for Wawa. They know, they recognize that he was there. He got the knock up onto one with power degradation, and Wawa gonna go for the chase down, but Siri is still gonna get the kill on him.
So this is one where he's just like stuck around a little too long. I mean,
A stroll among the clouds.
Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. The Tempest Dragon has arrived! The final battle begins! slain an enemy. Fabulous. Shut down. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Shut down.
Amazing game coming in from Gen.G here, just looking for those right opportunities. And if you recognize it though, I mean, game 1, game 3, they went in for the weird drafts again. I mean, at this point, boots to the Dachao is not weird anymore, but they win with those weird drafts.
They make it work. I mean, their lineup, they understand exactly what needs to have been done. I mean, yeah, you have the Mai, yeah, you're flying around, you're able to burst, but everybody is just so tanky from Gen.G. And even if you get a single member onto like the Xiao Chao or the Ta Chao, we have CFA. We have our ways to deal with this. This is a very well thought through draft of dealing with this. And the fact that they didn't have a farm laner, they don't care. They just run on top of you. They're going to tank everything.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing about the Dachao pick on their side is how they will be able to use the Whirlpool on those fights. And getting that Tempest Dragon was one of the most important things. But again, let's take a short break before we head into the next game.
Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. In Heroes Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Nongshim RedForce. Did you have that on your bingo card, Dash?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting it. I thought it's just SCARZ was going to be able to one-up Nongshim RedForce in this whole series. But again, Gen.G was able to turn up and actually looking like Nongshim RedForce is struggling in this one.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, going back to the results of that last game, just how Gen.G were able to close this one out. I mean, Ray was 8-9-9. Usually when you see that KDA, you're kind of like, this team, we're definitely not going to win. But it was just a matter of time of just him throwing his body to the world, so to speak, letting Rock kind of just lock people down. And with this draft that had no farm laner, they were able to close it out off of their superior team fight.
Yeah, it was good. Gen.G, especially Innova, really did a great number on Nongshim RedForce here in this game just because of how he was able to set up this fight in order for them to take out the backline and series the most important part of this game. And everybody on the side of Gen.G knew that.
Yeah, and definitely prioritized it. And you were thinking with the only farm laner on the map that he would be heavily targeted, and he definitely was. He had he struggled, right? Because again, he was just kind of gone on. The tanks were there, and they were very annoying, and they were controlling him. He just really couldn't get going. Siri really struggled in this game.
Yeah, it was such a hard time for them too. They were not able to get everything that they want to go here, and that is going to be Rock again taking MVP here for Gen.G.
Yeah, 6-4-13, doing 19% of the damage, but I think a lot of it was kind of the amount of times that he used the Sage's Might and be able to just lock people down, and that was like the biggest thing, because aside from the side of Nongshim, definitely very squishy, and we'll see a lot of these things in the highlights here as they set things up.
Yeah. For the highlights, you can see how they're playing this, right? Every time Faye tries to go for that Tremor Smash, it takes a bit of time to rev up before that third strike to get that knockup, and that is the time in where Gen.G just capitalizes on it. So we're getting slowed, yeah, sure, but they're still going to be jumping on Siri every chance they get.
Yeah, I mean, every single time. Even then, Haku stuck around a little too long. 3 members are already down. You're fighting 1 versus 3. Yeah, you got the pickup on the Wawa, but you got to understand the limits. Nice little Tremor Smash here, really setting things up, but Illusion just instantly bursted. Gen.G just able to survive things. I mean, yeah, Inua is definitely the squishiest target on their side, but they were able to turn things around, and there were just moments where, like, that Corporal Punishment, perfect. Yeah, you're rolling raid, but how far are you going to get away from him?
Yeah, that's the scary part here for the team. I mean, Gen.G has been playing this series so well. Even with their very weak compositions, they really know how to play them, and they really did their homework against Nongshim RedForce. And with what we're seeing today, it's looking like Nongshim RedForce is not the undefeatable anymore.
I think that we've seen the other Caveman draft where it was like pretty much all melee from Gen.G. I think that this draft, we need to call it the Avengers lineup, because it's like Avengers assemble and everybody's on there for that team fight.
Yeah, I think I really love that name. I mean, just the Eye of the World from the Dacha really helps out in those situations. And from what we're seeing here, especially for that last fight, it was really good of them to just recognize how Siri's still the threat, and Rock is just taking out a lot of damage here because he knows that they can end this as fast as they could, especially if Siri is just muted that game.
Yeah, just really on point here. Gen.G, like, sticking to their brand of understanding how to close out the game, what they needed to have done. And that was a far superior outplay. I mean, if you're seeing some of those team fights, Nongshim really not on the same page. They were uncharacteristically getting out of position. And then this is that draft that we talked about, the Charlotte Tianwei, Dachao, the Foots, and then Dachao for both of these, right? So the fact that you were able to see a Fate, Whirlpool when you needed to, and just have that pull and these meat grinders, it's such a difficult lineup for Nongshim to handle.
Yeah, and I love that this time around for the side of Gen.G. The compositions that they really want to draft that are very weird, and Nongshim recognizes that. That's the reason why sometimes they ban some of the heroes, especially for Innova, just to lock him down, because they know that Innova has a very specific draft, and locking him down gives them an option to just stop Innova. But with that Xiao Qiao, oh man, that was a good performance.
Yeah, great performance, right? And that's actually what the kind of performance we wanted from Inua, right? Really to step up, just to have that bit of control, that extra damage to kind of complement the rest of the squad. And now if we're looking at the Nongshim side, generally speaking, they don't really show too much emotion generally. So this is kind of like their status quo, but you can kind of see a sense of urgency, a little bit of a worry in this situation. They've never really been down. I mean, yes, they lost to SCARZ, but it seems ever since that series, it seems like they've shown their weaknesses, and Gen.G are capitalizing here.
Yeah, that's the face that they made also when they were facing SCARZ. When they started losing, that's the same face that they were making. And this is scary because Gen.G could do the same here. Because if you look at it that way, this is going to be really hard for them. And Gen.G for sure is going to be taking that spot on the grand finals. But if they lose here, they're going to be facing against R8. It's been a while since they're faced against R8. We don't know if R8 could actually defeat them. I do think they can.
I mean, look, we look at teams that are on the rise. R8 definitely getting there, right? They're starting to peak and to really hit their groove and their stride. We're seeing Nongshim on the other side of the pendulum of just kind of being like, oh, we've been shaken up. We've drawn blood. Oh, it's like, oh my God, we can bleed? This is not a situation I've ever seen before. And now the vultures are here in the sense of Gen.G of just capitalizing on that weakness and that mental psyche. Your confidence has been shaken up, and going into game 4, Nongshim right now, backs on the wall. How do they respond?
Yeah, I want to know how Nongshim RedForce would be able to answer this. Just looking at the drafts that they made a while ago, they haven't been losing a lot, but that game 3 would have hurt because they don't really have a lot of things going for them anymore. But on the side of the marksman, they do still have a lot of choices. And what I don't like about this is we don't really see Siri pick up Long a lot. That's why I'm kind of scared for Nongshim.
No, he does okay. I mean, definitely more season 3 than this KME. He's kind of it's been more targeted, I would say, but he's kind of been more comfortable on the other heroes to kind of just help round out the draft. He can definitely play this Loom to a high level, but Gen.G go with the Liang Princess Frost combination. We saw Nongshim strive on this one.
Oh man, that is gonna hurt, especially if you have a Long and a Charlotte on your side. This is such a good pick. I mean, the Charlotte is not going to have a great time, wants to go to the back line, and if he gets frozen, he's not going to get any of the combos in.
So, look, this pick, okay, the Menki here, in addition to the Loong and the Charlotte, I feel like Nongshim, this is a season 3 draft, right? I don't think it's a strength of Haku to be going back to these tank-style junglers. We saw that in the last game with Dune. You got to let the man kind of, get to his assassin style, but it's tough going up against the Liang Princess Frost, which are really looking to lock that down and to counter that. So they counter with this Menki, but again, it's not really his best playstyle, but he'll make do.
Yeah, I'm looking at what Gen.G is going for here, because with this draft, usually, I was expecting a pay. I was expecting a pay with this rap because it kind of works, because Mayin together with a pay is a match made in heaven, or even with a Byron. So that could have worked for the team, but with Gen.G, they're getting banned here, so they do have some other choices, but I hope it works out.
Yeah, and again, the pay has been like a rock special too. Haku plays it to a high degree as well. But going into this one, this is going to be tough because you see Gen.G and you're like, actually the jungler and the farm laner, which is the hardest two to really pin down, is not going to be, like, they're still yet to be picked here. So Gen.G have a lot of openings at this stage.
Yeah, what are they cooking here on the side of Gen.G? They banned all the mid laners that could be picked here, forcing Nongshim or Illusion to go to Lady Jin. I think that's the only option that they have here, just so they can stop some of the pressure from that Liang. So will Nongshim actually go for it? That's the question.
I mean, this is like, how do you deal with the Princess? Okay, the Ganonmo. That's, you can outrange it. Keep it away. And again, Illusion needs to be way more careful this time around. I think he was caught a little bit, definitely far up where Mai wants to be, and just kind of getting those Kachusins off. But he got caught out way too many times last game. It was a little uncharacteristic of him.
That's a fade. Okay, Gen.G pulling out a fade here for this side. This is actually good. Good to see that they still have the firepower here on their side. I want to know if this is going to be a Ray pick or a... Wait.
Oh, they faked it. They faked it.
No!
Okay,
world
okay.
is like a game of Go.
So,
you must think ahead.
I'm not... Okay, hang on. Let's look at this one. The Kongmin there, you're going to deal with the Ganon Molung, and you, Charlotte, you have a lot of burst, which is going to be great if he's able to kind of find that right target. You just kind of instantly delete someone, especially since you have the Liang and the Princess Frost with the lockdown, right? And then you have the Kongmin and Gen.G on the basically the cleanup. They're going to do a lot of burst. Definitely on the squishier side. If we're looking at Nongshim right now, I mean, yeah, you have the Menki, and you have the stuns, but you don't really have the potential burst damage, which is kind of what I'm seeing lacking from the Nongshim side.
Yeah, one thing that it's really scary about Nongshim's side is that Long and Garenmo are just going to be exponentially better in this game, just because most of Gen.G doesn't have a lot of HP. They don't really have a lot of HP, and burst really works well on those types of compositions. But I hope it works out though for Nongshim RedForce, because they can take down a lot of these targets pretty easily. I love that they switch, so Rock is going to be the one playing this Kongmin.
Yeah. Definitely more mechanically demanding. You'll probably see Rock make that sort of switch. But, I mean, for me on this one, the Yuan is the last pick. Yeah, you might stay alive. Yeah, you got some sustain, which will help. But my concern right now is this Liang. If Clue Flash controls you, you're instantly deleted. Yeah, you have the infinite fastness, and you have the, the Dream Roam, and you have potential get out of jail free cards. But look at this damage. Kongmin, Gen.G, are you kidding me? They're just going to blow him up in an instant.
What's going to stop him too? That's the question though.
Yeah.
Who's going to stop him from his ult? There's not really a lot of range that they could go for. I mean, riding the wind could be available here for the Lung, but Lung is usually going to be the target. So who's going to stop him?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to Haku on this Dream Roam. Like, pretty much he's your only sort of control. I think that you might be able to get. I don't know. I'm trying to be positive about it. Maybe Morphle Tempo off the Yuan with the Fae. You have potentials, but it's not easy, right? It's not something that you instantly get all the time.
It's gonna be a challenge for Nongshim RedForce. There's a lot of nooks and crannies that they have to go through in order to make this work. But it's Nongshim. It's Nongshim we're talking about here, Holler. So it's possible that they will be able to do it as long as they're in the right form.
Yeah,
because that hasn't been the case so far.
It has not been, and I'm actually starting to question Nongshim. They're like, hey, we saw R8 go through the lower bracket, and they just through Group A, they got all this experience, and look at how good they are. Maybe we want to do the same thing.
I think the lower bracket run is what they want to go for. I think that's the only reason why. Because remember, Invitationals, it was almost the same case because they're playing a lot of best of sevens. Or rather, full game sevens.
Yeah. I'm sure they're like, I'm sick of being the favorite. I want to be defeated. I want to go in as like the underdog.
Yeah, that's too late now, Nongshim. It's too late.
Definitely too late going into this one. I mean, they did so much in the ranking week as well as survival. But look, I think that Nongshim's draft, I think that we got to trust Series Lung. I think that he's going to be on point. He's going to be your win condition. Illusion obviously will be doing illusion things with that damage, but Haku just stays alive, just controls them, keeps everybody safe. They're going to have an okay time.
Yeah, it's going to be the Siri game this time around. I think most games is always going to be a Siri game. He really needs to get up there pretty fast. And Illusion, the only problem that I have, the only good thing about this, though, is that Haku's not going to be the star of the show. It's going to be Illusion and Siri because they really need to get those resources for themselves.
Agreed. And if we're looking at the other end on the Gen.G side, once Clue hits level 4, which he's going to hit in in the next 20 or so seconds, he's going to be there. They're going to be able to make some ganks, right? How much of an early head start are they going to be able to go? Because this lineup from Gen.G will fall off at a certain point, right?
Yeah.
Nongshim will get the items to be able to tank.
Oh no, that is a winning strategy. He's dead. There's no way to stop that from happening. Kyung9's going to be next. Does he have the reset? Doesn't even need it. And they get 2 kills out of the board for Gen.G.
Yeah. I mean, we know that Gen.G have an early game advantage, and they will take advantage of that now. The thing about Nongshim is that they need to just kind of okay, pickoffs are going to happen. We got to just deal with that. We just got to move on. We cannot be sucked into these fights where we're fighting 3 versus 5 or 4 versus 5. We need to ensure that the numbers are even throughout. If not, we can't be taking the fight. We need to slow the game down.
Yeah, they are. And Gen.G, they are looking to just maybe find a way for Rocky to snowball this game. I think Illusion and Siri are always going to be the target here. But one thing that I think they could do here for Gen.G is to maybe stop Kyung9. Kyung9 is going to be scary here for them in the late game because he's the only one who can get to the backline. And they have a lot of backline for Gen.G.
Yeah. I mean, if they're able to get there, they might have a tough time. This is a squishy lineup. If they're able to get like a perfect dream roam, they have a lot of burst potential themselves. The Gan and Mo and Siri on the Loom, they have a lot of potential, but getting there, not easy, especially since Gen.G are going to spike very early. They have a lot of damage potential early.
Yeah, who's going to stop them from moving forward? There's nobody. I think there's no front line for Gen.G, so it's going to be a struggle. Top side, Kyung9 going for the 1v2, but here comes the team, though. They have the ult from the power word control. They were able to hold down Kyung9, but he's just going to be dashing away. Good thing they have the unending sword to get some heals to stop them from pushing through.
Yeah, and this is why they wanted the Yuan. They went with the last pick, the heal, the sustain, right? They see the potential burst, but Rock
could go in, might be able to teleport in. Was able to deal some damage, but not enough to be able to burst them. But that was a great coupled blades from Illusion.
Yeah, and it sets up by Haku, right? With that Dream Roam. He knocks him down. It's kind of like the Clue, Liang, right? If he's able to connect on that one, they do have the damage. They have that burst.
Yeah, the timing, that's good. At least now Nongshim RedForce is just punishing that kill that happened to Rock here. And that's a good thing. They should be doing so in order to starve Rock from getting that snowball and that Kongmin.
Yeah, taking away the blue buff, actually key on Ray, right? You take away his blue buff, you're going to limit him as much as possible. Nongshim right now with 2 red buffs and a blue, right? This is actually great for them. They're going to look to just use this to kind of compound that lead a little bit and taking things away because you're slowing Rock down quite a bit.
Oh yeah, that's true. And right now they're looking for a kill here on the bot side. They may be waiting for any starts on this Tyrant because they know that most of the members, because they cleared the top side already, they might be looking for this Tyrant on the bot side.
Yeah, you saw that, like, Siri saw that, that Spike Tail was going to be contested. He knew that Clue was waiting in the wings. You have to play even more scared. You have to be very patient. Understanding that they could be jumping at you at a moment's notice. You got to be super careful with Clue. You don't want to give up any sort of free kills, especially at this stage.
Yeah, they haven't been seeing Inawell for so long. That's why they're kind of scared here on the side of Nongshim RedForce. And with that, they need to at least get vision on where he is because he might be somewhere else and they can get comboed and they're really scared of any brushes that they're moving forward on.
Yeah, and look at them. They're sticking together. They understand that, hey, this Tyrant is going to be super risky. I mean, Gen.G had that control. That early pickoff game is legit from Gen.G, but they will fall off. They just need to get to like the 15-minute mark or so when they can actually tank some of that damage.
Wawa might be able to get an illusion right on the back line, and that's what I'm saying. Goes in with a drop kick, knocks him up, but he wasn't able to get the kill, though. That's not good. He's going to go for the chase down, and he's going to go for that kill on illusion. They're getting chased down. Haku goes in for a merry-go-round with that dream roaming, but the kill on the back line already happened. Illusion was killed, and they got the 2-for-1 so far.
Yeah, the fight seems... Oh, it's ongoing. Rock is being very aggressive. No, he's going to slow things down. But I did not like the fact that, yes, it looks like they were like fights on 2 fronts, but Haku needs to protect his backline. He needs to ensure that Illusion was safe. He was chased after, and he just got run down. There was no getting away from Wawa at that stage. Haku needs to ensure that, hey, you're actually not the frontlining guy that is going to be able to pick people off. You need to keep everyone else alive.
Yeah, and also I think Faye really needs to be careful about going forward without checking all the brushes because all his teammates won't really have easy escape tools. He has one. He has an easy escape tool. He could have checked the brushes there.
Yeah, but sometimes you're like, oh, I'm a roamer. I don't want to do that. That's the typical roamer job. I'm going to be, I'm going to let you guys face check some brushes once in a while. But yes,
that's true.
Hero skill-wise, he's the one.
Frigid Fission, though, got the stun on 1 and may be able to get the kill here. Winning strategy going to come in. Not a lot of damage. Haku survives it all, and they have the Frigid Prison. They might be able to slow things down, but that is a good turnaround from Nongshim.
What an amazing dream roam. 4-man stun. Then he had the mass to ensure that he survived. Absolute limits of this hero. Like, it's super risky. I thought he was dead, but no, being able to control Wawa, Clue, and just like, Rock at that point, that sets you up for success at this point.
Yeah, works pretty well for the team, and I love it. Seeing this from Gen.G, it's really a rad. Nongshim RedForce, they're really coming back here in this game. 1 tower down on the bot side. It's gonna get taken also, so we're just equalized at this point.
I'm more worried from Gen.G's perspective. This is an early game lineup, and they're actually kind of, dare I say, losing at this point. They haven't been able to find the right pickoffs. They've been slowed down immensely by Nongshim, who have been able to handle this draft.
Ooh, Haku Oh man, half HP. One ult from the illusion and they're already at half HP. That is a scary spot to be in. Now tower T2. Bot side is going to get taken down.
Yeah, I think Nongshim at this point have weathered the storm. They are in prime position. They're in the driver's seat, so to speak. They just need to be a little bit careful. They're starting to make some moves, and they're taking advantage of this net worth lead.
Yeah, they're trying to get advantage on what they can around the map, and the mid lane is still very much alive. Rock looking for resources around the map just so he would be able to get some damage in. But what's scary about this, because remember, a while ago, his winning strategy is not really getting the resets he needs.
Would you say it's a losing strategy? I'll show myself out.
Yeah, that's true. You should. I hope they don't lose, though, if ever.
I mean, it hasn't been great. I mean, he's gotten one pickoff or so. We haven't seen the true Rock in his final form where he's able to kind of get those pickoffs. I think that he needs to be a little bit, he just wants a little bit more farm before he's being more aggressive in that sense. But, it's hard to keep pace with Haku, who's being sheltered around by the rest of the Nongshim here.
Yeah, it's really hard. Honestly, Nongshim RedForce has been playing this pretty well. Gets a knock up on 2. They force the flash away, but they're using the power word control and not a good target. Though Siri flashes in, has the infinite fastness, goes for the fight against Ray. It's going to be surviving with the infinite fastness. Goes to the skies, and he survives, and Clue just falls down.
Huge misplay by Clue right there. That control on Haku is the last guy you want. There's no way that they want to be forcing it out. Anyone else, you get a free kill, but Haku is the one type where you just gotta take the damage and let him run at you.
Yeah, that's true. I think they're kind of struggling here for Gen.G, but Nongshim RedForce has been playing this playing together for a while now. That's 4 people. This was the formula on why they lost during game 1. So I hope it doesn't happen again. Nongshim RedForce has the advantage with a 2k gold lead and 10 minutes on the clock. We're starting to reach the breaking point here because we're going to be having the shadow variants.
This is going to be a huge moment, right? Nongshim right now in the driver's seat. This draft and the way that they're positioning, it's like the true power of friendship. Just sticking together. Nobody's getting caught out, isolated, and they're not able to get the pickoffs. And Gen.G all 5.
Ooh, goes in, tries to go for the steal, doesn't have the range. Flaming Palm almost gets the kill on Rock, but they have the power word control and not the right target again. Goes in, Kill Knight onto the back line, gets some kills, gets the knock up in 2. That's going to be good. They were able to freeze him out, but that is a bit of a 3-for-1 already with Wawa on the back line.
Just way too much damage. Yeah, you think that, okay, I got the kill on the Rock, everybody else will fall, but it's like, no. I have the Frigid Prison, I have Winter's here, I have Clues, like Control, I have D-Wrench's Imperial Order. Like, you have so many ways to lock people down. And Siri, once you're stuck, you're pretty much a sitting duck at this point, and they made him pay. They were able to just get 3-for-1 in that trade.
Yeah, there was a lot of single target going on, and that's what he liked with Gen.G's lineup today. Nongshim RedForce Haku's still alive, so they have to be careful in how they are going to be starting this. Wawa is not in prime position to go for the back line, and this Overlord might be taken. But remember, they do have Smite advantage just because they have Primal Bond. So with this HP that they do have, Rock would go in. They got the kill on him, and they probably got the steal too. And Haku was able to take it. And with this is not good. It's looking really grim for the team. Faye's gonna fall down, but it's not gonna matter because they still got the Overlord anyway.
I mean, this is all gravy at this point. Yeah, Faye went down, but they're continuing.
Yeah, Inouye's gonna be dead too, and that was good. They have the Shadow Vanguard onto the mid lane. Nongshim RedForce with that steal could go for this end.
Oh my gosh, they're looking to go the Shadow Vanguard in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, Rock is gonna be alive in 5 seconds. They're waiting for that Shadow Vanguard, waiting for the minions to actually go through. Right now, they're getting pushed back by Illusion. They have to be careful in how they start this, because with the Shadow Vanguard at the ready, they might be taking some time, but they're really just taking it down pretty fast here. We can't even go close. Wawa was able to push him back. They have some time, and Nongshim recognizes that and backs away.
It's an ambitious attempt at that point. It was going into this one, especially with Rock back up. You didn't have Faye or anything to kind of stick things around, and Wawa was there looking for that backline. But that Shadow Vanguard, it was just a matter of just kind of protecting it, trying to get as much value as possible. It did a little bit of chip damage on the crystal, but in the end, not really something that Nongshim were able to close out the game with.
Yeah, not really something that they expected to happen too, because the kill a while ago was really interesting. It was a fast kill on Rock, and nobody was there going frontline for him, and that's the biggest flaw of this draft that they did.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is getting to the point where Gen.G's lineup is like, yeah, you have the burst, but you're so squishy. You know, if Nongshim were able to kind of get onto you, they get a nice little dream roam, you're going to really struggle. Yeah, you have a lot of control, but if you do not target the Menki and target everyone else, you might have a chance. But at this stage, it might be tougher, especially since Nongshim are starting to get some of those items.
Yeah, remember, no Imperial Order. They used it just to check the brushes, so this is not good. Right now, Haku has the advantage, and they're making sure that the brushes are clear here for the side of Nongshim. 30 seconds on the clock, but remember, Wawa has prime position to maybe kill Illusion later.
Yeah, he's being very patient though, but I don't think that he's going to get sort of catch. Maybe look to just kind of split push in the bottom lane more than anything else. Because look, again, Nongshim are like, hey, we are going to check every single corner of the map and stick together. So even if he does go in, he's going to have a hard time trying to get a sort of pick off here.
They were able to see him. They will be able to cut him off. He needs to be careful here. Wawa is not going to be dying here for sure. It's a Mayi.
Yeah, no way. Too much mobility at this stage. Just gets on out of this one. But the Shadow Tyrant, this is going to be the next big objective here, is it looks like Nongshim are looking to fortify. And look at how Gen.G are like, actually, we can't take this fight at all.
Yeah, they know. They don't have any front line. Kyung9 is nowhere to be found. They don't know what brushes are clear. So they just have to play it safe and just back off and try for another fight here. This might be the last fight. But Nongshim has advantage here.
Yeah, definitely. And, I mean, they're looking to just kind of push the initiative a bit. I mean, realizing that they're going to shepherd the bottom lane minion wave in. This is going to create a little bit of space here.
Yeah, push back. Got them on full tempo. Got stunned on 3 people. But is it going to work out? Not going to be able to push just yet. And Nongshim, look at this. Look at where Wawa is again. He's really looking forward.
Yeah, he's going to look for just a slight misstep. But Nongshim, I mean, the spider senses must be tingling, right? They haven't seen Wawa on the map. He's been doing this almost the entire game. Dare I say it's a little bit predictable. And you see Haku throwing out them bubbles like he's checking every single brush.
Yeah, he knows. He knows that Wawa is looking for an opportunity to go for the back line. And it's very scary to have because if ever he gets the kill here on Illusion, that's a lot of damage down for Gen.G.
Yeah, and look at Illusion, throwing out those couple blades as well. I mean, you check a brush, I'll just throw out my blades. That's a good way to do it. And Rock actually paid with his life. About half of his life just went away.
Yeah, it's very scary. Right now, Nongshim has been playing like how we expect them to play. And it's looking good. Nongshim, they just need to keep at it with this space, and this is going to go good for them.
Definitely going to be good. I mean, as long as Haku's still up in front, Faye, I do not like his positioning at this point because Faye, if he wants to flash control you, you're going to have a problem. Now it looks like Nongshim are going to be like, hey, we can stick to objectives. We don't need to force anything out. Again, the later this game goes, the more favorable it is for Nongshim.
Yeah, they would just need that or any advantage that they could get because the item advantage on Illusion and Siri are just going to be hurting. It's going to be easy to take down almost any targets here from Gen.G.
Yeah, and look at how dark the map is. Wawa's the only forward scout. The bottom lane is pushing, so something to take note of. Nongshim can be aggressive, but it looks like they're going to continue to siege on this top T3, the Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane. Perfect.
Yeah. Good position on Faye here on the sidelines. I think that is very smart, at least pushing back a lot of Gen.G. But they have a lot of wave clear, which is why it's still going to be a challenge for them to do so. Right now, it's Wawa looking for maybe a chance here. I think he has been found out by Kyung9, so he's not going to be able to find it yet.
Yeah, but look at Nongshim's lineup. They don't really have an answer for Mayin. Mayin has to go and starts the fight. They have no control, no little setup. You don't want to be wasting the Dream Roam on her because you know that she can just cartwheel away.
Yeah, they're taking their time. They have the Shadow Vanguard at the bot side. I think this tower is already going to go down. Gen.G just gave it up because they know that they should take their losses here. And Nongshim looking for that last battle. And for now, with the Shadow Vanguard on the bot side, Nongshim still not looking to start forward. They're waiting for Gen.G to start the fight themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they have a great counter initiation in the Haku, right? And the fact that, like, if they're grouped up and they're looking to just burst you down, they will be kind of stuck together, and that's when Haku can turn it around. He doesn't want to be going in, getting that solo stun because he's so much further away from the rest of the team to do that damage, so he needs to let the fight come to him, so to speak.
Yeah, they are waiting. I think right now, Nongshim really recognizes that is going to happen, and Gen.G wouldn't be able to just engage on them because right now if Clue goes in with a power word control, he's going to get killed pretty easily.
Yeah, and this is why he kind of falls off, right? It's kind of tough sledding for him. Like, all the fun time has gone away, and now you're just an old man just yelling at the TV, right? It's not a great situation for him at this point, plus the fact that he is wearing glasses and he has a bit of a punchable face.
Yeah, that's true. That's the problem here with the people with glass, especially the young. Here, Gen.G already starting. They got the stun in more full tempo, but they are not going to be able to get the kill on Fade just yet. Wawa getting chased down. This is not a good look, though. He might die here. That is good. Nongshim RedForce gets the kill onto the backline, but Fade super low. But they are still alive.
Yeah, Wawa with a little bit of an out of position uncharacteristic of him. He wasn't able to get back. The Dream Roam used secondary, stun locking him and ensuring that Nongshim were able to get that kill here. Very well played in getting that pick off, and that's opening up the map here.
Yeah, looking for that push on the top side, and that is the last Flaming Palm that they are needing. And this might be the last one that they're looking for. That winning strategy not really hitting that hard anymore. Nongshim looking to go and finish this game with this last wave, and they are just pushing them back with a couple of blades. Siri just making sure that there's space. They have the clear on that wave already, and Faye force that unending sorrow. This might be the last one. They're gonna go in. They have a lot of waves. No Winter is here, so this might be the last fight that they're looking for. Power word control onto the backline. They got the Sage's Sanctuary, but they're going to finish the game, but they're losing a lot of their members. This is good. Gen.G, they got the resets that they're looking for. 3 people are down, and they are given one more chance.
Yeah, absolutely huge. The fact that Wawa was coming up in about 5 seconds, it was very precarious. Nongshim had to go all in on the crystal or to go, to retreat. They decided to kind of fight midway. They weren't able to take down the crystal. They weren't able to take anybody out. And this is a huge opportunity for Gen.G. Yes, the Tempest Dragon is up in 40 seconds. Everyone from Nongshim will be up. But again, taking out some of the towers, slowing down that push here is going to be huge for Gen.G.
Yeah, all the waves are pushing too, which is really nice. At least now they're going to be able to take down some towers. Almost going for the T3 on most of them, but Nongshim RedForce still has the advantage. Still has space on this Tempest Dragon tank.
Yeah, a potential opportunity at this point into a very low. Gen.G here, again, they don't have an opening yet. Those T3s are still standing, so the door is still somewhat locked. But looking at this recall, look at this. They're kind of mixed in. It looks like Faye gets picked off early. Siri has to use the secondary life just to escape out of this one. So all of that damage that was mitigated by just controlling him and taking him down.
Yeah, final showdown, 20 minutes. This is a Tempest game again. And Siri, onto the top side, Illusion also has to be careful here. They are looking for that kill onto the top lane. Blue could be their target, but they're pretty fast so that they are not going to get chased down.
Yeah, both of them. My gosh, everyone is so fast on just getting out of this one. But this is opening the door for a potential start on this Tempest Dragon. I don't know if it's a full commit here.
Yeah, I think they're just baiting this out. They know where most of the members of Nongshim RedForce are, and Rock needs to be careful here. He's just baiting out, maybe resetting the Tempest. They go in, Illusion might be dead, but a killing spree comes in, and Ray falls down. Rock's Sage's Sanctuary is already down, wants to go for that kill onto that Infinite Fastest Siri. It's just gonna get away, and they lost their opportunity. Right now, it's them versus the world. It's 3 people down on their side, and they're getting pushed. This game is over. Nongshim RedForce takes game 4.
Yeah, so Wawa saw what was happening. He was actually trying to fix the bottom lane. Rock and them were still stuck in a bad spot right around the Tempest Dragon, kind of starting things off. But Nongshim realizes that, hey, with this push, we're able to kind of just ensure that we have a numbers advantage in that team fight. They were able to kind of catch them out. Rock didn't have a great time, especially since you're trying to fight this 4 versus 5. That's an unwinnable situation.
Yeah, it was really not a good spot, a good look here for the side of Gen.G because they were not able to snowball with how Rock was playing because they do have some tanks on their side. What's hard about Gen.G's lineup is they do have the Princess Frost Leon combo, but nobody's gonna front for them, which is the problem with that combo.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a bit of a struggle. I mean, especially since Wawa was killed, and that opens up the door. It's like your only frontliner is down. Then the opportunity where, like, hey, I have to fix the lane. So, again, you don't have a frontliner. You're sticking around. You're trying to tank the Tempest Dragon. Very ambitious play right there. And they kind of got caught out, so to speak.
Honestly, nice try still for Gen.G, but Nongshim RedForce, they're making this game a bit harder for Gen.G because they're losing a bit of their picks. We're gonna go to game 5 after this, but it was still a nice touch here for Nongshim RedForce. They're slowly getting their confidence back.
Yeah, for sure. And it was one of those things where, like, they understood the win conditions, what they needed to do, how to counter this lineup. It is a very one-dimensional draft, which is very interesting considering what we've seen from Gen.G in the other 3 games. But going into this one, like, Nongshim were like, okay, we understand what needs to be done. We need to survive the early game. The onslaught will be there. Clue will be getting his pickoffs, but we need to ensure that we're fine for that mid game, and Nongshim did it in spades.
Yeah, it really worked out for them in the end. Nongshim RedForce, they do need to, if they want to stay on to the grand finals, this made it a bit harder for both of our teams. I thought Gen.G got the confidence back, but they got too overconfident with that Kongmin pick on that last one.
For sure. And I mean, look, we knew Nongshim was going to bounce back. There's no way they don't go the distance. We're going to see what happens in this Game 5, which is going to be probably the most entertaining, electric match of the day, and so to speak, going into this one. Because again, the loser of this one is going to be stuck into the lower bracket, where again, it's going to be a huge task for them tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a big challenge, though, because they're going to be fighting 2 games tomorrow if ever that happens. So they don't want to get to that lower bracket. It's going to be a big one. But now Gen.G, look at that. With Nongshim RedForce, we didn't really see a lot of highlight plays here from Rock. Yes, he was really fed, but he really falls off in the end there.
Yeah, and that's the struggle with the Kongmin. I mean, it's had minimal success. Sometimes you just burn them guys down. You're able to blow everyone up with those winning strategies. But man, when they can kind of mitigate most of it with this like Menki, and you have the Charlotte, and the Yuan, just tanking everything, you're going to struggle. But Illusion, his damage, 130,000, comparity, relatively close to Rock's 142,000 damage. Wow.
Oh man, that is a lot of damage there. I mean, that is good, but Illusion also making sure that this game is going to be awkward for the team. So with his couple plays, he was doing a lot of work for Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G. Oh man, it's been quite a struggle there, but look at this. They almost had to come back there.
Yeah, a little bit of a give and take. There was some that one final push that secondary final push where they lost like 3 members. That was a very difficult play. Any other team, that could have been a loss, and that was very close. But Illusion, the MVP, 424, 35% of the damage. He was just an absolute sniper with those couple plays.
It was crazy. He was getting kills left and right with how he was doing it. If not the kills, he was able to deal so much damage, and it was very threatening for the side of Gen.G. I mean, it's going to be a threat every time, just because everybody's squishy.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like the world is your oyster, so to speak. You can just pick up anybody that you want. You're just going to be able to find them. All you need to do is just deal with Wawa, and they kind of figured that out a little bit late because Haku was like, again, just being very aggressive. He was up front trying to take out Rock, and Rock was just picking them off while Wawa was chasing down Illusion most of the game, the early parts of this game.
Yeah, that's true. And we've seen a lot of moments of brilliance here for Gen.G, but they were not able to follow through. Look at that. That Dream Roam to 4 people, that was a crazy starter there for Haku.
Yeah, I thought that was really not putting yourself in a great spot. It was like a suicide mission. Be like, hey, I got this 4-man stun. But man, they turned that around, and actually it was the right play, and there's a reason why Haku's the pro, and I'm just the guy that's just talking about him.
That's true. That's why we're casters. But again, here on Nongshim RedForce side, look at this. Look at how they play this on the side of Gen.G. The way they held this down, I thought there was a chance. There was a chance that they might be able to win this just because of the amount of wave view that they do have. But I remembered a while ago that it's hard to take down super minions. Yeah. Really a big challenge.
Yeah, and it's hard to take down the Crystal when the guy that's supposed to be doing the damage has been controlled. Siri, that was. He was completely locked down. Clue found a perfect suppression, locking the guy down, setting it himself up, but in the end, it looks like it was going to be minions, and off of the T3s all going down. You got to be super careful with those minions in all the different lanes, but just like a losing fight by Gen.G in that last one.
Yeah, we still have our last game, everyone. That was it's like 2-2 at this point. We're going the distance, and it's really interesting that we're at this point already. But again, before that, everybody, we're just going to take a short break, and after that, we're going to go to Game 5.
Surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail.
We're going to go the distance in the second series of the day. Nongshim RedForce going up against Gen.G Esports. It's 2-2, and we are in Game 5. Dash, what do they need to do in this one?
Yeah, honestly, Nongshim RedForce really needs to keep at it because they have been doing pretty well on how it has happened so far. I think right now Gen.G has been losing a bit of steam just because they're losing a bit of their picks that we were expecting for them to win, especially this last one because they had the Leon Princess Frost and wasn't successful, which is really a bummer.
I mean, it was a bit of a bummer in that sense, but look, it's like two heavyweights going at it. You hit, they counter hit, and you're seeing this this very elegant dance between these two teams, getting themselves in this position. We've seen Gen.G throw out some crazy drafts where they're able to get those 2 wins out of that. Do they have another rabbit out of the hat for this final game here?
Yeah, I want to see if Gen.G has something in store for us, or have they been exhausted? Especially on this next game. I think they're already starting with the draft here, and I'm excited in what they're going to be pulling out because Nongshim RedForce, they're for sure ready for this. They've done this a lot in Invitational Season 3, not just even Game 7s. This is just Game 5s, not even Game 7s.
Look, I don't know who's going to be making it to KWC, but for both of these teams, I hope they do move on. Not to say that I don't want R8, but it's one of those things where these guys are going the distance. There is so much experience that they're getting out of this one. The fact that you're going to that 5th game, when you go to the KWC, you're going to be seeing these best of 5s. You're going to be put to the test. How are you going to respond?
Yeah, and especially Gen.G, they really need it the most because sometimes they lack the firepower whenever it comes down to it, especially if they're fighting against Nongshim RedForce. But this time, I love this development. At least now they're getting some good fights. They're getting some good duels against Nongshim. And looking at the band, Zhangfei to the Sakir, they're just respecting the roamers that are still open here.
Yeah, there's still a lot available at this point, right? And I think that, it's on both sides, right? And forcing it back onto Fei. When you have the Zhangfei and the potential Sakir still open, you definitely want to target him as much as possible, especially since Nongshim like to first phase pick a roamer.
Oh, yeah. Byron getting picked here for Gen.G. This is still an option for them to go for Fei, honestly, for their side. But Nongshim, what answers do they have still? They can still focus on picking up the Clash lane, maybe pick a Sun Tzu for their side. Could be something that they would need. Yeah, as I'm saying, yeah. They can go for that set sail, and maybe the reason why they picked the Shoyu is to just get that late game for Siri.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're kind of towards the bottom of the barrel for some of these farm laners at this stage, especially since it's a 5th game. So you're kind of limiting, but Gen.G's to their advantage. They didn't actually pick a whole lot of farm laners sometimes. They went with like the Foods farm laner, so they have a lot of more opportunities, but Gen.G going strong, the Ogren and the Mai.
Ooh, those are strong picks. Honestly, these 3 that they have are very strong picks. So they're going to go standard. They're going to go with what they don't know best. No, never mind. They do everything the best in the side of Gen.G. If they go standard, if they go caveman draft, they're going to do it well. But Luna being out for Haku, I love this already.
Okay. All right. So they're going to lock that one in, and they're going to look to go for the back line, figure out ways to kind of just, have that pull and kind of make Ogren's life a little bit more uncomfortable. The problem is that when you see the Ogren and he's able to kind of free farm, get funneled even more in the lanes, he's going to really just kind of pop off. But if Nongshim is able to do the same thing with this Luna, they could counterplay that one.
Yeah. One thing that they need here for Luna is to get the early game, especially the first once they get to level 6, level 7, he needs to get kills during those times, because if not, it's gonna happen the same here. What happened to Gen.G when they picked up the Luna, that's what's gonna happen if they don't get kills in the early game.
Yeah. And I think that he's going to be a little bit more aggressive. Haku has been that destroyer, so to speak. He's definitely high flying on these assassin types, so he's going to be able to get on. Gen.G right now need to figure out a way to protect the Mai. Obviously, you have the Byron and the Ogren to kind of just help support it, but Mai needs to be super careful with the positioning. Inua, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this guy to ensure that he's in the right spot at the right time.
Ooh, good thing they banned the Pei. Pei could have been a pick here, because they do it also in Gen.G. Pick the Ogren, then pick up the Pei, just to surprise them. Could have been an option, but good thing they were able to see that coming on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, that would have been interesting, right? I mean, just play the Ogren in the farm lane or whatever, and then you have Byron Pei just kind of making a muck in the enemy jungle. That would have been tough to deal with. Nongshim scout that one out. Something smelled fishy in that sense. But Nongshim going with the Dolia, the nice Celestial Melody onto all of these. A lot of potential opportunities here.
Wait, they haven't picked Elaine yet, right? Elaine is going to be our last pick for sure. What? No. They're not gonna go for that.
Let's see. I mean, they pump faked it before. Okay. They look like they're hovering over this. That will be an interesting pick.
Okay, I think.
Love will never end.
Oh,
they're doing it. They're doing it. They saved it for this one.
Chuan-Se is not gonna be. That's not in my bingo card, man. I was not expecting that on my KME bingo card. Oh, man, that's crazy.
So, it looks like it's going to be a Schwantz rock jungle, I would say, and then let Ray farm. I mean, this is kind of like that Pei that we're talking about, right? I think Schwantz is just the sub for this one. So this is going to be an interesting draft, and they go with the Lady Jeanne to kind of deal with this potential, outburst or this run at you kind of lineup. I mean, they have a lot of damage and aggression on the side of Gen.G.
That was not a Pei, but it's still the same thing. Basically
same idea.
Thing. Yeah, same idea that they want to go for. Double assassins. You have double front line here for the side of Gen.G. They need to get at least one thing that's good about this is they have an Ogren. At least they would have that firepower in the mid game to late game. And Chuan is something that you want to get for the early game and mid game, just like what a Pei does. So the idea is still there. And Gen.G, this is their magic hat again. They have another one ready. They have another rabbit.
Yeah. But is this... I mean, it's going to be interesting going into this one. Game 5. Everything on the line. We've seen this lineup by Nongshim before. This is not really a surprise in that sense. How they're going to initiate. Lady Jeanne might be able to set things up. Luna will be going in. Then you have the set sail to counter-initiate. And then you kind of just set that up with the Celestial Melody to kind of round things up to make sure that you have that consistent control, right? On the other end, if we're looking at Gen.G going into this one, I mean, all eyes are on this once. Rock is going to be the guy. Is he able to kind of get going, really limit what Haku brings to the table with this Luna?
Yeah, especially that Rock. What Rock is going to do here is just to maybe try to snowball in the early game. And this Schwantz is just going to be having a great time, just making sure that he's going to get all the resources that he needs in the early game. And that's what's good about it, though, because remember, he can hook people in. And that's the scary part here, because with this, he could have easy targets on Seri, on Illusion, which is a good thing.
Do you think that Rock is a good hooker? I'll show myself out.
I don't know if I want to answer that, though.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't at this point. But look, I think that, there's going to be, again, Rock is the guy to watch, but Inua is going to be setting up the plays, right? His presence, the push is going to be key for him to provide that space. Because, again, Rock wants to be just kind of taking off that early farm as much as possible.
Yeah, and it's going to be very scary here for all the squishies. Even Pei should be scared of what they could do here for the side of Gen.G. Once they start up, once they get to that level 5 and level 6 breaking point, Gen.G will start racking up those kills, and they have to be ready about it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? I think that if we're talking about timer here, I think that if Nongshim were able to kind of survive, well, I mean, like, oh, nice hook.
Okay, getting ready for that hook though, but good thing they forced out the set sail. That's already step one. They can do something else later.
Yeah, actually, that scared me a bit. I mean, especially with that set sail used as his get out of jail free card, but Rock still on the prowl.
Yep, they have the mournful tempo. You know what? Goes in for the knockup, goes for the pushback against Faye. He doesn't have any flash, so he can get knocked up. That's a first blood for Gen.G.
What a nice play by Inua. And that was the perfect setup, ensuring that Ray actually got that kill. I mean, yeah, you had 4 members of Gen.G there just trying to, everyone was looking for that first blood. But finding Faye just a little bit off, out of position, that's going to be huge.
This is bad, though. This is not good. They got the knockup again, and that's another kill. Gen.G surprising Nongshim the second time around.
Yeah, I mean, this map looking so dark at this point, right? I mean, Haku thought he was safe, but again, without Faye kind of just like in that buffer area, just like providing that scout, you're going to have a tough time. And look at Inua, still waiting in the wings. Who's going to be showing up? Will it be Haku in this fight? No, it doesn't look like it's going to be that case. He will rotate.
Oh, it's looking like what they're doing here. Look at that. I think what Inua is doing together with Blue, they're just sharing the resources onto the mid lane, so both of them get the items that they need. And I think that's a good thing. Inua is just looking for kills anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to be. That's what you want to be doing on the Mai. You want to be setting the tempo. You want to be getting some sort of pickoffs. If you're able to find them, great. If not, at least you're pushing them back, putting a little bit of presence on the map, making things a little bit uncomfortable for Haku instead of just him free farming.
And I love the confidence also from Wawa, always taking the Firebird on the top side. I think that's a good thing about him, which is why with this advantage that they do have here for Gen.G, they have confidence on all lanes. So in this first Tyrant that we're going to have, it's going to be a problem. Lucian gets the knockup, gets the stun on Inua, but not going to be enough to be a threat even.
How could you not be confident? This is such a great start for Gen.G. Getting those 2 early picks. I mean, they have almost like a 1.5k net worth lead at this point. They're just kind of starting to feel their groove, and it's very scary because you know that Ray's on this Ogryn, and at some point he's going to hit this like super raid boss type of hero, and in terms of net worth, and you're going to have a really tough time getting by.
Yeah, and really scary about this too is that they have a 2k gold lead at this point in the game, and that's a scary part to have here. And the Tyrant is going to be taken by them because Nongshim recognizes that they don't have what it takes to fight this.
Yeah, I don't think you have an opportunity at this point. I mean, you have to play scared. You have to play somewhat, within the lanes, so to speak. But again, losing those T1s at this point, absolutely huge. Everyone needs to defend. Just slow the game down. Yeah, you might be losing out in terms of the net worth and some of that jungle, but you need to ensure that you have those towers still standing so that you have that, that protection, so to speak.
Yeah, and also Siri, just making sure that Siri is going to be alive most of the time is going to be a good start still for the side of Nongshim RedForce. As long as Siri is getting these items and he's not dying, this is still good for Nongshim.
Yeah. I mean, you got to get to the late game. You got to give Siri a chance for you to carry, right? I think Haku, there's going to definitely be pressure on him. He's only 300 gold behind. Sorry, he's actually 400 gold behind if we're comparing jungle to jungle with Rock, that is. So he's just kind of keeping on pace. But if you're seeing what Gen.G are doing, they're being more aggressive. They're trying to take over the map a little bit more.
Yeah, that's what's good about what they're doing. They're trying to be aggressive. They're making sure that Nongshim is not going to be confident in their spots and making sure that Taku is not going to get a lot of resources, which is always a good thing for them. Look at them. Rock is just stealing camps left and right.
Yeah, those nightmare hooks are just gonna pull him away as well. The Spike-tail Beast is not expecting that as a jungle camp as well. But Siri by himself.
Onto the bot side though, gonna go for the mortal plan tempo. They are gonna be dashing in. They got the kill on Siri pretty fast. Good go for the hook and will be going for it. And that's another kill on their side. Make that 2 for Gen.G.
Yeah, what a great ambush right there. A huge gank for Gen.G. Again, this is the power of the Mai. If you're able to kind of just jump on the guy, put so much pressure in. Siri thought he was safe.
Yeah, T2's going to be down on the bot side. So now they're going to go for Haku. Haku's going to be the next target. Does he have the reset? That's the question. Will he have another one? Good flash from Illusion to just run away. Setsail's going to come in. Might be able to get the knock-up on a lot of people. Ray, very low in HP, but are they going to continue? Nope. They are not going to hit that.
Yeah, they know they're so far behind. That would have been a suicide mission by Kyung9. Good pullback, ensuring that he just stayed alive. Because again, right now is not the time to fight. You're so far behind right now that literally Gen.G will tank what you're throwing at them and survive. Now is the time, again, slow the game down. Yes, towers are crumbling, but right now you just need to continue farming.
Yeah, you just need to survive right now. I think Haku, once he gets going, he gets going. So that's the scary part. As long as Haku is still in the game and has his mentality up, this is still a game that they could win.
Definitely. And this is, I mean, this is uncharted water for Nongshim here. Just being this behind. The Zwans might be making some plays that they're really not comfortable with. They don't really have an answer for it. I mean, we haven't seen too much of an impact, but just the threat of a hook is just way too much for Nongshim at this point.
Oh, they got the knock up onto Winwa. They got some vision a while ago. Might be able to get some mini stuns in. But for now, they're just taking down towers left and right. And Haku is honestly just finding ways to maybe get some kills, but it's going to be hard, especially against this lineup. This south side tower is going to get taken down. Set sail is going to be ready. Throws the boat on them, but they don't care. They're just going to go for that push.
Completely dodged out. Gen.G here just starting to steamroll at this point. T2 taken down. Nongshim had no answers. They had to completely back away. And again, this is just the power and the strength of Gen.G at this stage of the game. They're up 5K at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, remember, it's 7 minutes. It's still 7 minutes, and we already have 5 towers down, and Haku is going to be the next target here. Could go for the reset. Going to be chased down by Ray. The slowdowns are going to be coming, but Haku, will he be able to survive? Look at the dash coming in. Haku still surviving, trying his best to deal some damage. Goes to the backline, but no, he got knocked up, and Rock kills him in that place.
Yeah, he tried to dash away, tried to get cute, but that hook just let him go, like stopped him in his track, so to speak. And Haku going down. I mean, this is a huge window of opportunity for Gen.G. Getting that kills. They are so in control of this game. It is starting to get scary for if you're a Nongshim fan.
Gen.G really looking pretty nice in this game. 5-0 with a 5K gold lead. And 5 towers down on the side of Nongshim. And against 2 assassins, losing towers is not good every time. Just because of the fact that any of those assassins could be hiding on those brushes.
Anything, right? And look, it's starting to get scary to the point where Ray is kind of just pushing his initiative a bit. Like, Siri needs answers, not only to Ray, who's going to be very tanky and tough to deal with, but also Rock.
Yeah, it's too scary though. They're going to be starting. Looking like they're going to be looking for this push onto the mid lane. And Rock on that distance, he's just going to be taking down that tower. And oh man, 6 towers are down and 6K gold lead for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, look, Nongshim, this is very uncharacteristic of this team. Not only is the fact that it's almost 10 minutes, but they don't have a single kill to their name. They haven't been able to find a single target. Gen.G have been making some great moves across the map. It's almost been flawless with how they've been shifting back and forth.
Oh man, it's looking pretty scary now. I think, especially Haku, I think I was expecting a lot of things from this guy, especially whenever he holds an assassin on his hands, but they got him. It's like a checkmate. I think they do know what to do against Haku.
Yeah, they don't have any idea, I mean, at this point. I mean, look, Haku is 2 levels behind Rock. I think that your win condition is still Siri at the end of the day. Haku just needs to not die, maybe have some control. Maybe you go for Rock on the or Inua on the backline when the team fights happen, but you need to stay alive. You need to be super careful that Gen.G are able to just do some serious damage and delete you.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a lot of big set sales too, because they know that there's a big advantage on the other side, so might as well not risk it. But Nongshim, that's all they could do here. They should risk it. They should try to go for the fight and maybe get those shutdown goals against Gen.G. Right now, Tyrant's getting taken.
I mean, you're talking about potentially going for that risky play, but when you're down about 7K at this stage, like, everything is pretty much all in. Like, you go for that one, you fail, you just lose, right? I think that you look to prolong the game, give yourself a chance. You still have that win condition in Siri. The fact that if it goes to like 20+ minutes, and he's able to deal with Ray, he's able to, you know, armor shred, I think that you're going to have a much better chance of success then.
Tries to go for that mournful tempo for that stun, but they can go for the push here. Remember, they have the Tyrant right now. They're pushing on the top side. Nongshim is not stopping this from happening. Set Sail is going to be going their backline, though. Look at Inua going in, but he's going to get killed by the tower. Never mind, he still stays alive. A lot of members low HP. Ray backs off. Nongshim needs to defend this tower. Good thing they were able to.
Yeah, actually, wow. When you called it Inua dying, I was like, okay, he's definitely dead, but somehow he lived and he's still unblemished. I mean, just the fact that he stayed alive was huge for him. But, you know, Nongshim, not the end of the world at the end of the day. They did not lose that top T3. No one died. That's a pretty good hold for Nongshim at this stage.
Good hold so far. Right now, that's all they could do. Buy some time, as he said. And Nongshim is really looking for anything, but Gen.G, once they try to take some space somewhere around the map, they are just really capitalizing. They're not letting them even take their own jungle at this point. Got the hook, that was good. Kyung9 doesn't have the set still, he's gonna be dead. That's a good hook from Gen.G.
Yeah, completely caught off guard right there. I mean, he thought he was going to be a little bit safe. You got to be super careful, and this is why Rock on the Swans is going to really catch people off guard, getting that pick off. But now, what can they convert out of this? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to take any sort of towers here.
No Tyrant, there's an Overlord for the taking here for Gen.G, but they're taking their time. They're just making sure that they can just pressure them to the top side. I think this is going to get pushed. 2 more shots from Rock, and this one's down, but Nongshim is defending.
Yeah, I mean, look, no minions at this top part, and Rock was just like, okay, you're defending quite difficully, but the mid T3 goes down.
That's going to be 1 down. Top side also going to get taken down here by the minions themselves. Never mind, they were not able to get close. Gen.G is not going to take all their luck out of it. They might lose if ever they take the risk here. Nongshim, this might be the time that they're going to take the risk. They don't want the Overlord to be taken, and they have the minions pushing, so this is going to be good. They have the Nixoro, but they still get the steal. Haku goes in, but the backline has been breached. He might be able to get the takedown. Clue is going to be his target. He's trying to run away. He got hooked, and no, that is Haku down.
Yeah, okay, but he got the Vanguard. I mean, the Overlord in that sense. The Vanguards will push, which will provide a little bit of space. Yes, Haku's down for 30 seconds, but through it all, not the end of the world.
Yep. At least that's good. At least they took the risk of getting something out of this game, because so far, they haven't taken anything in this game. No kills, no towers, just an Overlord. And that's good.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to take whatever small victory you can get at the end of the day. I mean, look, Siri's not dead yet. He's still alive in that sense. He's continuing to farm. You have that space. The bottom T3 going down here. So now this is looking a little bit rough, but Haku's back up now.
Oh yeah, Sun Chaser also has been built by Siri, so he's on his 4th item now. This is the scary part. If Siri is not going to get killed on these fights, he's going to be very, very scary. Now they go with the set sail, dodges it with just 1 dance, more full tempo. They're going to go in. There's a lot of damage coming from Siri. It's working their way towards the backline, though. Goes in the front. Siri still alive.
They got Ray.
Ray falls down, and that's good.
Oh my gosh, that was absolutely huge getting that pick off there. I mean, he got caught out. He was not able to get away. The Ocean of Tears, just too much terrain, just the slowdown. But their base?
Yeah, they're going to push in the bot lane, though. They have a lot of people on the top side. This is not good. They're trying to chase them down. Chloe's going to be the target, but Haku's in front. They're taking a lot of damage. They got the knockup on Haku. That's going to be 1 dead, but they are going to stay alive here. Rock is going to be next. That's a lot of damage coming from Siri, but Inuwa and Clue are still alive. They're chasing them down. Kyung9 goes in. This might be the end of it. They still have a tower. The Inuwa should stay alive here. If not, this might be the end.
No, but look, it looks like Inua's looking to be pushing elsewhere. Those super minions will push. Kyung9 is making a beeline for the base. He's going to recall to do this. And now Nongshim looking to push the top T3 here.
Ooh, that's what I said. Siri's going to be scary at this point in the game. They need to find a way to kill him at this point. They need to get the stun, get away. He's going to get fused. He goes to the backline, but Ray is going to fall down. Destructive Deluge was able to stop him on his tracks, and this might be the end of it. They're going to go for it. They have the set tail. Here comes another one. The cavalry's here. Nongshim RedForce is looking for the finish, but it's not working. They still have some time. Gen.G still alive. They can still defend this, but they still have a lot of people on their side, though. They're working their way towards that finish, but they were able to clear the minions, so it's still good.
I mean, the super minions, is the biggest thing at the end of the day. Nongshim not able to close that game out, but the fact that they were able to get Ray and Inua, you're seeing just how hard Siri hits. I mean, it's like a truck at this point, but Haku in the backline protecting, fixing all the lanes before they proceed. I mean, I don't know how much further Nongshim can continue this onslaught.
Ray is not going to stay alive for long, especially I'm seeing a Pure Sky on his build. He's not built so tanky in this game. So that's why Siri is just hitting so hard against him. 1 Destructive Deluge from Illusion, and he's not going to be getting any life steals.
And look, Nongshim right now, they just took out the mid T1, right? At the 15-minute mark, the bottom T1 is still standing. So it's still a bit of an uphill climb, especially since this top lane, yes, it's open, but the set sail on back, he should be fine in this one. But again, I don't think Gen.G are going to be too worried. They're going to consistently push in that top lane.
Oh no, Inoue might have position. Ocean Tears is gonna get used. Illusion gonna be his target. Siri gets the kill. That's a lot of damage going in. This is gonna be big. Nongshim RedForce onto the backline. They're looking for kills. They're looking for Wawa. Goes in for one more, but Siri has to stage a sanctuary. There's 2 people down on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, this is another huge opening, right? Nongshim, the tables have turned. The net worth lead is dwindled. We're neck and neck at this stage. They're finding pickoffs, and now Clue?
They're going to be looking for Clue. Clue is just making sure that this wave is not going to go to their side. They don't have an unending sorrow anymore, and Kyung is going to go for the chase. Right now, they're buying some time. 10 seconds for Inoue to stay alive. Sage's Sanctuary is still up for Siri, so this could be the end. The last fight they were looking for, and there's only 2 people defending this. Inoue is not here to stay alive. Siri is just going to finish this game, and that is it. He was able to flash in, and Nongshim still wins in the end.
Wow, what a game. What a way to come back. And we talked about the fact that they were able to just, as long as they held out in the early mid game and survived to the late, Siri in the end would carry them to victory.
Still a nice try for Gen.G. That game was pretty scary. But as you said also, Siri needs to get to that late game. As long as he gets to that late game, he's going to be winning that game for sure.
Yeah, what a great game. What a great series. I mean, Nongshim, just the resolve to really bounce back. They were rattled in the beginning of that game. They struggled, but they were able to claw their way back into the game, understanding, of course, those win conditions and ensuring that they got that W.
Most important part of that game also is how Taku was able to steal that Shadow Vanguard or Shadow Overlord, and because of that, that's where it all started. Once he stole that, they went in for that push in the top lane, tried to go for that finish, but because they're so ahead, it didn't even matter because they were able to at least get the towers down, get the objectives that we need after that Overlord.
Finding those windows of opportunity, there weren't many of them, but Gen.G just a couple mistakes here and there. They weren't able to close the game out. Interesting draft. They had a lot of potential, and they were definitely in the driver's seat. But again, I think that there, maybe the Ray Ogren itemization wasn't on point. He needed to just kind of stay alive more than anything else, not really worry about damage because the rest of the team had that. And we'll kind of look at some of those items as we go into the post game here.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, from what we've seen there, once we saw the Sun Chaser getting built there by Siri, it's close to being done. The game is almost over there by the side of Nongshim RedForce. Yes, they got taken down pretty easily in the early game. I thought at 7 minutes or 8 minutes, 9 minutes, they already have all the outer towers down. I thought that was Gen.G's game, but they had so much of a hard time.
Yeah, and the top T3, when Rock tried to go for that one, the play to take it down, and it just barely survived. Actually, that slowed the game down in Nongshim's favor because, again, all T3s are down, all 3 lanes are pushing. You have the super elite minions. Tough situation in that case. But look, let's talk about Siri here. 4, 1, and 3. He was the guy at the end of the day.
Yeah, he even built that Sage's Sanctuary so that if ever he gets assassinated by Inoue or Rock, he was ready. He was ready to get assassinated, but he was so fed at that point that he didn't even die with that Sage's Sanctuary.
Yeah, look at the damage, even by Illusion and Siri. Both of those guys, just constant AoE damage, where Gen.G were really not comfortable to continue fighting, right? They were just like constantly being harassed and harried, so they had to kind of push back in that sense. But this is the gold graph. Gen.G full control throughout the game, but towards the end, which is the only thing that really matters, Nongshim were able to find ways to get back into this game.
Nongshim just got back there pretty fast. Just looking at the graph here, it was so funny to see that they were able to do so, and in the end, they were still able to get the win there. I love to see that. Nongshim RedForce still back at it. I thought Gen.G had it in the bag, but never mind. Nongshim is still gonna be the team that is gonna be heading to that grand finals.
Yeah, I think it's like never say never, right? Especially with Nongshim at the end of the day. We've seen them come back time and time again, finding ways to go back in. But of course, the MVP is going to be Siri, 4, 1, and 3, but 31% of the damage that was given out. He was starting to hit like a truck, and everyone from Gen.G was cowering.
Oh man, that was a lot. And this was one thing that they needed to do, is just to make sure that this game is not over yet. Yes, Haku was not star of the show. We were expecting him to be, but Siri has been always good at just staying alive. And that's one of the things that I always remember about him. He's not going to be as flashy as everyone else, but he's going to stay alive and he's going to be dealing damage.
Yeah, I mean, his positioning is far superior. Look at that. He instantly senses Inua trying to go after him. He actually dashes away. Haku gets that miracle of steal, and yes, he sacrifices his life. But you're talking about this as being the tipping point. I agree.
Yep.
Definitely in that situation, turned it around. This is the point where Ray got caught out. Once he died, and you're thinking, oh, he's mortal. We have an opportunity. We have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, and look at Siri. Look at while this is happening, he's positioning himself really far behind everybody just so that Rock cannot hook him. He just positions pretty well, and that's the biggest strength of Siri here in this game. This was a nice try because this was almost a game-finishing push, but they weren't able to do it in the end.
They just didn't have the minions. Things got a little delayed. And look, like Siri instantly deletes Inua. Didn't really have a chance. And now you have a huge advantage. Gen.G right now should be all out retreating. They should not be looking to fight for this one. But in the end, Nongshim were able to close it out. Just too much damage from Siri. Able to find the right targets and to ensure that they got that base.
Yeah, and again, congratulations to Nongshim RedForce going into our grand finals. It was really... Honestly, wasn't really expecting it to be a hard-fought battle, but this game really had a lot of development for Gen.G, but now they're going to be heading to the lower brackets.
Yeah, and they're going to be going up against R8 Esports tomorrow. That's going to be an interesting game. How does Gen.G bounce back off of this one going into this? R8 with a lot of momentum. They 3-0'd SCARZ. That was a bit of a surprise in and of its own. But into this second series, Gen.G showed up. That's the team we wanted to see throughout the entire KME. And they did show up in the winter bracket final, but now they have to go through the lower brackets. Is it the underdog story in the process?
Oh man, it's gonna be their time to show up here. I mean, R8 Esports especially, this is their time to actually show up and win against, honestly, all the teams that are here in Group S defeated them. So this time, R8 Esports has a good underdog story here that they should be looking to defeat every team that defeated them during Survival Week, or not even Survival Week, Ranking Week. We defeated them 3-0 during those times.
Actually, that would be the ultimate payback, the revenge story, right? You went through SCARZ, you went through Gen.G, and then you take down Nongshim. You took down all of the teams that beat you in the ranking week. You got revenge throughout. That would be the ultimate story, and that will lead into our playoffs day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a story to look forward to. And again, for Nongshim RedForce, for everyone to know, this is already a guaranteed spot already for them because they're going to be winning last call for sure on Sunday. Sure. Yeah. Getting to the grand finals, very important though.
Super key, right? And getting into this one, again, you're only playing one series tomorrow. That's the biggest thing. But going into this one, who knows who's going to end up coming out of that lower bracket finals? Going up against Nongshim, you still have that chance. And I love the fact that you're talking about these top 2 teams are going to be guaranteed into KWC because the KMW is it's W for weak, let's be honest.
W per week. Okay, that's true. But again, here, let's take a look at the today's matches. Here is what happened today. R8 Esports got revenge on SCARZ with a 3-0 right here in the playoffs, sweeping them out of this tournament. But on the other hand, Nongshim fought a very hard battle against Gen.G, so Gen.G will be going to the lower brackets.
Look, it was great games today. This is what we wanted to see. Very competitive, and it was really back and forth on both sides going into this one. And of course, we're going to see the brackets. This is what's going to look to tomorrow. The lower bracket, R8 versus Gen.G. That's going to be a great game. The winner of that one will then take on Nongshim in the grand finals to see who will be champion of KME.
It is going to be scary here because tomorrow they're going to be fighting 2 games. If this went on the distance, I hope they do have the endurance to fight 2 best of 5s. But again, I mean, we are excellent here in KME, so we do expect that to happen. R8 versus Gen.G. Tomorrow is going to be our first match in the lower brackets. And after that, whoever wins will be fighting Nongshim RedForce in the grand finals.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, right? The lower bracket, yes, you might survive, but right after that, it's like, okay, just get a glass of water, go to the bathroom, wash your hand, whatever, and then, but now you got the grand finals against Nongshim. Go!
Yeah, it's going to be... Let's take a look at what's going to happen here tomorrow. I'm kind of excited in what they're going to do here for Nongshim RedForce, but the first match going to be very crucial. I mean, R8 versus Gen.G, they really know each other pretty well. So I hope to see that there's some development with R8 Esports.
That's going to be interesting. I mean, look, I think R8 surprised a lot of people. They were really well prepared for SCARZ. Everything that they had, they dictated the pace of the game. Yes, some of those games were incredibly competitive. SCARZ had ways to just kind of get back into the games. But in the end, it's all about the game awareness, getting that crystal down, and R8 Esports did that in spades today.
Yeah, and they have to really find a way here for them to win against Gen.G now, because the last time that they met, it was Gen.G just taking them down pretty easily and wasn't expecting that to happen. But now in ranking week, this is the greatest story that we have to look at here for KME is how R8 Esports will be able to defeat them. Could be a great story to follow here in the playoffs.
I'm excited about it. I'm super, intrigued by how things are going to turn out. Does Gen.G have even more rabbits in this hat, so to speak? They had so many different options going up against Nongshim at the end of the day, but Nongshim had answers. They were able to solve things on the fly, and you see just how good this team is when they can kind of problem solve again on the fly.
Yeah, they had a lot of surprises, but they got surprised by how Nongshim RedForce would still stay with that consistency. Even if Haku is not going to be the star of the show, at least some of the team members here would be stepping up, and Siri was the one to look at here for Nongshim RedForce. And again, congratulations for them for reaching the grand finals and for having a sure slot on that KWC.
Yeah, and we're going to see. We're going to see how this one plays out. Again, 3 more teams to survive, and we'll move on into the KWC. It's going to be super exciting tomorrow. And, of course, the day after that will be the last call just to see KME just tear down KMW. Bring on whoever you want, because they're just going to be weak sauce over there.
Oh man, that's true. And that is W for weak now for KMW. And with what we're going to be seeing here for the Ig side, it's the best side, everyone. It's always going to be the best side, and they would be able to trample down the members right here at KMW. But again, Holler, any last messages before we close it down?
No, it's been great, and we had some amazing games today. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. It's been Holler, and of course, with me has been Dash. We're going to be signing out.
Cut through the sound of the rain.